1481. Wanghai Shukyushan. Accompanying the sudden appearance of these 5 illusory figures were extremely calm and faint words. It seemed not to be addressed to Li Buren, who had intruded, but rather a pre-recorded message. The virtuous guarding the Mount Immortal dares to pay respects to the wise successor. Having proven namelessness, one is inherently detached. Yet the Tao's annihilation lies hidden, and we must not shirk the burden on our shoulders. Having fortuitously obtained this excellent method, using shadows as substitutes, one can resist the surging calamities. To share it with you. The 5 illusory figures spoke in unison. What followed was no ordinary sound. Instead, it was like an engraving knife, directly branding this method onto Li Buren's body, which was surrounded by the illusory figures. He felt no pain, nor even the slightest abnormality. It was as if memories that originally belonged to him but had been sealed and forgotten were resurfacing. It was not being taught, but rather, remembered, again. The entire process of pondering, learning, and mastering was directly skipped. To know it was to have already attained great mastery. However, to Li Buren's regret, the reason the 5 illusory figures actively imparted the method was that all the chess pieces of an entire immortal domain had arrived. In terms of status, it was almost equivalent to a nameless true immortal. Therefore, this guarding the Mount Immortal regarded all the chess pieces as a whole. The engraving and branding were only carried out on this whole. Li Buren only obtained a small part of it. But this secret method, which only nameless true immortals could cultivate, was enough to broaden his horizons. This method is called guarding the Mount Scribbles. By the edge of the ocean, there lies a tiny hill, without name or title. The virtuous one guards the mound, for a total of 123 epochs. Witnessing the ebb and flow of the tides, the rise and fall of the waters. Every time the heart is moved, it is recorded in the notes. As time passes, the scribbles are completed. Li Buren sorted through the memories in his mind. The simple words seemed to depict a solitary figure, guarding the edge of the vast ocean for 123 epochs. Standing on the nameless hill, gazing at the endless sea, sharing time with the tides. This guarding the Mount Immortal, who can use 5 illusory figures to shoulder the calamity of Tao's annihilation, his strength and realm are definitely not as simple as the self-deprecation in the scribbles. Li Buren let out a long breath, as if trying to break free from the vicissitudes of time brought about by these few lines. In Sun Piaomiao's previous message, there was a description of the heavenly net epoch. An epoch should be a calendar year used in the immortal realm. I just don't know how many years in the Xuanwang world correspond to one epoch in the immortal realm. But in any case, 123 epochs must be an extremely long period of time. And the sea and hill that need to be guarded for such a long time are definitely not ordinary seas and hills. Li Buren suddenly thought of the allegory about the mountain and the sea in the book suspected to have been left by Sun Piaomiao. If the sea represents the infinite sea, then what does the mountain represent? The scribbles left by this guarding the Mount Immortal, Sheng, not only simply imparted the method of leaving illusory figures behind, but also recorded in great detail the entire thought process of how the guarding the Mount Immortal comprehended this method. This method was not suddenly enlightened one day. Rather, it was refined through accumulation and endless reverie. Li Buren obtaining this method was like traveling to the past of the guarding the Mount Immortal, experiencing the vicissitudes of 123 epochs with his body, soul, and thoughts. Even if all he faced every day were only mountains and seas. The seemingly infinite amount of data almost completely overwhelmed Li Buren. Fortunately, this time he shared it with other immortal domain chess pieces. With his superphysique of divine sense Tao network projection and immortal domain law fragments, he could barely support it. No wonder the illusory figures of the guarding the Mount Immortal only appear when facing nameless true immortals. It's not that he is stingy and unwilling to teach this method to other immortals, but that those below namelessness simply cannot bear it. Engulfed by the guarding the Mount Immortal's surging thoughts, Li Buren seemed to have returned to the infinite sea. Each drop of water around him contained hundreds of millions of years of time. According to the guarding the Mount Immortal, the sea's encroachment on the mountain has existed since the beginning of time. But just like the tides in the mortal world, they are constantly changing, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Since he guarded the mound and watched the sea, its momentum has been constantly fluctuating, but overall it has been in a period of increasing scale. It has not yet reached the estimated extreme point. The guarding the Mount Immortal discovered this clue in the 20th epoch. The following 100 epochs fully confirmed this view. He warned the world long ago, but unfortunately his words carried little weight. Li Buren was immediately puzzled when he heard this. However, the guarding the mound Immortal Shungda's own account provided the answer. It turned out that at that time, the guarding the mound Immortal was still an ordinary, true immortal. He had not even proven the nameless realm yet. Naturally, his words would be ignored. But in the 88th epoch, the guarding the mound Immortal accumulated enough power and finally entered the nameless realm. However, he did not publicize it, but continued to silently guard the mound and watch the sea. And at that time, the immortal realm seemed to have encountered a change, and the immortals of the immortal realm had no time to take care of his hill guard official on the distant coast. The entire immortal realm seemed to have forgotten him. Until one day, the waves were monstrous, and they came over the hill. Emerging from the seemingly ordinary but magnificent life of the guarding the mound Immortal, Li Buren began to focus on the illusory shadow-bearing Tao method. According to the guarding the mound Immortal, he sits on the mound and watches the sea, the waves rise and fall, as if directly facing the countless great Taos in the world. Each wave is actually two sides of the same coin as the rhythm of the great Tao. A person stands on the top of the mountain, like a boulder. Every day, it is eroded by the waves, but at the same time, it leaves its own unique traces between the mountain and the sea. Quote. The guarding the mound Immortal's scribbles are extremely obscure and difficult to understand. Even if Li Fan has gone through hundreds of reincarnations and experienced countless things, it is difficult to understand for a while. If I didn't possess returning to truth and had personally entered the infinite sea, I'm afraid that even if I obtained this method, I would be completely unaware of what was going on. I might even regard it as a joke. Because this method is very different from the world's cultivation system, Li Fan realized in his heart. But the magical thing about the guarding the mound Immortal's scribbles is that even if the person being taught cannot know its mysteries, because of the 5 illusory figures active engraving, the person being taught can use this illusory shadow-bearing Tao magic without any obstacles. There is no need to consume oneself at all. Just extract the traces left in history and the great Tao in the past and turn them into illusory shadows to bear the weight of Tao's annihilation. This kind of divine power is indeed a bit beyond imagination. Moreover, Li Fan also felt that this illusory shadow-bearing Tao magic was not only used to resist the calamity of Tao's annihilation. Or rather, bearing the Tao is one of the many functions of this divine power. Invulnerable to hundreds of calamities, all laws of aid, immortality. In addition to these, the most important thing is detachment. It is the fundamental method to jump out of this world's great Tao. Extracting all the traces left in the mountains and seas in the past is also a process of cutting off all connections with the world. At that time, with a solitary body, one will not be bound by the net of the great Tao. Li Fan's heart was shaken, and a feeling of longing arose. At this moment, the journey of preaching from the guarding the mound Immortal had come to an end. All of the guarding the mound scribbles had been completely branded. The 5 illusory figures left by the guarding the mound Immortal Shung bowed slightly to Li Buren in the center, paying their respects. Then their bodies fluctuated and slowly dissipated. They returned to their previous state of silently bearing the Tao. Li Buren looked solemn and returned a solemn salute. He knew that this was the guarding the mound Immortal's hope for later wise men to also leave behind illusory shadows to bear the Tao. Therefore, the other party had this salute. The illusory shadows left by the guarding the mound Immortal may not only be in this high-walled place. Having left these Tao-bearing illusory shadows, where is he now? Has he left the current possibility? Thinking of the lower realm Star Sea, which was still alive despite being ravaged by Tao's annihilation, Li Buren suddenly understood in his heart. And Li Buren had no doubt about the strength of this sea-watching mound guarding Immortal to cross possibilities. In any case, being able to leave some Tao-bearing illusory shadows and also leave behind a mysterious world-saving magic for later generations, the guarding the mound Immortal is definitely worthy of the responsibilities he bears. Worthy of the name, Shungd. After a long reverie, Li Buren finally came back to his senses and looked at the surrounding Immortal domain chess pieces. After being engraved by the guarding the mound Immortal, these chess pieces seemed to be somewhat different from the past. Originally, these immortal domain fragments were just quietly floating, exuding a palpitating aura. But at this moment, they returned to their original simplicity, unremarkable. Others would overlook them if they were not careful. Or rather, it is more appropriate to describe it as gradually separating from this world. A sense of vigilance suddenly arose in Li Buren's heart. He had not forgotten that when he was returning to truth before, The leg bone of the nameless true immortal in the immortal domain seemed to sense something and followed him. The nameless realm can no longer be simply measured by life and death. Although it is only a leg bone, and it is still in a state of being divided. But who knows what changes will happen after being taught guarding the mound's scribbles. Lee Buren tentatively took one of the white chess pieces. Then, regardless of anything else, he manifested his original body from the state of the Tao network chess piece. A repulsive force struck, and Lee Buren, carrying the Medicine King True Cauldron, fell from the highest point of the circular hall. 1482. One era, one immortal emperor. Falling from the space where the keeper of the mound immortal's phantom resided is different from directly breaking in from the outside. What one sees in this circular hall is also different. Seemingly sensing the keeper of the mound immortal's Tao transmission traces that had not yet disappeared from Li Buren's body, the scene on the hall's ring wall changed again. Besides the squares representing countless monitored starseeds and the large empty white circle, there was also a figure that greatly resembled the keeper of the mound immortal. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he overlooked the starsea below. Li Buren's spirit shook, and he tried to sense it with his divine sense. After a moment, he reacted, "It's not that keeper of the mound immortal. But like me, he obtained the keeper of the mound Joting's inheritance, so the aura is very similar." However, judging from the degree of the keeper of the mound state manifested on this figure, I'm afraid this person obtained the entire Joting's inheritance at the level of an unnamed true immortal. Not like me, who took a shortcut. But the figure left by this unnamed true immortal was not for Tao transmission. It seemed to be just recording a segment of an image. It had been hidden in this experimental space within the high walls, until it sensed Li Buren's similar, keeper of the mound, aura, and then it was activated. The executive Jai Yong Immortal Emperor passed away not long ago. A full epoch has passed since the establishment of the Rotten K Tao Arena. What a long period of time. So long that even with my immortal body, my past memories have become somewhat blurred. This voice did not come from the figure in front of Li Buren, but originated from the distant heavens, as if communicating with the figure across realms. When Jai Yong Immortal Emperor first ascended to the grand ceremony, I was still an immortal servant in the Lai 2-star region. 7,624,638 years have passed, and I have risen to the realm of the unnamed, the figure said with emotion, not looking in the direction the voice came from, but still watching the many starseeds in the experimental field. You remember very clearly, as expected of someone who obtained the inheritance of the keeper of the mound. The emotions in the voice from beyond the heavens were strange, with both envy and schadenfreude. You already knew shortly after the keeper of the mound left. It seems that this place is indeed not clean. The figure snorted coldly. That's the keeper of the mound. The voice from beyond the heavens suddenly became sharp. At that time, the Tao annihilation tide was vast and mighty, and thousands upon thousands of star regions were submerged in an instant. Countless people died unjustly. The executive immortal emperor led the unnamed from various domains to personally arrive, but ultimately could only retreat again and again. Fortunately, the keeper of the mound descended from the heavens and, with his own strength, forced back the world-destroying tide. What a demeanor that was! Jai Yong Immortal Emperor had to perform the ceremony of a junior when he saw the keeper of the mound. Not to mention the countless true immortals who were saved, who regarded the keeper of the mound as their reborn parents. Even if he didn't like being disturbed, how could his every move be hidden from the countless immortals in the sky? If the Rotten K Tao Arena wasn't a secret place, I'm afraid the fact that you obtained the keeper of the mound's inheritance would have been known to the world long ago. The figure did not refute the other party's somewhat sarcastic words. The voice from beyond the heavens continued. Jai Yong Immortal Emperor ascended for 7 million years, which is not considered long-lived. But it's already our limit. But the keeper of the mound lived for more than 100 epochs, experiencing 100 immortal emperors. Don't forget, there was also the limitless immortal emperor, who lived for 99,999,000 years. The power of the keeper of the mound is unimaginable. Qing Yin, now that you have proven the unnamed and obtained the inheritance, not to mention being able to be like the keeper of the mound, experiencing 100 immortal emperors without decay. But at least living as long as the limitless immortal emperor is definitely not a problem. The unnamed true immortal, whose name or title was Qing Yin, interrupted the voice from beyond the heavens. The keeper of the mound left a Tao-bearing phantom in the Tao arena. If you are really envious, you might as well go down to the lower realm and take a trip yourself. Although it can't compare to the Keeper of the Mount's personal transmission, it's almost the same. The incessant voice from beyond the heavens stopped abruptly. After a long time, he chuckled. The Keeper of the Mount's disciple, how can it be so easy to be? We true immortals, our lifespans are equal to the Tao. From the Tao we come, and to the Tao we return. The Tao rises and falls, conforming to the times, and also in accordance with the principles of heaven and earth. A lifespan of millions of years is long enough. Like the Keeper of the Mound. Having someone like Brother Qingyan is enough. Qingyan said coldly, all right, speak plainly. After the Keeper of the Mound left, I don't know his whereabouts. Don't expect to get any news about him from me. The voice from beyond the heavens also changed quickly, getting straight to the point. Since Jia Yang Immortal Emperor has fallen, the Heavenly Net Immortal Emperor has newly ascended. Some things from the previous epoch are probably going to be abolished. This Rotten K Dao arena is probably also on the list to be abolished. Brother Qingyan, you should prepare early. Qingyan seemed stunned for a moment, and then asked in a deep voice, that thing, after pursuing it for so long, are you just going to ignore it? Although it didn't appear within the estimated time, maybe if we wait a little longer, we can wait for it. This matter is complicated and cannot be explained in a short time. In short, in addition to the reasons for Jia Yang and Heavenly Net Immortal Emperor's changing policies, it is also related to the Keeper of the Mound. The Keeper of the Mound displayed great divine power and forced back the Tao annihilation tide. This caused the overall concept of the immortal realm to undergo a subtle change. During the Jia Yang epoch, Tao annihilation raged everywhere, and countless true immortals died and were injured. The immortals of the immortal realm, from top to bottom, mostly held a pessimistic attitude towards whether they could resist the great calamity. Therefore, they could only seek help from that external object. But the journey to seek it has been fruitless for a long time. And when the immortal realm was most difficult, the Keeper of the Mound put on a great show of turning the tide in front of the world. This made the immortals understand that Tao annihilation did not seem to be unstoppable. Moreover, it is said that the Keeper of the Mound also left many inheritances in the immortal realm. Anyone who enters the unnamed has the opportunity to become a disciple of the Keeper of the Mound. Qingyan, tell me, when your own strength is sufficient, why would you seek external objects again? Hearing the words, Qingyan was silent for a long time. After a while, he said in a faint tone, during the Jia Yang epoch, all beings were pessimistic and negative, and the immortal realm was full of depression, causing people to be disgusted. I don't know how many true immortals chose to end their lives. But today's Heavenly Net epoch is a great reversal of the trend, but all the immortals in the sky are so confident, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. The voice from beyond the heavens was obviously somewhat disdainful, and smiled, then let's wait and see. I'm just kindly reminding you. Of course, if you insist on keeping this Rotten K Dao arena, it's not impossible. I can also help a little. But in the future, you will also need to be more secretive, so as not to be discovered by other true immortals. If something happens in the future, don't involve me. The newly ascended Heavenly Net Immortal Emperor is not as benevolent as Jia Yang. Qingyan cupped his hands. Brother Ling, rest assured. Time and space seemed to freeze at this moment. After the light and shadow turned, I don't know how many years had passed. On this day, the true immortal surnamed Ling and Qingyan met again. But it was no longer a voice transmission from beyond the heavens, but a personal visit to this Rotten K Dao arena. The recorded light and shadow of the true immortal surnamed Ling constantly twisted and fluctuated, even affecting Qingyan's body. Damn it, these people in the immortal realm are really crazy now. The Heavenly Net Immortal Emperor is the craziest of them all. I felt something was wrong, so I decisively escaped first. But I estimate that the Star Sea in the lower realm won't be safe for long. We brothers need to make plans early. The true immortal surnamed Ling kept pacing back and forth, seeming very anxious. Qingyan was as calm as ever. But compared to the previous recorded light and shadow, his body had added a few more mysterious and detached auras. He was becoming more and more similar to the Keeper of the Mound. I am a disciple of the Keeper of the Mound, and I have obtained his inheritance, but I cannot leave easily. However, I have a feeling that the Keeper of the Mound, he may have already left this world. I may be able to follow his footsteps closely. Hearing this, the true immortal surnamed Ling couldn't help but look sideways. Staring closely at Qingyan, he was shocked and horrified. Are you saying that rumor is actually true? He became more and more anxious, his pace more frequent, and he muttered to himself, taking a boat across the sea to go to another possible world. Finally traveling through the endless world completely and thoroughly detached and free. The sea is annihilated but I am not, the mountain collapses but still at the top of the mountain. Qing Yin, you must take me with you. Qing Yin said lightly, you and I have been life and death friends since we were weak. If I can achieve small transcendence, how could I not take you with me? However, I have obtained the Keeper of the Mound's inheritance, and if I want to leave, I must first give the Keeper of the Mound an explanation. Explanation. The true immortal surnamed Ling was a little puzzled. The Keeper of the Mound transmitted the Tao to allow us to leave behind phantoms to bear the Tao, in order to resist the Tao annihilation tribulation. If it were in the past, doing so would be fine. But as time passes, things are different now. The great tide is surging, several times more ferocious than the previous epoch. The Keeper of the Mound has great power, and may be able to resist it with his phantom. But we juniors, it's just useless work. It is also possible to be affected by the Tao annihilation tide and damage ourselves. Even if there are those who disregard their own safety and sacrifice themselves to condense phantoms. For today's Tao annihilation tide, it is just a drop in the bucket. The true immortal surnamed Ling nodded in agreement. That heavenly net immortal emperor is already bewitched, and is doing things that will either succeed or die. But he can still attract a large group of people to go crazy with him. Alas, it's all the Keeper of the Mound's fault for giving them the illusion. Qing Yin was noncommittal and did not mention the Keeper of the Mound. Instead, he continued to talk about his own situation. I am unwilling to do the matter of condensing shadows to bear the Tao, but my duty still remains. It's not something that can be completely dismissed just by saying it's not possible. Although the Keeper of the Mound has already escaped, the restrictions left behind are still not something we can ignore. This is the price of accepting the Keeper of the Mound's inheritance. The Keeper of the Mound actually made it clear to me when he transmitted the power. But the method of transcendence was too tempting. And at that time, the Tao annihilation tribulation seemed to have been completely suppressed, so I readily agreed. Qing Yin seemed a little helpless. Hey, it's really one time, another time. The true immortal surnamed Ling only casually commented, and then began to think seriously. Still need to fulfill the responsibility of bearing the Tao, let me think. After a long while, he suddenly clapped his hands. I have a plan. At this crucial point, the light and shadow and sound suddenly dimmed together. The scene that Li Bu Ren saw was still for a while. After it operated again, the next thing to be played was the last recorded image. Qing Yin himself and the Tao-bearing phantom he condensed stood opposite each other. The true immortal surnamed Ling said with a smug tone, Qing Yin, how is my plan to substitute one thing for another? Since you can't withstand the real Tao annihilation tribulation, first create a miniature Tao annihilation tribulation that you can withstand with your strength. Anyway, the current situation is already full of holes, and it doesn't matter if there's one more. Plug that hole, and you will have given the Keeper of the Mound an explanation and left behind a phantom to bear the Tao. Qing Yin silently looked at the phantom of himself in front of him and sighed. 2-star regions, countless living beings, all died because of you and me, it is really not what I want. Why care so much? If these people don't run, they will die sooner or later. Fulfilling our small transcendence can also be considered as doing something useful before death. The true immortal surnamed Ling said indifferently. Qing Yin nodded silently. He gently pointed towards the Tao-bearing phantom in front of him, and the phantom then broke through the air and disappeared without a trace. Qing Yin had a moment of absent-mindedness. Soon after, he raised his head and stared in a certain direction, and then spoke again. His words carried a bit of joy. The fetters are completely cut off, I can leave. For some reason, Qing Yin inexplicably glanced one last time in the direction of Li Bu Ren's probing. After completing this cross-temporal eye contact, the recorded figure completely dissipated. After a long time, Li Bu Ren came back to his senses. This image left in the experimental field, the dialogue between two people suspected to be unnamed true immortals, contained too much obscure information. Epic. Jia Yang Immortal Emperor, Heavenly Net Immortal Emperor. Li Bu Ren did not expect that the epoch of the immortal realm was not a fixed number of years. The specific length of an epoch was determined by the specific time that the so-called executive immortal emperor was in power. 7 million years is not long-lived either. True immortals are indeed not the same species as mortals. And that Keeper of the Mound immortal, or rather, Keeper of the Mound, actually lived for 123 epochs. A rough calculation also yields a scalp-numbing number. Also, what the true immortal surnamed Ling said, that lifespan is equal to the Tao. But later he said that a lifespan of millions of years is long enough. What is going on? Could it be that the survival time of the great Tao of heaven and earth is only millions of years? How is that possible? Li Fan is now already using his divine sense to reflect the Tao net, but he has never noticed that the great Tao of heaven and earth has a lifespan limit. The recorded image in the experimental field wouldn't be fabricating things in this regard. Could it be? Li Fan suddenly had a thought in his mind. He thought of his previous guess that Tao annihilation and the infinite sea belong to the same source. Tao annihilation destroys the Tao, and the surviving Tao, the limitations that originally existed on its body are also gradually disappearing. The great Tao of heaven and earth, under the baptism of the Tao annihilation tribulation, has become stronger than in ancient times. Li Fan could not be sure. It is also possible that the Tao rises and falls, which is originally the attribute of the Tao itself. It's just that after adding the threat of the Tao annihilation tribulation, the Tao itself has also slowly changed with the passage of time. But in any case, the limit of true immortals, and even unnamed true immortals, having a maximum lifespan of 10 million years still made Li Fan a little disappointed. It's just like what he imagined in the illusion when he had not officially cultivated. It is still far from Li Fan's true goal of long life and lasting vision. On the other hand, the Keeper of the Mound, who has experienced 100 tribulations and more than 100 immortal emperors without being worn away, is already close to the ultimate goal I want. 1483. The fox borrows the power of the tiger. The power of the grave keeper was awe-inspiring. However, Li Fan didn't really care about the restrictions that Qing Yin said would naturally arise from obtaining the gravekeeper's inheritance. Firstly, although the gravekeeper was vaguely the strongest being currently known, Li Fan still didn't think he could surpass Huan Zhen. Secondly, Li Bu Ren was the one who obtained and cultivated the gravekeeper's ramblings, so if it really didn't work, he could just use him to pay off the debt. It had nothing to do with Li Fan. In the image left by Qing Yin, there are still some doubts. For example, why did Qing Yin specifically leave this record in the test site? The last look he gave to the viewer was clearly meaningful. Sun Piaomiao, the true immortal who was once in charge of guarding the Xuanwang realm, also doesn't understand the specific relationship with this so-called rotten K-Dao field. Too many secrets were completely lost with the arrival of Tao annihilation and the destruction of the immortal realm. Li Fan didn't necessarily intend to delve into everything. Although I can't fully understand the secrets of the High Wall, having obtained the gravekeeper's inheritance and Qing Yin's approval, my permissions in this test site are much higher than those of a mere tourist. Qing Yin's image dissipated, and Li Bu Ren stood upright in the circular hall again, silently comprehending. Those many objects that had originally shown no reaction to him seemed to have become, to some extent, touchable and controllable. Apart from the clay figure that could call up historical images from the test site, the object that resonated most strongly with Li Bu Ren was a dark red solid wood armchair. Li Bu Ren gently stroked it, sensing a faint aura of the gravekeeper's phantom. This chair seems to have been sat on by the gravekeeper. Li Bu Ren also tried sitting on it. Boom. The scene suddenly changed, and in a daze, he left the circular hall at the core of the test site and floated out of the countless monitored square star sea. With a leap, he came outside the test site. Li Bu Ren saw a familiar starry sky. It was the narrow annihilation zone outside the Shuo star sea. He could even faintly glimpse the many flourishing starlight within the Shuo star sea. As the field of view narrowed, it could also be focused on a single point, carefully observing the world-crossing profound coffin that was still quietly staying in the starry sky, as well as the group of newly promoted immortal hunters who had fallen into the land of bliss dream. Because he had previously scrutinized the world-crossing profound coffin carefully from his own perspective, Li Bu Ren instantly noticed the difference between the two situations when he examined it from another perspective this time. The first feeling that arose was awkwardness and regret. It was as if a creation that should have been perfect and flawless had a flaw. This is the trace of damage I caused to the world-crossing profound coffin with the truth from falsehood divine power. I myself couldn't see it clearly, but under this perspective, this imperfection can be seen in every detail. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, Li Bu Ren continued to examine the profound coffin. The surrounding starry sky, the great Tao of heaven and earth, seemed to have turned into undulating waves. And in this vast ocean, the world-crossing profound coffin was like a flat boat. Although it was inevitable that it would still drift with the waves, it could still safely pass through endless storms and tides. If it weren't for that flaw. The flaw I caused is like a crack in the hull. Seawater slowly seeps in along the crack. If you still want to cross the sea with it, the final outcome will inevitably be sinking to the bottom of the sea. The line of sight seemed to skip over the long river of time, seeing the future. This was not based on deduction, but a picture that directly appeared before Li Bu-ren's eyes. This feeling is this what true experts see on a daily basis? At this time, Li Bu-ren had already understood. What he was seeing at this moment should be the perspective based on the high walla itself. Even if there were some restrictions and formations left by other true immortals, the most core foundation of the high wall was still the 5 Tao-bearing phantoms left by the gravekeeper. Through the connection between the wooden chair that the gravekeeper had once sat on and the phantoms, he could, to a certain extent, borrow some of the power of these 5 phantoms. It can resist the calamity of Tao annihilation and block the nameless gaze. There is no need to elaborate on the gold content of the gravekeeper's phantoms. Borrowing its power, Li Bu-ren not only saw the imperfection of the profound coffin at a glance, but also vaguely saw the principle by which the profound coffin was able to cross the world. Just as Li Fan had guessed before, this flat boat, which seemed to be able to cross the endless ocean, was actually not made of very outstanding materials. However, it seemed to be composed of countless overlapping shadows. With each additional layer of overlapping shadows, its stability increased by 1 point. With heavy superposition, it can better ignore the wind and waves. This should be the same principle as the black sky physician and Xie Subai hunting down other possibilities of themselves, right? Li Bu-ren looked at the many overlapping shadows on the profound coffin with some fascination. His line of sight seemed to follow, seeing other possibilities. But at the same time, because of the flaw he had previously caused, the profound coffin in front of him was deviating from these overlapping shadows. Originally, there was only a negligible deviation. But Li Bu-ren saw that, as if swaying with the wind and waves of external forces, the difference was constantly increasing with the passage of time. His prying gaze was also distorted and hindered because of this. He couldn't really see the other possibilities. There wasn't even a trace of light and shadow. Li Bu-ren secretly felt regret in his heart. If the world-crossing profound coffin was intact, maybe I could really see the way to other possibilities. Compared to the profound coffin itself, the method used to seal the world-crossing profound coffin seemed a bit clumsy in comparison. It was as if several rough ropes were tied in a mess on a perfect and flawless white wall. It was indeed firm, but with the help of the high wall, or rather, the gaze of the gravekeeper's Tao-bearing phantom, Li Bu-ren easily saw the key to untying this knot. It turns out that when you reach the realm of the gravekeeper, all methods are connected. No matter what your divine power spells are, I look down from above and naturally break them with one glance. Li Bu-ren was intoxicated for a moment, and a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. I just don't know if, in addition to seeing, I can call upon more of the gravekeeper's phantom power. Once it arises, it can no longer be suppressed. He tried his best to recall the remaining content of the gravekeeper's ramblings, sensing the aura left by the gravekeeper on the armchair under him. It seemed as if he saw the lonely figure of the gravekeeper watching the sea and standing alone for eternity again. In this instant, Li Bu-ren seemed to have returned to the core of the high wall, where the 5 phantoms were located. Being in the center of the phantoms, being collectively watched. Li Bu-ren felt immense pressure. This time was not about accepting the inheritance, so the phantoms didn't seem to have any active protection. It was like facing the mountains and the sea, and the gravekeeper on the mountains and the sea. Li Bu-ren only felt that his body seemed to be pressed into the armchair under him. Not only on a physical level, but also on a spiritual level. Keenly aware, the 5 Tao-ringed illusory figure of Lord Shukyu seemed to be a little closer to him. Li Bu-ren decisively jumped up from the armchair. Like falling from the clouds to the mortal world, the endless visible field of vision was recompressed back into a square inch. Li Bu-ren felt a moment of discomfort. Fortunately, his subjective will was not strong, and he quickly adjusted. It is indeed possible to borrow the power of the illusory figure. However, the illusory figure is mainly used to withstand Tao annihilation, and not much power can be borrowed. Moreover, it is a double-edged sword. The gap between me and Lord Shocho's illusory figure is too great. Even if Lord Shukyu has no malicious intent, using it rashly will inevitably lead to being assimilated. This was the conclusion Li Buren reached through analysis. As for Li Fan's main body, the joy in his heart far surpassed that of Li Buren. After jumping out of the dark star sea and seeing the Tao net, immortal hunters, nameless true immortals, and other existences, I have always been walking on thin ice. I have been acting cautiously and constantly guarding against these great powers, fearing they would follow the connection and find the Xuanwang world. But now Li Fan's main body suddenly stood up, looked towards the direction of the high wall, and was overjoyed. Just now, his main body did not detect the assimilation trend that Li Buren had sensed. In other words, even if using Lord Shouchou's illusory figure would bring some impact, it would not affect him. Lord Shukyu can single-handedly withstand the unknown currency copyright Tao annihilation tribulation. Even the immortal emperor in charge of the immortal world treats him with the etiquette due to a junior The illusory figure he left behind should definitely not be something ordinary true immortals can contend with. The more power I can call upon from the illusory figure, the stronger I will be. In other words, in this area near the high wall, I'm afraid even Nameless himself wouldn't scare me. Li Fan hadn't been this excited in a long time. With Wanjun, all the treasures in the world seemed to have lost their great value to him. Theoretically, as long as he wanted, no matter how precious or rare something was, he could turn it into infinity. But this illusory figure of Lord Shukyu was not valuable because of its quantity. Rather, like Wanjun, its existence itself was the greatest value. It was like finding a heaven-defying item in a game. Li Fan couldn't wait to try it out. His gaze turned to the Zon coffins quietly floating outside the high wall. You two have rested long enough. Let me trouble you to test out the quality of Lord Shouchou's illusory figure. Calling upon Lord Shouchou's illusory figure would indeed have tremendous negative effects. Even if too much was called upon, it would cause the premature arrival of the Tao annihilation tribulation. But these were no longer within Li Fan's scope of consideration. Having received Li Fan's order, Li Buren rested for a little while. Then, he sat back in the armchair. At the same time, Ma Tiand, who was originally sleeping in the annihilated starry sky, suddenly opened his eyes. The vision of Lord Shouchou's illusory figure slowly merged with what this body saw. The world-crossing Zon coffin, which was originally flawless and impossible to open, now felt instantly breakable. Ma Tiand revealed a meaningful smile and gently swiped towards the anota in his field of vision. The knot in the midst of 10,000 entanglements was easily and directly untied. With a muffled roar, the coffin lid was also moved away. Qian Ruochang and Wu Shan in the coffin were obviously stunned by this sudden change. Then, without the slightest hesitation, they erupted with their full potential, wanting to escape from the coffin. At the moment they leapt out of the world-crossing Zon coffin, Li Fan also clearly saw their original appearances. Let's talk about Qian Ruochang first. From a normal perspective, he was a burly, muscular man, holding a giant pillar, strong and fierce. But in the vision of Lord Shouchou's illusory figure, Qian Ruochang could not be considered a persona at all, but a cloud of gas. Or rather, a Tao aggregate. Just like the silver bones that Qian Ruochang had previously glimpsed, which were extremely similar to the Tao net, Qian Ruochang's entire body was directly aggregated and manifested by strands of Tao threads. Only the core inside that controlled Qian Ruochang's body was a soul belonging to a normal human. It was like a miniature Tao net, built outside the human soul. No wonder Qian Ruochang gave me a strange feeling. What is this? Tao imposition, or a Tao net mecha? Qian Ruochang's method could indeed use the power of the Tao with a mortal body. Below Nameless, even true immortals would be difficult to match. But the disadvantages were also extremely obvious. Without connecting to the infinite sea, or even truly connecting to the great Tao of heaven and earth, every bit of power consumed could not be replenished. Even if the miniature Tao net could be said to have infinite power, it could not last long. More importantly, the soul wrapped in the miniature Tao net was constantly being tightened by the Tao strings. It was as if it was being cut into pieces by 1,000 knives, and the degree of pain was imaginable. This was not to say that one could endure it with a firm will. But under such pressure, the soul was destined to be cut into countless fragments. A strong soul and a firm will would only slow down this process. Even if I had a similar magical power like Wuji Yingshu, it would be useless. According to the strength of Qian Ruochang's current soul, it can only last for 300 years at most. A. For mortals, it is considered a long life. But for the true immortal realm, it is too short. A. Li Fan looked at Wu Shan, claiming to have cut off all connections with the world. But from Li Fan's perspective at this moment, it was far from it. If everyone in the world was a projection of the great Tao of heaven and earth from a certain angle, rich and three-dimensional, then this Wu Shan had tried his best to cut himself into a thin bamboo palea to reduce his intersection with the great Tao. Admittedly, he seemed to have severed ties with everything else in the world. But in essence, it had nothing to do with a nothingness. It was somewhat close to the Tao of solitude and isolation. This immortal's cultivation to the end is not the mysterious Tao of nothingness. Rather, it is to transform oneself into a kind of Tao rule in the world, becoming a part of the great Tao of heaven and earth, while also being independent from heaven and earth. The moment of great success is the moment of small transcendence. Worthy of being a true immortal who has survived to this day. Seeing through the details of this Wu Shan at a glance, Li Fan couldn't help but praise. The benefits of observing from top to bottom with the eyes of Lord Shukyu are self-evident. What demons and ghosts, all revealed their original forms at a glance. While Li Fan was observing, Qian Ruochang and Wu Shan seemed to have discussed it long ago. They used their escape techniques to the extreme and fled in different directions at the same time. Li Buren increased the power of the illusory figure and took another heavy look. The constantly undulating and changing great Tao of heaven and earth in this area was frozen. Qian Ruochang and Wu Shan were like insects in a net. Unable to move. 1484. The three strongest true immortals. Whether it's a true immortal or Qian Ruochang's Tao network outer body, they mostly rely on the power of a Daoa. Now, facing the shadow of Lord Shukyu, an existence whose understanding of a Daoa far surpasses theirs, all supernatural powers and methods are rendered useless. From Li Fan's perspective, the not-so-dense Tao principles in this annihilated Earth's starry sky are instantly attracted by the shadow of Lord Shukyu. Like a massive vortex suddenly appearing in the ocean, it occupies absolute priority. And Qian Ruochang and Wu Shan are inevitably affected. Right now, they just can't control themselves. If they stay in this twisted Tao vortex for too long, they might risk losing their Tao. Watching the two immortals struggling but utterly helpless, Li Fan's heart surged. Perhaps this is also due to the fact that this starry sky has suffered a Tao annihilation calamity and is already in a fragile state. But the main reason is that the strength of Lord Shocho's main body has reached an unfathomable level. Therefore, even using only a small portion of the power of the five Tao shadows can instantly suppress two true immortals. While Li Fan was pondering, Qian Ruochang and Wu Shan, who were restrained in the field, were already sweating profusely. They prided themselves on being among the top powerhouses in their respective forces. But they never expected to be manipulated so casually by this mysterious figure. Their minds raced, both pondering the possible origins of this mysterious person. And it was at this moment that Li Fan discovered that he could vaguely glimpse the inner fluctuations of two true immortal level figures. Not like the heavenly physician's observation, auscultation, interrogation, and palpation, a technique, which provides a vague and general emotional direction. But rather, a series of specific images appearing in their minds. Although not every scene is very clear due to the fluctuations of their thoughts, this ability to truly peep into their minds greatly shocked Li Fan. You must know that the objects of this mind peeping are not ordinary people or weaklings. They are genuine true immortals. And both Qian Ruochang and Wu Shan are already close to the nameless realm. This is probably because, before transcendence, they are all creations of the Tao after all. Whether it's their every move or their divine thoughts, they can't escape the great Tao of heaven and earth. The clearer their understanding of the Tao, the more clearly they can perceive the changes of living beings within the Tao. The things they care about most in their consciousness cause the most obvious fluctuations. If a powerhouse like Lord Shukyu appeared before me, and I instinctively called upon a return to truth to reopen, I would probably be discovered instantly. Replaying the old events of the heavenly physician. No wonder my warning signs were still extremely strong when the black heavenly physician had not yet arrived. If I hadn't decisively returned to truth early on, I'm afraid. Feeling somewhat fearful, Li Fan did not sink into his emotions of fear. Instead, he naturally wanted to find a way to avoid being peeped into. Being perceived is all because of causing changes in the Tao. Like a stone falling into a calm water surface, even the slightest ripple will be noticed. If you want to avoid it. With the blessing of Lord Shocho's shadow, Li Fan was able to fundamentally seek a solution. Soon, he discovered the most suitable method for him so far, which could almost be said to be tailor-made. As long as I am still alive, fluctuations in my thoughts are unavoidable. Lord Shukyu has watched the sea for 100 epochs. No matter how many adventures I have, it is impossible for my understanding of the Tao to exceed his. The black heavenly physician, who can cross possibilities and devour other selves, must also be above me. In front of them, trying to disguise myself is extremely difficult. The only feasible method is to hide the fluctuations caused by my own divine thoughts as much as possible within the macrocosm. The ripples caused by a drop of water falling are very noticeable in a small pond. But in the vast ocean, the slight fluctuations that occur spontaneously, rather than being caused by external objects, are almost undetectable. Mind transforms into spirit, projecting Tao network. A gleam flashed in Li Fan's eyes. The closer my projected Tao network is to the real heaven and earth great Tao, the stronger my concealment will be. As for my current level, Ma Tiende cooperated, deliberately fantasizing. Under the gaze of Lord Shocho's shadow, 80 or 90% of his thoughts were captured. It seems that if I want to hide my thoughts in front of transcendent powerhouses, I am still far from enough. Li Fan had a very clear understanding of his true strength. Therefore, he was not discouraged. He refocused his attention on Qian Ruochang and Wu Shan's inner thoughts. Unlike the continuous scenes that could be captured from Li Fan's mind, what was seen from these two was only intermittent. What flashed through Qian Ruochang's mind were his guesses about the true immortals whose combat power was demonstrated by Lord Shocho's shadow. All were unknown in appearance and name. Only specific anchors were made using titles. Qian Ruochang himself had never seen these true immortals. He had only heard of them in the highest secret list of the immortal hunt. The three figures that Qian Ruochang was most certain of were the most clearly spied upon. The first was a benevolent transformation. This true immortal can conceptually twist and transform all harmful actions against the Shuo Star Sea by the true immortal forces into beneficial ones. He was active at the beginning of the struggle between the immortal hunt and the true immortals. Whenever the immortal hunt suffered heavy losses, the immortal hunt from top to bottom seemed to have won a great victory every time, and they did not feel any crisis at all. Instead, they were even more blindly optimistic. They just couldn't understand the current situation of the Shuo Star Sea caused by the war. It was clear that all aspects presented were beneficial, but the reality was getting worse and worse. In the end, the Shuo Star Sea was almost only left with a tiny place to live. It was only at the last moment that someone woke them up that they realized. The benefits of benevolent transformation are not only limited to the impact on the macro battle situation. It is also reflected in the extreme threat of the benevolent transformation a true immortal individual. After the failure of reversing the concept of the overall situation, the benevolent transformation true immortal once went deep alone, intending to end the battle with his own strength. Even in front of the immortal hunt, he slaughtered relatives and friends. The immortal huntsmen, affected by the way of benevolent transformation, not only did not feel any anger in their hearts but instead cheered with excitement. It was as if being killed was a great happiness and liberation for them. Benevolent transformation entered as if there was no one there, killing wantonly. If he hadn't been stopped at the last moment, I'm afraid this starry sky would have ceased to exist in the Shuo Star Sea. Peeping into his mind here, Li Fan couldn't help but frown slightly. This benevolent transformation a true immortal is indeed a bit terrifying. Compared to Preacher Yang's characteristic of all things are like me, it is even more domineering. At the very least, if I were to slaughter relatives and friends, I would instinctively stand up to stop it. But affected by the power of benevolent transformation, I would probably only clap my hands with a smile. Every time it involves that benevolent transformation true immortal, Qian Ruochang's mental fluctuations are so strong. Obviously, this benevolent transformation has left a considerable psychological shadow on the immortal hunt. Although benevolent transformation is strong, the existence in the immortal hunt who shot twice at the last moment to crack the power of benevolent transformation seems to be slightly better. But it seems to have been deliberately erased, and every time Qian Ruochang thinks of this person, he will subconsciously skip it. Almost no useful information can be obtained. Judging by this power, could it be the big hand that pressed the Tao network? Li Fan then looked at the next true immortal. This immortal cultivated Hasa. The vast majority of the Immortal Hunt's strength must be exerted by relying on the Tao network. However, the Chaos Tao principle cultivated by this true Immortal can disrupt the great Tao of heaven and earth and restore the scene of darkness and chaos before the opening of heaven and earth. Wherever this Immortal went, even if he stood still, the combat power of the Shuo Star Sea would be greatly reduced. And perhaps because the Chaos True Immortal's actions caused too much damage to the starry sky, the True Immortal forces also had concerns. This Chaos True Immortal has not actually appeared many times. But every time he appeared, he caused great trouble for the Immortal Hunt. As for the last true Immortal Qian Ruocheng thought of, it is said to be the one who built the A retrograde boat back then. Li Fan's heart trembled slightly. The retrograde boat is a creation that is even better than the world-crossing mysterious coffin among the 3 methods of avoiding the world. It can cross the river of time and return to the past. Regarding this true Immortal, Qian Ruocheng also thought very little. Many thoughts flashed by in an instant. The moment Li Fan captured his thoughts, he instinctively asked Li Buren to increase the use of the shadow's power. Only for an instant, but it was enough to see more. After the retrograde boat was built, whether A retrograde actually boarded the divine boat to go to the past became a mystery with the complete disappearance of the true immortals of the past. However, according to various clues, the immortal huntsman of the past judged that this true immortal, who faintly grasped the power of time reversal, was very likely still in the world. Because with the Tao network growing stronger and stronger, after the Immortal Hunt launched a counterattack, the true immortal side gradually fell into a disadvantage. However, every time the true immortals were in a desperate situation, they were often able to turn danger into safety miraculously, excluding the possibility of internal spies. And it seems that there is another important piece of evidence to infer that the Immortal Hunt has now basically determined the existence of this retrograde immortal. Retrograde. If Li Fan, who has mastered Return to Truth, is still interested in any great Tao law in the world, then it must be the power to reverse time. What is the specific difference from the truth and falsehood changes of Return to Truth? More importantly, if Li Fan masters it, can he return to an anchor in the time 1 year ago? Unfortunately, this retrograde is truly extremely mysterious. Even in the Immortal Hunt, they only inferred that he should exist from some clues. As for the others, they know nothing. Compared to Qian Ruocheng's various guesses, the mind of that nothingness immortal was much simpler. All pointed to one possibility. A inscription Tao Immortala. Judging from the pictures flashing through Wushan's thoughts, when he was still alive in the immortal realm, he had seen the true traces of the A Tao Buka left by the inscription Tao Immortal. Therefore, he could recognize the power of the inscription Tao Immortal very clearly. Therefore, when he was easily suppressed and treated like a plaything after his cultivation was successful, his first reaction was that the other party was the inscription Tao Immortal. This Wushan also has rumors in his mind that the inscription Tao Immortal is dead. It's just that he always disdains it. Interestingly, Wushan has also heard of Lord Shouchou's great name. As for why he didn't guess it was Lord Shukyu. Even if his strength is high above, Lord Shukyu would not do such cruel things to the weak. Li Fan couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Peeping into the minds of true immortals allowed Li Fan to experience the feelings of the strongest in the mortal world. But it is definitely not without side effects. On Li Buren's body, the vicissitudes of the mountains and seas gradually became stronger. And countless square experimental spaces, including the darkest star sea, also emitted bursts of faint roars. It was like a sign that the great tide was coming. Relying on the ubiquitous perception of the worry-free dream realm, Li Fan even noticed that a wisp of Tao annihilation black chi was generated in the darkest star sea for no reason. Lord Shouchou's shadow is like a great dam controlling floods. Now I just used some of it, and the floods are inevitably seeping over. Li Fan had expected this in his heart, but he didn't expect Tao annihilation to come so quickly. With a thought, Li Buren bounced up from the Taishi chair. His body trembled uncontrollably, trying to break away from the atmosphere of the mountains and seas, and minimize the impact of Lord Shouchou's shadow. And losing the deterrent of Lord Shouchou's shadow, Qian Ruocheng and Wushan were already able to move. But they did not leave easily. Looking at Ma Tianda's smile, they instinctively showed restraint. They believed that the powerhouse who could suppress them in an instant would definitely not tease them for no reason. At the same time, Qian Ruocheng looked at this newly promoted immortal boat in front of him, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. It should be that the body was taken over and controlled. Can this world-crossing mysterious coffin really cross the world? Li Fan manipulated Ma Tianda's body, without wasting words or exchanging pleasantries, but directly asked. Qian Ruochang and Wu Shan were slightly stunned. It can indeed cross the world. Qian Ruochang quickly reacted and said with certainty. Wu Shan then added. It is said that this coffin was made from the remains left by a transcendent powerhouse, so it can cross the infinite sea and go to the other shore. This is why I risked everything and rushed in at the last moment. I didn't want to be tricked. Hearing this, Qian Ruochang sneered. It can't be regarded as a trap. If you hadn't shown up, I would have really crossed the world. Li Fan was noncommittal about the dispute between the two. Even if he couldn't peep into their minds now, he could see that Wu Shan seemed a little lost in his heart. He should have determined through some method that the senior, played by Li Fan, was not the inscription Dao Immortal. Ignoring the small thoughts in the hearts of the two, Li Fan just learned from Lord Shouchou's appearance, stood with his hands behind his back, and sighed softly. With the great calamity coming, what place is truly safe? Crossing the world, crossing the world. It's just deceiving yourself, going from one depression to another. Qian Ruochang and Wu Shan did not seem surprised by Li Fan's remarks. We will always find the real other shore. Wu Shan's tone was strange. Yes, unfortunately, there are only 7 million years left, which may not be enough. Li Fan also said along with him. Once again, Li Buren was asked to use the power of Lord Shouchou's shadow, and with a gentle wave of his hand, he took away the world-crossing mysterious coffin. Faced with Li Fan's horizontal sword-snatching treasure, Qian Ruochang and the two did not dare to have any strange expressions. From their words, Li Fan guessed that perhaps the Shuo Star Sea and the true immortals knew more about the great calamity in the mortal world. But they may not know the specific deadline number of the mortal world. Sure enough, when the word 7 million came out, the two of them could not hide the shock in their hearts. 1485. Pass on the wonderful method for the public. The great tide surges, the end of the world is at hand, no one can escape. At most, it's just a matter of dying sooner or later. In a sense, our ending is no different from those tragically deceased true immortals of the past. Li Fan, using Ma Tian's body, let out a series of eerie laughs. He also scrutinized Qian Ruochang and Wu Shan with extremely strange eyes, making them both feel inexplicably guilty. From your memories, I have seen cruel strife and slaughter. I thought that with the annihilation of Dao reaching this point, those below should be working together. But I never expected Ma Tian looked at Wu Shan with extreme indifference. Even with the eyes of a mortal body, it still made this true immortal's heart skip a beat. That look of contempt for all things in heaven and earth, even billions of true immortals, could not be faked. When the heavenly net immortal emperor inspected the various realms, he was fortunate enough to witness it from afar. Although the heavenly net immortal emperor was all smiles, his core remained high above, looking down upon all living beings. Exactly the same as what this unfathomable senior inadvertently revealed. Watching memories, coupled with the words that the other party inadvertently uttered, a bold guess suddenly arose in Wu Shan's heart. Not all the ruling immortal emperors of the immortal realm remain in their positions until their deaths. Throughout the long history, there have been 2 or 3 who retired early. Relieving themselves of all burdens, they have since roamed the world freely. They are called the hidden emperors of the immortal realm. Could it be While thoughts raced through Wu Shan's mind, Ma Tian spoke again. The true immortals at the peak of all beings have now been reduced to being hunted like prey. It's a disgrace to my face. What use is there in remaining in the world? Better to dismantle it to resist the annihilation of Dao. It just so happens that the pillar of this starfield seems to be somewhat loose. Before his voice faded, the power of the guardian Mount Immortal's phantom descended once again. Wu Shan's face turned pale instantly. He only felt that a pair of invisible hands had firmly grasped his cultivated path, and were simultaneously tearing at it with force. Originally, his cultivation of the solitary Dao had already achieved a great degree of separation from other Daos in the world. But now, under the influence of these invisible giant hands, he was actually being forced back in. For him, the great Dao of heaven and earth was like a spiderweb. It had taken him 30,000 years to slowly sever the connections and escape. Now, he was about to return to the starting point in an instant. Even if his understanding of the solitary Dao remained, it would still take at least 1,000 years of resorting to escape from the entanglement of the Dao web once again. What frightened Wushan even more was Ma Tian's sentence, better to dismantle it to resist the annihilation of Tao. Although he had not yet attained the nameless realm, due to the special nature of his cultivated path, he was like a solitary pillar. In theory, he could indeed be used as a cornerstone to resist the annihilation of Tao. And judging from what he was experiencing now, this hidden emperor did not seem to be joking. Feeling his body becoming increasingly heavier as he returned to heaven and earth, Wushan could no longer maintain his composure and cried out in fear, Emperor, spare me! Emperor, spare me! Upon hearing this, Qian Ruochang's expression changed first. All his previous guesses were overturned, and he became even more suspicious of the identity of this mysterious person in front of him. I have long ceased to care about worldly affairs. I dare not accept this title of emperor. The immortal realm is destroyed, the ruling immortal emperor should bear the primary responsibility. Emperor humph. Wushan's words seemed to anger the other party even more. From Qian Ruochang's perspective, this true immortal, who was originally blurry and unclear, was now gradually becoming clearer from all parts of his body under the bursts of distortion. But it was not the color of normal things in heaven and earth, but rather a strange black and white shadow. Senior, please calm your anger. A crude immortal body, even if it dies completely, is useless in resisting the annihilation of Tao. That Shuo Star Sea captured several nameless ones, but did not resist the disaster. Instead, they wove a Tao web to hunt Yusa. Wushan reacted very quickly, changing his words before the pressure he was under increased and he could no longer speak. Upon hearing this, the hidden immortal emperor did indeed let go. But his words were still cold, rebuking, no wonder you are all at a disadvantage. After fighting for so long, you don't even know what the real use of the Tao web is. Ma Tian glanced at Qian Ruochang. Qian Ruochang only felt that the outer body of his Tao web was instantly caught in a storm. The body woven from thousands of great Taos actually felt fragmented in a short period of time. Fortunately, this storm did not last long. As the hidden heaven moved his gaze away, Qian Ruochang was almost exhausted. But fortunately, he survived. You explain it to this fool. A cold voice came. Qian Ruochang hesitated for a moment, but after meeting the other party's cold gaze and recalling his previous feeling of powerlessness, his heart skipped a beat, and he finally spoke. Hunting true immortals is to strengthen the Tao web. It is not to weave the Tao web in order to hunt immortals. Don't overestimate yourself and put the cart before the horse. In the past, when the immortal realm was destroyed, countless true immortals fled to the lower realm to seek another way out. During this process, some were willing to be pillars to resist the disaster. Others sought to protect themselves. And there were those who were utterly disheartened and wanted to escape for survival. It was they who took the lead, uniting with the immortals, and proposed the three methods of refugia. The world-crossing profound coffin, the retrograde divine boat, and that ultimate method of transcendence. They left cleanly, but left a worse mess for its descendants. Qian Ruochang's tone was somewhat resentful. Those who escaped and left were not without nameless beings. If they took the normal path of transcendence, they would leave behind remains, phantoms, treasures, etc., on which the original Tao of harmony was condensed, barely enough to serve as support. But they simply did not do so. Rather than saying they didn't have the ability, it's better to say they didn't want to. This place is just a remnant starfield abandoned by them. Qian Ruochang looked at Wushan and said coldly. Wushan wanted to retort, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Because strictly speaking, he also belonged to the kind that was abandoned. We abandoned children naturally have to choose to save ourselves. Fortunately, not all the true immortals of the past were ruthless and unrighteous. We joined forces, using the nameless immortals as bones and the true immortals as strings. The Tao web we wove is to leave a place of vitality for the world's living beings when the sky collapses in the future. Qian Ruochang said proudly. The idea is good. Unfortunately, that web is still too weak. Li Fan suddenly commented. This sentence was not false. But in the Guardian Mount Duke's memory, after seeing the Amountaina that resisted the infinite sea for 100 eras, it was a true evaluation of the web woven by the mortal beings of Shuo Star Sea. If the Shuo Star Sea Tao web spread near the high wall, Li Fan could completely use the Guardian Mount Duke's phantom to tear a big hole in it. Even if the Tao web's power got closer, and the core of the Tao web, those few nameless true immortal pillars, were dismantled and placed inside the high wall as pillars, it was not impossible. In fact, Li Fan was really tempted. If there were other nameless true immortals as pillars to resist the annihilation of Tao, the power of the Guardian Mount Duke's phantom that he could mobilize would undoubtedly be greater. Qian Ruochang did not dare to refute Li Fan's deprecation. He just said in a deep voice, although it cannot resist the tide of 10,000 worlds, it can barely build a place to survive. It's better than doing nothing. Li Fan was not angry at all when he heard this, but rather admired. If the immortal realm of the past was still there, it would be okay to allocate some to you to fill the Tao web. Although your method is clumsy, it can make use of waste. He had just spied on Wushan's guess about his hidden emperor identity in his mind. So he continued to pretend. In simple words, he really regarded true immortals as ants. Making Qian Ruochang and Wushan even more frightened. If it was just simple ranting, it would definitely not make the two so frightened. But coupled with the strength to manipulate them like toys between gestures, undoubtedly proved that this senior did not exaggerate. I remember, there was a hidden emperor who was so capricious and tyrannical. After he inexplicably retired, the immortal realms celebrated greatly. Before Wushan could think carefully, Li Fan turned around and asked. I remember, before Guardian Mount Duke left, he passed down the Phantom inheriting Dao method to the world. It's a pity that this method is only suitable for the nameless realm. And not all nameless true immortals can successfully leave behind a phantom to pass on the Dao. This Dao web is indeed more efficient than Guardian Mount Duke's method. Hearing this hidden immortal emperor mention Guardian Mount Duke, Qian Ruochang did not react. Wushan's heart trembled, because he felt that the hidden immortal emperor's elusive gaze fell on him again. Perhaps, the two can be combined. Only the nameless can inherit the Dao, because ordinary true immortals do not have enough understanding of the Dao. But the immortals rarely share their insights with each other. But now, there is something called a Dao Weba in the world. Interesting. Have you ever heard of the Phantom inheriting Dao method? Wushan's body trembled slightly, and he shook his head repeatedly. I have heard of it. But this junior is dull and has no connection with Guardian Mount Duke's inheritance. Watch carefully. In the high wall, cracks suddenly appeared on Li Buren's body. That was a sign that the immortal realm fragments were being crushed by the immeasurable huge pressure. And Li Buren's face became more like Guardian Mount Duke. Faced with such a crisis, Li Buren was not afraid at all. Just like Guardian Mount Duke's composure in the face of the annihilation of Dao Tide. Taking out one of the immortal realm chess pieces left in the phantom space to make up for the broken body. At the same time, he poured all the Guardian Mount Brushstrokesa inheritance he had received into Wushan's body. Although it was not personally passed down by the Guardian Mount Phantom. But Guardian Mount Duke's perception was vast and profound. Even after Li Fan's delusion, it was still like a vast ocean, difficult for ordinary true immortals to fathom. What's more, Li Buren's ability to accept heart-thought transformation and Dao web projection was not much weaker than the nameless realm. In addition, the inheritance used the power of the phantom left by Guardian Mount Duke. Even if Wushan only comprehended a fragment, he would only think that it was because of his lack of ability. Not that there was a problem with the inheritance itself. Just look at the intoxicated and deeply shocked expression Wushan is showing now, and you will know. 1486. Compassion resists Daoyan. Wu Xian's strength is worthy of being among the powerful true immortals surviving in the current Suo Xingxi. Accepting Guardian Chu's inheritance Dao Phantom method is much smoother than it was for Li Buren. He didn't suffer much substantial impact. Most of the time, he showed an expression of infatuated enjoyment. Compared to Li Buren's pieced together, half-baked true immortal state, the inheritance of Guardian Chu's random notes is clearly more suitable for a genuine immortal. Guardian Chu's countless reveries over more than 100 epochs might be useless to Li Buren, but for Wu Xian, a proper immortal, it's a great opportunity. And in Qian Ruochang's eyes, the aura emanating from Wu Xian's body was becoming more elusive and unpredictable at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. It seemed that in this short period, his strength had undergone a qualitative breakthrough. This made Qian Ruochang secretly shocked, and he couldn't help but feel envious. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Xian finally broke free from Guardian Chu's vast sea of thoughts. "Thank you, Senior, for the grace of imparting your skills," he said solemnly. He said this sincerely, Guardian Chu had disappeared long before the destruction of the Immortal Realm. If it weren't for this hidden emperor's generous transmission, where would he have had the chance to see such a wonderful method? The concept of that net is indeed ingenious. Using the nameless as the bone and true immortals as the strings, it can indeed create a world-saving net. It's just a pity that there are still too few true immortals alive now. You certainly won't be willing to sacrifice yourselves and enter the net. After the slaughter, the remaining number of true immortals entering the net may not be enough to support the Tao net to reach the expected strength, Li Fan's voice quietly echoed in this dead starfield. It seemed that because of the recent transmission, there was a slight subtle difference compared to before. But Qian Ruochang didn't pay too much attention to these. He was more concerned about what this mysterious senior was saying at the moment. It coincides with the internal concerns of the Governance Council all along. As expected of a senior expert, he saw the fatal flaw in the Tao net at a glance. Qian Ruochang was once again horrified. Li Fan continued, "You can pass on this Guardian Chu's random notes on my behalf. Regardless of past grievances, regardless of identity, as long as you are willing to leave a phantom image. The Tao-bearing ability of the phantom image is no less than that of the original. If the true immortals still surviving in this starfield collectively cultivate it and leave Tao-bearing phantom images in the Tao neta, the path ahead for you too is not necessarily a life-and-death struggle." Upon hearing this, Qian Ruochang finally understood the true meaning of this inheritance Tao phantom secret method. It seemed that after a long period of strife, he truly saw the hope of finally ending it, and his heart was filled with excitement. And Wu Xian's excitement was even greater than Qian Ruochang's. Not only because he saw the possibility of reconciliation between the two sides, but also because he could impart the Guardian Chu secret method on behalf of someone else. Even though many years had passed, the name of Guardian Chu still carried a weight among the true immortals of the immortal realm that ordinary people could not compare to. Especially the celestial emperor of Tianluo, who spread his bold words and great ambitions throughout the immortal realm, claiming that he would completely resolve the calamity of Tao annihilation and simultaneously create a transcendent eternal immortal dynasty. But instead, he invited the unraveling of the disaster. This made the surviving true immortals of the immortal realm infinitely miss Guardian Chu, who had single-handedly forced back the Tao annihilation in the past. If Guardian Chu were here, how could the immortal realm have been destroyed? This was a sentence that the various immortal sects of the immortal realm often mentioned. And now, he could actually transmit Guardian Chu's secret method on behalf of someone else. What an honor this was. Compared to hiding in the world-crossing profound coffin and fleeing in embarrassment, he was clearly more willing to perform this duty. And with this method of Tao-bearing phantom images, if it could be combined with the Tao net technique, perhaps it could really turn the tide and create a world-saving immortal boat in the desperate calamity of Tao annihilation. Wu Xian's heart trembled, and he almost couldn't help but travel around and promote this matter immediately. Now that I have transmitted the method, Guardian Chu's entrustment back then can be considered fulfilled. What do you two want to do next? It doesn't have much to do with me. That's it, you may withdraw first. Just as Qian Ruochang and Wu Xian were trapped in intense thought, Li Fan ruthlessly issued an order to leave. And this sentence also made the two keenly realize the strangeness of this. The hidden Emperor Senior has never shown his true form. Now he is ordering us to leave. Could it be that his true form is hidden here? It's just that for some reason, he can't appear in the world. The strength shown by the hidden Emperor Senior was unfathomable. And what could make him unfree? In this world, I am afraid that only the calamity of Tao annihilation. A thought appeared in the minds of the two at the same time. Could it be that this hidden Emperor Senior is supporting the calamity of Tao annihilation with his own body? This was not a random guess, but not an isolated case in past history. It's just that those nameless true immortals who temporarily blocked the Tao annihilation were basically eroded by the Tao annihilation and fell. Like the hidden Emperor Senior, who can shoulder the Tao annihilation calamity and still be able to move to a certain extent. I am afraid that only Guardian Chu could do it in history. And what the hidden Emperor Senior said next confirmed their guesses. Aren't you leaving yet? Could it be that I really have to get up and see you off? It's okay for me to stretch my muscles and bones. I'm just afraid that the Tao annihilation calamity in this starfield will no longer be able to be blocked. As soon as the words Tao annihilation calamity came out, several subtle fluctuations came from the surrounding starfield at the same time. It made people feel frightened, as if a great disaster was imminent. This place was originally a surviving place after being affected by the Tao annihilation, And with the occurrence of this fluctuation, it seemed that the world was about to be overturned again. The crisis warning originating from instinct would not be false. Confirming the guess in their hearts, Qian Ruochang and Wu Xian looked complicated, and bowed remotely to the hidden emperor senior who had already left, Ma Tiand. Then they all escaped from this starfield. As for those newly promoted immortal hunters who were still sleeping, the hidden emperor senior did not speak, and they did not dare to ask for people. Moreover, compared with the harvest this time, this group of juniors was not important at all. Immortal Huntera. From now on, it may be renamed. A lofty figure could not help but flash in Qian Ruochang's mind. That one can be said to have created the original Dao net with his own hands. Although it seemed very cruel to the true immortals of the same kind, and even the nameless true immortals, and ruthlessly suppressed them. But Qian Ruochang understood in his heart that one still had a certain amount of affection for the immortals in his heart. Otherwise, if he took action himself, this war would have ended long ago. The Governance Council would not have accepted the surrender of those mortal-turned-true immortals. These people seem honest, but in fact they are all harboring ghosts. They are completely unstable factors. Guardian Chu. I seem to have heard this name before. I just don't know who he is specifically. But if this method of phantom inheritance is true, it is probably a great thing for that lord. And in Wu Xian's mind, figures that could be united first kept flashing. The true immortals who had been fighting each other all along suddenly turned to cooperate with Suo Xinghai. Although this was theoretically the best choice, years of hatred might not be able to be abandoned in a short time. In order to avoid unnecessary deaths from happening again, he had to act as soon as possible. The two were full of thoughts and left the starfield where the high wall was located. And Li Fan also broke away from spying on their thoughts. Using the power of the phantom image so frequently, Li Buren's current situation can be described as terrible. He had to absorb another immortal domain chess piece as a supplement. The avatar puppet was okay, but what was worse was the infiltration of the calamity of Dao annihilation. Not only the dark star sea where the Xuanwang realm was located. In this experimental field, among the surviving and still living cube star seas, 3 out of 10 have already begun to have the evolution of the Black Dao annihilation. The wave of the impending outbreak of the Dao annihilation tide was not deliberately fabricated by Li Fan to scare Qian Ruochang and the others. Even with the power of Guardian Chu's phantom image, this kind of fluctuation could not be faked. If it is used a few more times like this, I am afraid that the sky will really fall suddenly. Unless a nameless immortal can be found to share part of the pressure. Thinking like this, Li Fan could not help but set his sights on the immortal domain chess pieces remaining in the phantom image space. When the chess pieces gather, the immortal domain appears, and the southern immortal heavenly pillar emerges. The core of this heavenly pillar is the bone of the nameless true immortal. When it appeared in the Xuanwang realm at that time, it caused the world to collapse instantly. But in this Guardian Chu phantom image space, I am afraid that he will not be allowed to be presumptuous. Since it has the name of Heavenly Pillar, it should also perform the duty of Heavenly Pillar. Li Fan already had a decision in his mind. Things always have two sides. As the avatar puppet frequently called upon the power of Guardian Chu's phantom image, his body was severely damaged because it was bearing energy far beyond its own limit. But at the same time, as Li Buren's appearance became more and more similar to Guardian Chu, his manipulation of the power of the phantom image became more and more handy. Living nameless true immortals can be suppressed with one hand. Not to mention a mere bone. Li Fan naturally knew the consequences of seeking skin from a tiger. Guardian Chu was the strongest person he had come into contact with so far. Even if he had already transcended very early and went to other possibilities. But He Tianyi and Xie Su Bai can feel another possibility of themselves. Guardian Chu must also be able to sense to some extent that the phantom image power he once left behind is being used. The reason why he was still willing to take this risk was because of the virtue shown by Guardian Chu. Leaving this phantom image power was to help the people of this world resist the Great Tribulation. Borrowing and suppressing the nameless true immortal to increase the power of resistance can also be regarded as in line with Guardian Chu's original intention. Moreover, the original possible immortal realm had already been destroyed for 10,000 years. If Guardian Chu really still cared about this world, he should have come back to take a look long ago. If he hasn't appeared until now, it is even more impossible for him to show up because of this little movement. Of course, the above gambles are not the main reason. The root cause is that Li Fan has the confidence of returning to truth. Even if Guardian Chu crossed possibilities, Li Fan was confident that he could return to truth and retreat. In the Dark Star Sea, the obscure fluctuations became more and more frequent. It was as if fierce waves were constantly beating. It was a precarious scene, and the building was about to collapse. Time is running out. If it fails, I can only return to truth. Anyway, I have already found out enough valuable information. Li Fan's eyes flickered. When Qian Ruochang finally pushed away, his mind finally showed a flaw. Li Fan captured the figure behind the Dao net. Even if the specific identity is still unknown, it left a faint shadow. If they meet in this starfield in the future, Li Fan will be able to recognize him in an instant. Of course, the premise is that the power of Guardian Chu's phantom image is blessed. The main body sent the chess piece transformed from the Medicine King True Cauldron, which the immortal domain lacked, into the space where the phantom image of the experimental field was located. At the same time, after leaving another thing behind, he quietly left. Coming to the Xuanwang realm, he was ready to launch Return to Truth at any time. And Li Buren sat on the Grand Master's chair again. He concentrated and watched his body disintegrate inch by inch. Only the faint starlight of the net was left, leaving the chair empty. This was because he extracted it from the body transformed from the immortal domain chess piece, and used the divine mind to project the Dao net to operate the phantom image power. The upper limit of the power that can be controlled has been sharply reduced again. However, the immortal domain is unfolded in the phantom image space. It is enough. Li Buren had a preliminary judgment. Without a body, only the divine mind remained in the world, which did not have a great impact on him. On the contrary, without the restraint of the body, he vaguely felt that the various avenues mapped by the divine mind were clearer. A total of 13 immortal domain chess pieces gathered together. Among them, 6 had already merged into color before. After being invested by Li Buren this time, another 6 merged with each other. Plus the key catalyst of the Medicine King True Cauldrona. An immortal domain appeared again. However, compared with the earth-shattering scene when it appeared in the Xuanwang realm before, in this phantom image space, under the collective gaze of the 5 Guardian Chu phantom images, the unfolding of this immortal domain seemed so calm. It didn't look like a corner of the immortal domain, but it seemed like an ordinary mortal-immortal cultivation world. However, when the southern immortal heavenly pillar in the center of the immortal domain was revealed, it still caused a slight tremor. Li Buren even vaguely noticed that Guardian Chu's phantom image seemed to have turned his gaze because of it. The phantom image space was under the suppression of Guardian Chu's power. The stone tablet could not absorb foreign objects. It just stood quietly. At this time, Li Buren threw in the thing that the main body had left behind before. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The calm stone tablet trembled violently. Cracks appeared on it, as if something was about to break free from it. And floating spontaneously above the stone tablet was the nameless true immortal bone that Li Fan took from the Returning to Truth space. Following him on the smuggling, 2 completely identical bones appeared at the same time. It seemed to have caused some mysterious and unpredictable changes. Ripples kept echoing in the phantom image space. The gaze cast by Guardian Chu's phantom image became more and more biased and concentrated. The stone tablet in the immortal domain exploded, and the originally stable immortal domain space seemed to boil for a while. Various light and shadows were distorted and smudged. And in the center of countless fragments, there were 2 identical bones, overlapping. The fusion of the nameless true immortal bones was not like the fusion of 2 ordinary identical strange objects, leaving only one. The appearance was no different from the original. Instead, it was as if new tissue was growing on the original bone. 1487. The original bone transforming pillar. It was as if the fallen nameless true immortal had been reborn from withered bones. Light pulsed and shifted, a blurred figure emerging from the coalesced bones of the true immortal. The immortal domain around the figure was distorted, centered on it. It seemed this nameless one was rejecting all the great Tao's and laws that constituted the immortal domain. However, with the aid of the guardian of the mound's phantom, Li Fan could vaguely discern that the nameless figure wasn't entirely rejecting them. After clearly separating from the Tao of the immortal domain, it was silently transforming everything it came into contact with, integrating it into itself. Perhaps, absorbing, wasn't the right word. Transforming was more accurate. The disappearing parts of the immortal domain weren't being absorbed by the nameless immortal figure. Instead, under the influence of unfathomable power, they were becoming existences nearly identical in essence to the figure. This was exactly like the scene Li Fan had witnessed during the first unfolding of the immortal domain and the emergence of the nameless monument. All things returned to the origin, reverting to the nameless monument, the evolution of the Tao traced back to its source. At that moment, Li Fan clearly understood the Tao embodied by this nameless immortal figure. A primordial beginning. The weight of these two words was immense, beyond description. It could re-establish earth, fire, water, and wind, returning a world to its initial state. Originally meant to resist the annihilation of the Tao, the immortal heaven pillar, upon revealing its true form, had transformed into a vortex devouring the immortal domain. The rate at which the immortal domain was being consumed was even faster than Li Fan had anticipated. What made Li Fan's heart sink even further was that as the Tao of primordial beginning increased in this space, the nameless immortal's figure began to blur again, as if it were about to escape from this phantom space at any moment. Even with the guardian of the Mound's phantom's vision, it was becoming difficult to grasp the exact location of a primordial beginning. Knowing that delay would only lead to complications, Li Fan didn't hesitate. On the Grand Preceptor's chair, it was as if trillions of supernovas were exploding simultaneously. Li Bu Ren's projection of divine sense, the Tao net, instantly transformed into a blinding white light. And in the phantom space, a pair of tangible giant hands suddenly descended. Manifesting from illusion to reality, they abruptly seized the aprimordial beginning at the center of the disintegrating immortal domain. The rigidity lasted only a few breaths before the victor was quickly decided. And in this confrontation, Li Fan glimpsed a few clues about the strength of both sides. Primordial beginning was the origin of the Tao. Though sacred and elusive, it was still a manifestation of the power of the Tao. The aura of the guardian of the Mound's power, however, seemed closer to a mountain and sea. Even a primordial beginning, with its transcendent status among the 3,000 great Taos, had to submit obediently. Even though these bones only represent a portion of the power of a primordial beginning, what's contending against it is merely a phantom left behind by the guardian of the Mound. The changes observed at this moment are enough to show that the guardian of the Mound's strength is even above a primordial beginning. The guardian watches the sea. To resist a calamity that could even annihilate the Tao with one's own strength clearly exceeded the upper limits of a cultivator comprehending the Tao. Only mountains can control the sea. However, what exactly does this mountaina refer to? The earth-shattering descent of the primordial beginning phantom was suppressed silently. Under Li Bu Ren's precise control, it was compressed by those tangible giant hands, along with the remaining immortal domain and fragments of the nameless monument, into a solitary stone pillar. Then, it was hurled towards the area within the high wall's experimental field's starry sky where the black chi of Tao annihilation appeared most frequently. The effect was immediate. That unsettling, obscure fluctuation vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. The black chi of Tao annihilation, which originally wouldn't disappear without reason and would only intensify, was slowly dissipating like water without a source. As expected of a primordial beginning, occupying an absolutely important link in the countless great Taos and laws of heaven and earth. Its effect on supporting Tao annihilation is even better than I imagined. No wonder it was chosen as the material for building the southern immortal heaven pillar. Li Fan observed the A Tao pillar. After its initial manifestation, only a few breaths had passed, and it had already become like ice entering water, merging into the great Tao of heaven and earth. Mortal eyes had no chance to see it. Even Li Fan's main body could only vaguely discern that there seemed to be something amiss in that space, but couldn't get to the bottom of it. Only by using the guardian of the Mound's vision could he perceive it. Besides the southern immortal heaven pillar, the other immortal pillars may also hide nameless bones that are no less than the Tao of a primordial beginning. These things should be the remains left behind after the nameless ones transcended. From Qian Ruo Chang's and Wu Xian's memories, Li Fan gleaned many secrets. After a true immortal transcends and escapes from the constraints of the great Tao of heaven and earth, that possibility no longer contains the Tao they embodied. This was also one of the reasons Li Fan had previously speculated that the calamity of Tao annihilation had descended. But clearly, these high-ranking seniors who had cultivated to the pinnacle of true immortals weren't all completely disregarding the lives and deaths of their fellow beings. According to Qian Ruo Chang, before they transcended and left, they would leave behind remains, phantoms, treasures, etc., to bear a portion of the responsibility for the missing great Tao. These in the immortal heaven pillars should be what the transcended true immortals of the past left behind. However, compared to the guardian of the Mound's method of a phantom bearing the Tao, this method of leaving behind remains seems Li Fan observed the stone pillar, recalling how the primordial beginning bones seemed to have consciousness and wanted to return to truth with him. Also, after two identical bones overlapped, there were signs of a primordial beginning a figure manifesting. Unlike the Tao-bearing phantom, which is completely independent of oneself. Even if it can be abandoned temporarily, Buddha. Li Fan pondered. After a small transcendence that jumps out of possibility, there is a great transcendence where countless possibilities converge into Onia. That is true transcendence. To take this step, I'm afraid I still have to take back what I once left behind. Li Fan understood in his heart. Perhaps this was why some transcended true immortals were unwilling to leave behind Tao-suppressing objects. While Li Fan was pondering, the aftereffects caused by using the guardian of the Mount's phantom power had completely dissipated. The two primordial beginning bones acting as immortal pillars also shared a portion of the pressure of the phantom bearing the Tao, just as Li Fan had guessed. Li Fan sensed slightly. If quantified, it would be about the power of 1 1/3 a primordial beginning of bones that can be freely used by me. I only need to consider the tendency changes suffered by Li Bu Ren, without worrying about the sudden collapse of the sky and the descent of the calamity of Tao annihilation into the world. Of course, as time goes by, the pressure of Tao annihilation will definitely increase, and the power used will gradually weaken. However, Li Fan was already very satisfied with the current result. In other words, if I can capture another nameless true immortal to serve as an immortal pillar, I can release another portion of power. Until the power of the nameless guardian of the Mount's phantom is completely liberated. Li Fan was fantasizing when the terrible state of Li Bu Ren's divine sense instantly pulled him back to reality. Having used the guardian of the Mount's phantom consecutively, Li Bu Ren had endured far more power erosion than his limit. Li Fan concentrated his mind on the projection of the Tao net of his clone. In a sudden trance, he seemed to see the figure who hid his back and watched the sea from the mound. After breaking out in a cold sweat for no reason, he broke free from the illusion. Even if the guardian's phantom has no malice, such frequent use is like injection molding with a huge external force. The clone uncontrollably undergoes deformation from the inside out. By analogy, it's the same reason that Heavenly Tao Bai used my clone to descend into the world. Knowing that he couldn't rush things, Li Fan temporarily cut off the idea of continuing to use the guardian's phantom in the short term. Unless I encounter an uncontrollable situation. Now, I still have to trace back to the source. First, return the clone to its original appearance. This wasn't difficult for Li Fan. With the main body as an anchor, he could compare them and gradually shave off the influence brought by the guardian of the mound, like removing flesh from bone. It was just troublesome and time-consuming. After completing the restoration, I still have to find a way to strengthen the clone's ability to withstand power. Otherwise, even with the power of the Nameless in hand, the time it can be used is limited. Regarding this, Li Fan already had a vague idea. The power of the guardian of the mound seemed to come from the mountains and seas. Only mountains and seas can control mountains and seas. And Li Fan's body happened to have something barely related to the sea. The power of the ink-kill immortal soul. Even though he could freely use this mysterious power by devouring the ink-kill immortal soul of heaven and earth and combining with the Tao, Li Fan hadn't completely understood the essence of the power of the ink-kill immortal soul before. However, now that he had obtained the guardian of the mound's sea-watching insights of more than 100 kalpas, Li Fan vaguely sensed something. The Tao net projection in Li Bu Ren's divine sense was distorted and deformed, as if it had been violently broken. Even the connection with the main body was temporarily disconnected. Li Fan wasn't in a hurry and didn't personally go there. Instead, he sat firmly in the central army and didn't move. While slowly restoring the Tao net projection, he injected strands of the power of the ink-kill immortal soul into the clone's repaired divine sense. Black chi is a sign of the impending Tao annihilation. It's like the waves formed by seawater hitting a mountain. Or rather, the image of the fusion of mountains and seas. Li Fan's eyes gleamed. Along with the infusion of ink, the originally pure and dazzling Tao net projection seemed to be covered with a shadow of black edges. Although it still reflected the great Tao of the heavens. It was different from the past. In Li Fan's instinctive perception, this projection net was a little more solid. But Li Fan wasn't in a hurry to experiment. Instead, he did it over and over again, like constantly outlining with a brush. Under such repetition, the clone, Li Bu Ren, completely transformed his divine sense from illusion to reality. The entire body seemed to be made up of the Tao net projection. And the power of the ink-kill immortal soul was the flesh and blood that filled it. A brand new body was finally born under Li Fan's careful carving. Li Bu Ren clenched his fists. Although he no longer had the immortal domain body and seemed weaker, he clearly felt that he had become more resistant to beatings. Looking at the black chi of Tao annihilation that was still remaining in the starry sky of the experimental field, Li Bu Ren was expressionless and directly opened his mouth, swallowing these dissipating clouds of black chi into his stomach. The rolling black chi, enough to destroy everything in the world, churned in Li Bu Ren's stomach. Li Bu Ren only felt a burst of severe pain. However, the body itself didn't dissipate. If it had been the immortal domain fragment body before, it definitely wouldn't have had such a powerful effect. As expected, the verification in his heart was confirmed. Li Fan experienced the upheaval in his clone's stomach. The collision of mountains and seas. His thoughts seemed to return to the long years of more than 100 kalpas recorded in the A Guardian of the Mounts sketch essay. Watching the vast ocean water constantly wash over and attack the mountain beneath him. Every collision between the two brought some kind of change to the mortal world. It's a pity. The Guardian's inheritance was shared by other immortal domain pawns, otherwise I should have been able to glimpse the true meaning of mountains and seas. After a long period of observation and perception, but still without results, Li Fan had to regretfully withdraw from that mysterious state. The secret of mountains and seas was clearly not something of the mortal world. Even just being in the situation and visualizing it brought corresponding changes to Li Fan. The most direct was lifespan. After entering the half-immortal realm, Li Fan's lifespan was infinite. Similar to this mortal world, 7,360,000 years. Although not a fixed number, it would also change with Li Fan's actions, but only within the range of 10,000, thousands, hundreds, tens, and ones. But now, this lifespan suddenly decreased sharply. It was reduced by 1/3 at once. Li Fan stared at the number, his expression becoming a little subtle. Logically speaking, the stronger my strength, the higher the possibility of saving the entire mortal world. The theoretical lifespan number should skyrocket. How could I have glimpsed the mystery of mountains and seas, and even the future survival of the entire mortal world has been sharply reduced? Li Fan couldn't figure it out. But it was clear that this wasn't a good sign. Li Fan didn't force himself to continue. It seems that the secret of mountains and seas is not something I can touch at the moment. I should first perfect the body for the clone and increase its ability to withstand power. If the power of the Guardian of the Mounts Phantom is fully developed, it should be enough for me to roam this broken possibility. Currently, for Li Fan, the phantom power in the experimental field was like a balance. To use the power of the Guardian, he must first put an equal weight on it. What I can use without pressure now is only the power of 1 1/3 a primordial beginning of bones. The primordial beginning Tao path, the immortal of 10,000 Taos. Even if it's just the remaining bones, it shouldn't be much weaker than an ordinary nameless true immortal. If it really doesn't work, I can release more of the Guardian's power. Li Fan thought about the next hunting target. There weren't many nameless true immortals with known identities at present. Li Fan first looked at the immortal ruins outside the Xuanlong world. Besides that hunger immortal who was faintly approaching the realm of the nameless true immortal, there was also the power under her, possibly left by the previous hunger immortal, used to support the Tao annihilation. Although the hunger immortal was being wantonly trampled underfoot by Xie Subai without knowing it. With Li Fan's current strength, he still needed to make careful plans to plot against her. And Li Fan not only wanted to capture the true immortal with the current power. He also wanted to greedily capture the real hunger immortala who had obtained the nameless realm. 1488. Take advantage of power to bully the hungry immortal. The hunger immortal had been comprehending the Tao within the immortal ruins for quite some time. Judging from her behavior after awakening from previous reincarnations, when facing the unfolding immortal domain and the wordless stone tablet, she was not far from proving the Tao of the nameless realm, perhaps just a step away. Whether or not she was a nameless true immortal made a world of difference in her usefulness to Li Fan. Without proving the nameless, even if her strength is close, I can't easily turn her into a pillar to support the Tao, and I won't have the power to free up the Guardian Mount Public Phantom. Perhaps I can help Hera A. Countless images flashed before Li Fan's eyes as he began to deduce rapidly. In the past, this hunger immortal in the immortal ruins was a terrifying existence that Li Fan could not touch. Li Fan still remembered the terrifying power of the other party destroying Xuanwang with a single glance. Even if she was easily captured by cat treasure, even if she had been ruthlessly ravaged by the evil Subai without her knowledge, the Hunger Immortal was not someone that Li Fan, who was only in the half-immortal realm, could contend with. But now, after mastering the power of the Guardian Mount Public Phantom, she suddenly became less invincible. The Xuanwang realm is still of great use to me and cannot be easily destroyed. But if she proves the nameless, the resulting fluctuations will inevitably destroy everything around A. After some deliberation, Li Fan had an idea in his mind. In the dark star sea, faint stars seemed to light up. Li Buren separated out his Dao Net body and returned to the dark star sea. Its essence was a projection of the Dao Net, without a physical body. Wherever the great Dao reached, it could manifest its figure. Therefore, even while sitting on the Grand Tutor's chair, it could appear in the star sea within the high wall without any impact. The body transformed by the Dao Net projection hid in reality, like ice and snow entering water, silently. Li Fan's main body stood up and looked at Li Buren under the high wall from afar. His divine sense, through the ubiquitous carefree dreamland paradise, instantly enveloped the Xuanwang realm layer by layer. The main body and the avatar, two completely identical divine sense Dao Net projections, echoed each other. The same nodes in the Dao Net began to merge naturally. Rise. With the giant force of the Guardian Mount Phantom added to his body, Li Buren let out a low roar, using the connected Dao Net projection as a rope, and yanked fiercely in the direction of the Xuanwang realm. The Xuanwang realm, wrapped in the Dao Net projection, trembled slightly in an instant. And then, it was pulled away from the attraction of the immortal ruins inch by inch. The plan to escape from the immortal ruins, which once could not be achieved even with the power of all the cultivators in the Xuanwang realm, was completed by Li Fan alone. This was the difference between a nameless true immortal and ordinary cultivators. At this moment, outside the Xuanwang realm, countless immortal arrays evolved. The Xuanwang realm seemed to fall into a vast mist, becoming illusory and unclear. This was the concealment method Li Fan took to avoid alarming the Hunger Immortal first. Facts proved that the Hunger Immortal in the midst of enlightenment indeed cared about very few things. She remained completely unaware of the departure of the Xuanwang realm. Although the Dao Net traction method seemed to move slowly, it was relative to the size of the Xuanwang realm. If it was converted into a cultivator's escape, it could be seen as traversing 99 Xuanwang realms in an instant. Although slow, it was actually fast. Soon, without much trouble, the Xuanwang realm successfully escaped from the suction of the immortal ruins. All obstacles on the way forward were ignored in the face of the Guardian Mount Phantom force comparable to a nameless true immortal. Even the Dao Annihilation Black Qi left over from the previous space vibration of the Proving Ground was resolved by Li Fan. The speed of advancement in the void became faster and faster. Incredibly smoothly, more than 10 days later, the Xuanwang realm had arrived in a safe starry sky. Apart from the surrounding being full of dead silence, there were no other shortcomings. Perhaps sensing the changes in its environment, corresponding evolutions began to occur in the Xuanwang realm. It was a scene of vitality revival, like the Ruamu sprouting new buds and the earth veins flowing again. It was like a patient on the verge of death suddenly regaining new life. The momentum of attack and defense changed at this moment. The remnants of other immortal cultivation worlds that were heavily implanted by the Heavenly Doctor became tumors that eroded the body. But now, they have become nutrients for the rebirth of the Xuanwang realm. The yellow color, representing the power of the Xuanwang realm itself, sounded the horn of counterattack, rapidly spreading around with the original area of the central Xuanwang as the core. As the actual master of the Xuanwang, Li Fan naturally saw all these changes in his eyes. Before, in order to resist the suction of the immortal ruins, the Xuanwang realm actually always separated a part of its power. Now that it is far away from the immortal ruins, these powers have been released. It's the same as me mobilizing the Guardian Mount Phantom. The speed of the Xuanwang realm's vitality re-emerging was somewhat beyond Li Fan's expectations. He looked at Li Ningqing, who was still playing in the Xuanwang realm, which was the Yanfa Jade. Li Fan's vacation had long ended, but he didn't recall her, as if he had forgotten about it. Having worked continuously for thousands of years, Li Ningqing had obviously not rested enough. She also pretended to forget, and did not return to Li Fan's place on time. At first, she was very uneasy, but seeing that so much time had passed, Li Fan had no reaction. The worries in Li Ningqing's heart gradually disappeared. She spent her days traveling around, exploring the secret realms of Xuanwang. How happy she was! As expected of a former creation of the immortal realm, relying on her keen spiritual sense, she actually discovered several secret places that Li Fan had overlooked. But almost all of them were abandoned or damaged, and of little value. Therefore, Li Fan still allowed her to be happy, and after she had completely clarified the situation in the Xuanwang realm, he would settle the accounts with her. If I couldn't operate the power of the Guardian Mound Phantom so precisely, I wouldn't have to rely on this little girl. Li Fan shook his head slightly. The magnificent giant force comparable to a nameless true immortal was definitely no problem for dealing with enemies. But if you want to search the Xuanwang realm, I'm afraid that before anything is found, the Xuanwang realm will not be able to withstand it and will disintegrate. Li Fan has no plans to destroy his lair yet. Let's not mention the various dramatic changes that occurred within the Xuanwang realm after it left the immortal ruins. The avatar Li Buren, however, followed step by step and finally came to the immortal ruins. Unlike true immortals in the ordinary sense, the avatar puppet's current body was completely transformed by the Tao projection, perfectly integrated into this world. Without using the power of the Guardian Mound Phantom, it was almost impossible for others to detect it. However, the Hunger Immortal should not be underestimated. Li Buren's Tao net projection body was still somewhat different compared to the silent great Tao of this desolate starry sky. Seemingly sensing something, the golden shackles on the Hunger Immortal's body gradually made a soft sound. And Li Buren also noticed that a suction force came from the Hunger Immortal. It was actually her instinct to swallow Li Buren, this delicious food, into her stomach. Li Buren did not resist, allowing his body to float and accelerate towards the Hunger Immortal. When he was only 3 feet away from the Hunger Immortal, Li Buren's heart moved slightly. Sure enough, below Thissa, there is the aura of a nameless true immortal. It was well concealed by the Hunger Immortal, perfectly integrated with the fluctuations generated by her own enlightenment. If it wasn't so close, and Li Buren, as a Tao net projection, was extremely sensitive to the great Tao between heaven and earth, I'm afraid it would have been overlooked. With the Hunger Immortal's skeletal body in sight, Li Buren suddenly accelerated. He instantly approached the other party. The Hunger Immortal finally noticed something and suddenly opened her eyes at the same time. The power of the Guardian Mound Phantom also descended on Li Buren's body. In a flash, Li Buren used the suction force that the Hunger Immortal had not yet withdrawn to point a finger at the other party's forehead. It was not a head-clearing pointing, but a brainwashing infusion of the Guardian Mound's giant force, as if it were nameless, through the Hunger Immortal's absorption. The Hunger Immortal's gaunt body instantly swelled up like a balloon. It did not become as full as normal flesh and blood, but expanded in a distorted manner. The degree of expansion in various parts of the body was uneven. At this moment, the Hunger Immortal was like a terrifying monster that only existed in the dark abyss. Even her 2 eyes were of different sizes. The large one occupied 2/3 of her face, while the small one was compressed, leaving only the pupil shriveled. However, they all stared intently at Li Buren, who suddenly appeared. There was shock, incomprehension, and monstrous anger in their eyes. But soon, all of these turned into fear. Because she finally realized that the majestic giant force that the other party had infused was simply not something she could consume. If this continued, she was likely to be blown up, in some sense. And it was not just the immortal body. The Hunger Immortal felt that the Tao of hunger that she had painstakingly comprehended during her seclusion was actually being slowly occupied by the other party with almost brute force. It was like a cuckoo occupying a magpie's nest, not only forcibly squeezing into her house, but also completely driving her out. Woo-woo-woo-a. Under the shock and anger, the Hunger Immortal naturally resisted instinctively. It didn't matter if the immortal body was destroyed, but it was absolutely impossible for the Tao path to be invaded. The Hunger Immortal competed with this inexplicable intruder for the ownership of the Tao of hunger. However, she had not yet proven the nameless, although she was only a little short, this Tao path did not belong to her yet. At first, the Hunger Immortal could barely maintain her territory by relying on the familiarity cultivated in the past. But slowly, she was horrified to find that the great Tao of hunger was gradually biased towards the other party. From occupying 99% of the space in the house to being driven to the corner. It was only a matter of a few breaths. The Hunger Immortal couldn't help but lose her mind. She could see that the reason why the other party was so efficient was partly because of their strong strength. But the main reason was that the other party's understanding of the Tao of Ahungara was also extremely profound. Therefore, they were able to compete with themselves for the ownership of the Tao path of hunger and win a great victory. How is this possible? The discovery of this fact struck the hunger immortal even harder than the destruction of her body and the theft of her path. Clearly, the bones of the nameless of hunger are right beneath me. There's absolutely no place in the world where this path could be more concentrated. Where did he comprehend the Tao? Unable to muster even a shred of resistance, the hunger immortal felt despair and confusion. But for some reason, even though the other party could have quickly seized the entire Tao of hunger, they stalled halfway, freezing at the final moment. Still, the hunger immortal didn't dare to act rashly, only observing silently. At the same time, she accumulated power, preparing to counterattack from a desperate situation. In the immortal realm, deadly battles over the control of a Tao were not uncommon. And the result was always an endless cycle of death. So, the hunger immortal harbored no illusions. But what baffled her was that the other party seemed to have genuinely stopped just before the final step. Clearly, with a mere flick of the wrist, they could have driven her from this room. Yet, they chose not to. After a long time, something even more unexpected happened to the hunger immortal. That figure actually shook his head slightly. Step by step, he retreated from the room. The hunger immortal regained complete control over the Tao of hunger. Overjoyed, having recovered most of her strength, she returned from the battle for the Tao to reality. The hunger immortal warily eyed the figure not far away. Along with it, the immense power that had been pouring into her vanished inexplicably. In the blink of an eye, the hunger immortal's immortal body returned to normal. She retracted the golden chains and, looking at the mysterious person before her, attempted to communicate. "Immortal frienda, what is the meaning of this?" After a long silence, a cold voice replied. "This Tao is too weak. Better to not merge than to merge." This answer far exceeded the hunger immortal's expectations. She was momentarily stunned, her mind blank. The meaning of those 8 words was not difficult to understand. The other party found the Tao of hunger too weak. Therefore, even though they were 100% certain of successfully attesting to the nameless through it, they voluntarily withdrew. Buddha, how could this be possible? Could such an arrogant person actually exist in this world? The hunger immortal's heart was filled with confusion and shock. One must know that the difference between attesting to the nameless and an ordinary true immortal was like the chasm between heaven and earth. In the past, in the immortal realm, although true immortals could freely open their own abodes in a region of the starry sky, enjoying endless energy and resources, they were still under the jurisdiction of the immortal realm. They dared not disobey the orders of the ruling immortal emperor. They were like citizens of the immortal realm. Only those in the nameless true immortal realm were promoted to officials. Not only could they govern a region of the starry sky, but they could even argue face to face with the ruling immortal emperor without being punished. The root cause was that the source of a true immortal's infinite immortal power was firmly controlled by the immortal emperor. A single edict could deprive a true immortal of access to the infinite sea. Without the nature of infinity, a true immortal was no match even for their own immortal servants or puppets. Moreover, how could a true immortal who had tasted infinity easily give it up? Therefore, under the rule of the ruling immortal emperor, there were basically no rebels. The greatest goal of all true immortals was to merge with a Tao and advance to the nameless realm. It was said that a nameless true immortal could, to a certain extent, break free from the control of the immortal realm and access the infinite sea on their own, thereby achieving true freedom. Therefore, regardless of strength, for the true immortals of the world, advancing to the nameless was an extremely difficult temptation to refuse. But now, someone had actually passed through the gate to the nameless and not entered. The hunger immortal stared in shock at the figure not far away. "If you wish to merge, then merge. However, there are still some imperfections in your understanding." While the hunger immortal was stunned, the other party spoke again. He actually narrated all of his own insights into the Tao of hunger in detail. The hunger immortal cross-referenced them with her own comprehension, and her heart was filled with surprise and joy. She was surprised that the other party's understanding was indeed above her own. She was delighted that, with the other party's additions, she was not far from taking that final step. 1489. Wanjana's Orthodoxy. Without time to think about anything else, the hungry immortal immediately immersed herself in the other party's guidance. Based on her years of secluded cultivation, this enlightenment inspiration often vanished as quickly as a spark. If she didn't quickly comprehend it, it would soon be hidden again in her vast thoughts. Not expecting the other party to be so kind as to guide her a second time, the hungry immortal seized the present opportunity and focused on enlightenment. It must be said that the hungry immortal had been sitting in meditation for 10,000 years, and her understanding of the path of Ahungara was indeed extraordinary. Not long after she sat down again, wisps of mysterious aura fluctuations emanated from her body. They were exactly the same as the nameless traces beneath her. It seems that pushing her to attain the nameless state is easier than I thought, Li Fan thought to himself. Although Li Fan had long ago spied the character for hunger on the immortal ruins land, with his aptitude, even with the insights from multiple reincarnations, his understanding of the path of Ahungara could not possibly surpass that of the current hungry immortal. The reason why he could guide the hungry immortal to enlightenment with just a few words was because Li Buren used the giant force of Shukyu to simultaneously explain to her what he had observed from the nameless Tao traces beneath the hungry immortal. This high-level perspective directly pointed to the core. Naturally, it was much higher than the hungry immortal closing her doors and building a car. Li Buren's guidance was equivalent to giving her a strong push from behind. For the hungry immortal, who was already only one step away from the threshold, she actually didn't need anyone's help at all, and she could attain true immortality on her own. It just required wasting time. Perhaps the hungry immortal would slowly react later. But now, in the midst of the situation, she hadn't had time to understand this principle. She was just single-mindedly immersed in enlightenment. Li Buren retreated to the side and observed secretly. The body that had become plump after being infused, became dry again after the hungry immortal's enlightenment. It was just like a forest of bones. Obviously, she had entered the state of comprehending the Ahungara Tao. Being in the Tao of hunger, she instinctively wanted to devour all things around her. The huge suction force that had temporarily disappeared due to Li Buren's appearance, suddenly reappeared on the hungry immortal. It was even more violent than before. In the entire starry sky, only the immortal ruins land and Li Buren, who stood on it, remained unwavering. Everything else uncontrollably began to slide towards the immortal ruins, which had already turned into a central vortex. In the Xuanwang world, the newly revived vitality was instantly precarious like a candle in the wind and was about to be destroyed because of this vast suction force. Fortunately, Li Fan manifested the Tao net projection to protect the entire world. And pulled the Xuanwang world towards the edge of the star sea again, trying to stay away from the immortal ruins. Compared to before, this sudden burst of suction is much stronger. So the hungry immortal was intentionally restraining it. Li Fan looked remotely at the direction of the immortal ruins, his brows slightly furrowed. It seemed to be a confirmation of his guess. Clang clang. A series of crisp metallic sounds suddenly appeared in the silent starry sky. It was the golden chains that were tightly bound to the hungry immortal, which were tightening even more. While clamping the hungry immortal, they also seemed to be controlling her desire to devour everything in the world under extreme hunger. Only by being in the most extreme hunger can one truly understand the Tao of hunger. Ascetic self-abuse cultivation method. The golden chains were tightly tightened, even penetrating into the shriveled flesh and rubbing against the bones, making a creaking and creepy sound. But the hungry immortal had not trembled in any way from beginning to end. She just silently endured her own desires and the pain she suffered. The path of the Tao of hunger is like a ferocious beast trapped in a cage. Although it roars and wants to break through, it is still firmly bound within this body. This method of control that cannot be obtained makes the efficiency of the hungry immortal's enlightenment gradually increase. Li Buren took in all the changes that happened to the hungry immortal. Trying to put himself in her shoes, he slowly tasted some flavor. The more deeply one is tormented by the path, the more one can understand its principles. This way of enlightenment, it's somewhat similar to the reverse cultivation of the Tao heart in the Xuanwang Immortal Heart mantra. Could it be a method inherited from the immortal world? When Li Buren began to observe and think, he noticed the difference in the flow of time inside and outside caused by the re-emergence of the immortal ruins, suction. Before he could react, 3 months of time had already passed in the Xuanwang world. Outside the high wall, 30 years had passed in a flash. And this rate of difference is still increasing. Fortunately, nothing that required the power of the Shukyu Void Shadow to solve had happened in these 30 years. Qian Ruochang and Wu Shan of the Suoxing Sea visited several times to report on the progress of the cooperation between the two parties. Li Fan just pretended to be dead, faintly responded with a "understood," and said nothing more. Qian Ruochang and the two did not dare to disturb him, and retreated knowledgeably. Just now, He was still in the 30 years ago, and in a blink of an eye, he came to the 30 years later. The pictures experienced by countless main bodies appeared in his mind in a delayed manner. The huge difference in the perception of time made even Lee Buren a little uncomfortable, and he faintly felt a burst of dizziness. The Dow net body even showed a slight distortion that only he could detect. It was like seeing through a bubble that was distorted. Lee Buren first tried to curb the change in the flow of time caused by the huge suction. But this is not the attribute of the Ahungara Tao. Rather, it is a public principle phenomenon that already exists in the world. Even if the power of the Shukyu public void shadow is used, it cannot be completely eliminated. It can only minimize the impact of the immortal ruins, suction on the outside world. In Lee Buren's eyes, the huge vortex formed by the immortal ruins is devouring everything in the world. And what he has to do is to build a dam outside the vortex to prevent anything from entering the vortex. Just like the high wall that separates the inside and outside of the experimental field. Settle, Lee Buren muttered in his heart. The Dow net body, like a star, became shining again. Like a boulder, it stood in front of the enormous waves. But what was extremely abnormal was that there was not the slightest splash of waves. Instead, as happened in the darkest star sea, all the suction that was blocked was gathered at the foot of the high wall. With Lee Buren's sound, the true immortal suction that had ravaged the darkest star sea for 10,000 years was easily bound within a range of 99 feet around the hungry immortal. Lee Buren had a premonition that he could continue to compress and push inward the second high wall. But that might affect the hungry immortal's final enlightenment. So stop when enough. The suction is like waves surging, condensed and not dispersed, gathering and entwining under the high wall. Lee Buren vaguely seemed to see the picture of Shukyu Gong gazing at the mountains and seas. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Lee Buren finally understood the reason for this strange phenomenon, which was caused by the high wall blocking and gathering the suction from the immortal ruins. The power of immortals comes from the infinite sea. And the high wall, that is, the power of the Shukyu public void shadow, comes partly from the amountaina that accompanies the infinite sea. Mountains and seas have the same source. They are not completely opposed, so they can attract each other to a certain extent. So, in a sense, the strange phenomenon that occurred on the edge of the darkest star sea is a projection of what Shukyu Gong saw in the past. Standing on the edge of the second high wall, Lee Buren had many feelings in his heart. Without the immortal ruins, suction, the speed of time passing in the darkest star sea finally returned to normal. But the creatures in the star sea were unaware of this sudden change. Only Li Fan slightly raised his head and looked at the center of the darkest star sea. He who once connected with the true meaning of the star sea's origin, could vaguely feel the other party's cheers. It didn't just come from the disappearance of the immortal ruins, threat, but also seemed to come from the synchronization with the outside star sea. Li Fan didn't care about him for the time being, but looked at his returning to truth panel. When the flow of time in the starry sky inside and outside the high wall returned to the same instant, the number originally representing the upper limit of life in the world also changed quietly in a flash. But the magnitude of the change was not much. It only decreased from 7,360,000 years to 7,230,000 years. It's not the impact of my setting up the second high wall. It should be that the flow of time in my environment has changed. That is to say, the time difference inside and outside the high wall is insignificant for the lifespan of the entire world. But how is the lifespan displayed on returning to truth calculated? Li Fan was a little puzzled. It was destined that there would be no result in self-entanglement on this issue. So Li Fan decisively chose to ask returning to truth directly. And with the previous example of teaching, returning to truth did not respond with silence this time. A huge amount of light and shadow data poured into Li Fan's mind in an instant. His eyebrows tingled, and Li Fan instinctively performed a selective viewing. It seemed that he knew that Li Fan's current ability was not enough to fully accept this casually transmitted image, so the light and shadow itself had been reduced. He couldn't see the specifics clearly, but could only see the vague trend. This is, take my current strength as a fixed template, and immortality as a prerequisite, to simulate the maximum value that can be obtained. It was a little awkward, but Li Fan quickly understood what returning to truth wanted to express. He carefully stared at the light and shadow that was constantly flying by in front of him. The years of more than 7 million years were like a fleeting glimpse. It only lasted for 33 breaths. In the end, all the light was extinguished, and even the darkness failed to remain. It disappeared directly in Li Fan's mind. And when Li Fan wanted to recall the specific content of the image he had just seen, he found that he had not left any memories. He only vaguely remembered that returning to truth had shown him a simulated picture. The annihilation of the world. The so-called upper limit of lifespan is measured from the perspective of me, the carrier of returning to truth. There are infinite possibilities in the future, but the current simulation and deduction is the result obtained by simulating with my current strength as the main perspective. In this deduction and simulation, although I will not die, my strength and cultivation will not have any progress. I can only watch the changes in the world silently like an observer. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but think of the changes in the lifespan panel of the world when the Black Sky Doctor broke through the high wall. The numbers increased rapidly from more than 7 million years, until it seemed infinite. In that simulation of returning to truth, although I didn't die, I still fell into the hands of the Black Sky Doctor. The nameless true immortal bone can follow returning to truth to smuggle. The Black Sky Doctor must also be able to do it. Therefore, I am afraid that my ending is definitely not very good. Perhaps it became the existence like Yan Fahui. And the Black Sky Doctor, with the help of returning to truth, can almost save the world from disaster. After figuring out the reason, Li Fan couldn't help but snorted coldly in his heart. His concept is still the same as the beginning. It is impossible to save the world by sacrificing him alone. The world is only meaningful because of my existence. If I pass away, what does it matter to me if the world can be immortal for 10,000 kalpas? Moreover, in returning to truth's calculation, even if the Black Sky Doctor obtains the ability of returning to truth, the upper limit of the lifespan of the world still has a specific number. Not infinite, even if this number is extremely large, so large that it is unimaginable. But it will eventually usher in the day of nirvana. Since the ending remains the same, 7 million years or 7 billion years. There is no difference. I don't know if it was the inexplicable influence brought by the picture that returning to truth had just shown. Li Fan always felt that his ambition had been raised a lot invisibly. He could even ignore the huge number in his memory that represented the possible lifespan of the world calmly. It seemed that he had really experienced that long period of time, but in the end, he ushered in the end of destruction. Even, in the depths of his heart, an unsuppressible firm idea emerged. Returning to truth, only in his hands, can he finally change the destined ending of destruction in the world. Completely get rid of the fate of Tao annihilation. This confidence came without any basis. With the passage of time, it is also slowly fading. When Li Fan, who had completely recovered, felt that his thoughts were a little too arrogant and conceited. But after thinking about it carefully, he vaguely guessed that he should have seen something in the simulated light and shadow of more than 7 million years. So, this kind of thought emerged from the bottom of his heart. So Li Fan felt relieved. When he wanted to verify his guess with returning to truth fell into silence again. But Li Fan was not annoyed. Silence, not denial. After spending so long with returning to truth, Li Fan can probably guess the emotions that it sometimes expresses. Silence is sometimes an answer. Confirming that he is the legitimate of returning to truth, Li Fan was in a good mood. Coming back to his senses, he looked at the immortal ruins again. While Li Buren was blocking the suction of the immortal ruins with his body, he was also sensing the changes in the power generated by the hungry immortal's enlightenment in an extremely subtle way. Because of the change in the flow of time caused by this power, the last time the hungry immortal's enlightenment lasted for 10,000 years in the Xuanwang world. This breakthrough will definitely not take so long. And, Li Buren observed that, because of the existence of the second high wall that he personally built. The suction of enlightenment accumulated under this high wall, to a certain extent, offset the impact of the hungry immortal on the outside world. Greatly reduced the time difference between the inside and outside of the second high wall. Waiting for the hungry immortal to leave the closed state, he completed the effort of harvesting. Li Buren first looked at the immortal ruins land under him. In addition to the ruins all over the ground, the huge character A Hungara is the most conspicuous. The source of the evolution of this character hunger. It comes from the remnants of the nameless true immortal who proved the Tao with hunger under the hungry immortal. 1490. The shadow of the nameless immortal. Li Buren peered, trying to see the traces of the Tao annihilation tribulation upon it. Lord Shukyu had gazed at the mountains and seas for over 100 epochs, becoming extremely familiar with both the mountains and the sea. At this moment, with Li Buren borrowing his power, he truly sensed a trace of a familiar aura on the enormous, hunger, character of the immortal ruins. Whether the previous Hunger Immortal died from Tao annihilation, or he transformed himself into a pillar to resist the monstrous tribulation from the immortal realm, in any case, there's no doubt he had close contact with Tao annihilation. Though his body is dead, his Tao still exists. The current Hunger Immortal has discovered the mysteries here. The temptation of ascending to nameless is too great, so she is willing to risk great danger, not fleeing like other true immortals but comprehending the Tao here. Actually, it can't be said to be that dangerous. From an external perspective, the immortal realm has naturally been destroyed for a long time. But from the Hunger Immortal's perspective, what she has experienced is probably less than a day. Moreover, there are remnants of nameless true immortals here as pillars. If the Tao annihilation tribulation really erupts again, the immortal ruins are probably safer than other places in this starry sky. If it were me, I would make the same choice, Li Buren concluded. Although he was determined to help the Hunger Immortal attain the nameless Tao, Li Buren did not intend to ignore the Tao of Hunger directly, as he had said. Being able to induce changes in the surrounding time flow, the Tao of Hunger is definitely not related to the word, weak. Li Buren hid in the house representing the Tao path of hunger, watching the Hunger Immortal's figure, which filled it more and more. He carefully recorded the entire process. If I'm not mistaken, after the Hunger Immortal attains the nameless Tao, all these records of mine will cease to exist. It can be compared to the simulation and deduction that was just in my mind. But there's still a slight difference. Even if I am really, that simulation and deduction will not be recalled with the final annihilation ending. As for the Hunger Immortal here, if she dies, or I go to the next life, when the Tao of Hunger has not yet been attained by anyone, the record will reappear. Simultaneously mastering the remnants of the previous generation's Hunger Immortal and the complete process of the previous Hunger Immortal's attainment of the Tao. As long as the aptitude isn't too bad, one can directly attain the nameless Tao in a short time. It's not necessarily this woman that's needed. Li Buren's heart was without waves, meticulously recording everything. Until the small house of the Tao of Hunger could no longer accommodate a second person. A mysterious fluctuation suddenly descended from between heaven and earth. The second high wall personally built by Li Buren collapsed without warning. It wasn't that the Hunger Immortal suddenly turned hostile, but that it was naturally caused by the fluctuations brought about by her ascension to nameless. The high wall imitated by Li Buren could block the Hunger Immortal in enlightenment, but could no longer compete with the existence that had already attained the nameless realm. At the same time, Li Buren also noticed that a section of memory in his mind had been erased for no reason. But his mission was still firmly remembered in his mind. The aura in front of him, like an abyss and a sea, reminded him that standing in front of him was a nameless true immortal. Also his hunting target. The process of ascending to nameless had not yet ended, and there was no best time to attack. Li Buren accumulated strength, ready to strike at any time. In the dark star sea, it was as if a huge meteorite had fallen. The monstrous waves that were set off swept towards the surroundings. In the face of this vast force, any remnants in the star sea could not maintain stability on their own. Relics and remnant realms were all swept in like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Eventually, it crashed into the boundary of the star sea, where the high wall was located. Boom boom boom. The reverse suction force accumulated under the high wall for 10,000 years served as a buffer, and many relics and remnant realms eventually stopped in time. But there were still many that crashed head-on into the high wall. The phantom of Lord Shukyu, transformed into a majestic dam, stood still. All the relics turned into fly ash in the collision, like an egg hitting a stone. However, the high wall did not even tremble in the slightest. It even firmly locked the fluctuations brought about by the nameless Hunger Immortal. The performance of the high wall reassured Li Buren. Lord Shocho's power was indeed trustworthy. At the same time, in the storm caused by the Tao attainment of nameless, Li Buren also noticed that in the depression where the shape of life was located under the dark star sea, there seemed to be inexplicable changes occurring simultaneously. With Li Buren's current strength, even if the changes were very weak, they could not escape his observation. It seems to be, like me, quietly recording the birth fluctuations of the nameless Hunger Immortal. This result surprised Li Buren somewhat. However, the recording methods between the two were still different. Li Buren was recording completely and comprehensively, while the shape of life in the star sea depression used the impact generated during the birth of the nameless Hunger Immortal to rewrite itself to a certain extent. It was as if pressing hard on an inkpad, leaving the fingerprints of the nameless true immortal. The information of the nameless true immortal, which could not be recorded originally, was preserved. In the depression, the long silent river of life suddenly became boiling because of the change in the shape of life. Echoing the grand scene of the nameless true immortal's descent in the star sea. Almost drawing all the stored vitality, in the center of the shape of life pattern, a figure corresponding to the hunger immortal quietly appeared. The shadow of the nameless immortal. Interesting. Li Buren's thoughts turned rapidly. According to what I had previously inquired, this shape of life was built by Zhan Tianwang's fate, Xingwuk. Although Zhan Tianwang has unparalleled talent, he was only a half-immortal when he disappeared. He should definitely not have such means to engrave the shadow of the nameless true immortal. Then it is very likely that the problem lies with that Xingwuk. Already exhausted, almost scattered, leaving only a broken mask. If Xingwuk was simply a native cultivator of the Xuanwang realm, and his cultivation strength was not as good as Zhan Tianwang, he would definitely not be able to create such a shape of life. But in connection with the fact that the Xuanwang realm was once an important place for guarding really, it is very likely that a nameless true immortal avatar infiltrated. Everything became logical. Among the 12 Dharma kings, how many are really innocent? The hunting target was the nameless hunger immortal, and Li Buren temporarily shifted his gaze away from the nameless shadow in the depression. The waves gradually subsided, and the changes would disappear. The dark star sea was fortunate enough to welcome the birth of a nameless true immortal. But for him, it may also be misfortune. Because at the moment when the hunger immortal attained the Tao, she completely occupied the Tao path of hunger. Therefore, the remnants of the previous hunger immortal under her lost their original divinity and became a completely ordinary thing. On the immortal ruins, the hunger character first dimmed down like death. Then, after a moment, it came back to life and reappeared. But it had a new owner, gradually returning to the body of the hunger immortal. Boom boom boom. Vague doomsday rumbling sounds seemed to come from beyond the sky. That was because of the sudden loss of the nameless remnants that originally served as supporting pillars, which caused the erosion of the Tao annihilation tribulation. It was like an unbreakable dam in which a hole slowly appeared. Although this hole had not completely penetrated the dam body, the tide from the outside had already surged in. If Li Buren returned the power borrowed from Lord Shocho's phantom at this moment, relying on the extra primordial bone plus the 5 Lord Shukyu phantoms, it would be enough to resist the attack of the Tao annihilation tribulation. But Li Buren did not act rashly. He even resisted the force of recovery from Lord Shocho's phantom. He never forgot his hunting target. He was waiting for the best time to strike. And the hunger immortal did not disappoint him. Either inheriting the responsibilities from the previous hunger immortal, or it was an instinctive behavior at the moment of disaster. Facing the surging tide of Tao annihilation, the nameless hunger immortal casually released a part of her own power as a temporary filling. At the same time, she transmitted a voice to Li Buren, "Immortal friend, leave quickly, this place is not suitable for a long stay." After attaining the nameless Tao, she still addressed Li Buren as immortal friend. One was because Li Buren had helped her enlightenment before, and she was grateful to him. The second was because the power displayed by Li Buren, although it looked a bit strange, was actually not below her. So her attitude was very friendly. But the other party's actions next greatly exceeded her expectations. This benefactor of hers changed his face in an instant. Li Buren's body first showed a brief stillness, and then suddenly burst and scattered, turning into a sky full of silver Tao nets, accepting the power from Lord Shocho's phantom with complete bearing capacity. Even louder than the tide of Tao annihilation, a rumbling sound rang in the ears of the nameless hunger immortal. In the silver Tao net in front of her, she vaguely saw a towering figure standing with his hands behind his back. Like a mountain and a sea. Even she, who had transformed into a great Tao of heaven and earth, was like an ant living in the mountains and seas compared to him. That figure was somewhat similar to her benefactor. But it was more like the ancient legends of the immortal realm. That person, Lord Shukyu. The nameless hunger immortal's body and mind were shaken, and she lost her mind for a moment. At this moment, the mountains and seas of the sky pressed towards her horizontally. It was not until the sea tide approached and the mountains were overhead that the nameless hunger immortal woke up from the shock. Without time to question why, she instinctively wanted to resist. Even if the other party was really the great figure who saved the immortal realm, she would never sit still and wait for death. Hungry. I'm so hungry. A ghostly and deep voice emerged in the tide of mountains and seas. It seemed to be issued by the hunger immortal. It was more like a mysterious existence from beyond the great Tao. The power that Li Buren was preparing to use to imprison the nameless hunger immortal was all swallowed by the other party as food. Facing the vast power of mountains and seas, the Hunger Immortal was also fearless. She wanted to swallow mountains and drink seas, turning everything in the world into her own resources. Like a huge vortex that devours everything, the figure of the nameless Hunger Immortal was already unclear. In the face of this terrifying suction, Li Buren felt that his Dao-net body was also vaguely deformed. The strength of the Hunger Immortal after attaining the nameless Dao was indeed somewhat beyond expectations. But with just this little bit, you want to reverse the situation. Li Buren, in another body sitting on the Grand Master's chair, bowed slightly to the 5 Lord Shukyu phantoms. A moment later, the 5 phantoms were drawn away some more power. This was the maximum share that Li Buren could borrow after calculation, under the premise that the high wall would not collapse under the pressure of the Dao Annihilation Tribulation. Approximately equal to 2.5 nameless true immortals. Therefore, the nameless Hunger Immortal felt that the giant force that bound her from the outside suddenly skyrocketed by more than a fold. The mountains and seas, which had already felt as vast as heaven and earth, now looked like sparks of mountains and drops of water in the sea. The expansion of the mountains and seas seemed to have no end or limit. The momentum and determination of swallowing mountains and drinking seas could not help but stagnate after discovering this appalling fact. The endless hunger was almost filled. More importantly, the Dao Annihilation Tribulation, which had been casually resisted and prepared to leave soon, added a bit more pressure. The superposition of the two factors actually made her unable to move for a while. Even, it seemed that she had discovered her possible breakthrough point, and the Dao Annihilation Tribulation, as if it had spirituality, besieged her. At this moment, the Dao Annihilation pressure she received was many times stronger than other places in this starry sky. Not just the Hunger Immortal. Li Buren also discovered this change in the battle situation. The more pressure the Hunger Immortal endured, the less Lord Shocho's phantom needed to bear. Therefore, he could borrow more power. Re-adding the code, the power equivalent to 3 nameless true immortals suddenly erupted. The nameless Hunger Immortal, who was already somewhat overwhelmed by the threat of the Dao Annihilation Tribulation. Like a bird in a cage, it was difficult to escape. Li Buren's Dao-net body turned into ropes, tying up the Hunger Immortal. Tightening and locking at the same time, it also slowly nailed the other party into this starry sky. Bang, bang, bang. No, I hope Lord Shukyu will be merciful. The Hunger Immortal, realizing the other party's intentions, cried out in horror. Nameless true immortals are used as celestial pillars. This was not a secret in the immortal realm. At least the Hunger Immortal had known about this for a long time. Even when she was cultivating, she had personally seen the foundation of a celestial pillar. Unexpectedly, today she was going to reproduce such a fate. However, even with all kinds of unwillingness, it could not change this fact. The scene in front of the nameless Hunger Immortal became more and more dim. The stars and mountains and seas of the sky could no longer be seen. It was as if slowly sinking into the endless seabed. The only things felt around were the eternal darkness and the increasing pressure. At the moment when the body of the nameless Hunger Immortal disappeared into the dark star sea, a nameless celestial pillar was successfully nailed into this world by Li Buren. However, the vague Dao annihilation sounds were still endless, and Li Buren also decisively returned the power from Lord Shocho's phantom. The primordial bone, the Hunger Immortal celestial pillar, and the 5 Lord Shukyu phantoms. The dam jointly outlined by so many forces could not be submerged by the current Dao Annihilation Tribulation. After trying it out and finding that it was destined to be fruitless, the surging tide suddenly retreated temporarily. Li Buren checked his Dao-net body. Because of the approach of the Dao Annihilation tide, there was actually a tendency to directly virtualize. Fortunately, the duration of the Dao Annihilation tide was not long. In a few deep breaths, Li Buren had already returned to normal. The Dao Annihilation tide, as expected, has its ups and downs. Moreover, it seems that there is no regularity to it. In the brief window after discovering a vulnerability, things can suddenly become turbulent and overwhelming. It's as if it has its own offensive awareness. 1491. The past of the hungry immortal. Once a flaw is found, relentlessly pursue an attack, never ceasing until death. If things don't work out, temporarily retreat and accumulate strength. Li Buren recalled the subtle feelings he had just experienced when confronting the tide of annihilation. Just like before a rainstorm, all kinds of creatures in the world will have varying degrees of awareness. The premonition of the approaching tide of annihilation also seems to be deeply hidden within the instinct of living beings. It wasn't until a long time after the tide receded that Li Bu-ren felt the strange feeling in his heart completely dissipate. Slowly regaining his senses, he looked at the heavenly pillar, standing in the pitch-black starry sea. Unlike the ruins formed by the superposition of two pieces of primordial bone, the pillar in front of him was truly transformed from a nameless prover of the Tao. With the appearance of this nameless heavenly pillar, it seemed that the sky had become even higher and more distant. At the same time, it also became more safe. The invisible oppressive emotions in his heart disappeared, as if he had arrived in the legendary immortal realm. It naturally can't compare to the real immortal realm, which can use the energy of the infinite sea. But it's not an exaggeration to call it an immortal domain. The sky is high and the earth is vast, and the great Tao manifested between heaven and earth becomes clearer. More importantly, this pitch-black starry sea within the high wall has successively gathered three things: the phantom of the gravekeeper, the primordial bone, and the starving immortal heavenly pillar. Except for the gravekeeper's phantom, which affects all experimental spaces within the high wall, the other two are unique to the pitch-black starry sea. The appearance of each one invisibly elevates the momentum of this starry sea. The combination of the three elevates the pitch-black starry sea to a point where it can temporarily overlook the tide of annihilation below. Living in this realm, the momentum of their bodies far exceeds that of other places. In short, everyone is exceptionally talented, good seedlings for seeking immortality. In addition, it was originally a surviving land after the baptism of the tide of annihilation. Those who can cultivate under these innate conditions are inherently talented. Li Bu-ren slightly raised his eyebrows. The pitch-black starry sea is like the legendary sacred grounds and dojos of the ancient cultivation world. Regardless of strength, everyone who comes out of it must have earth-shattering cultivation talent. If the road to immortality had not been cut off, and there were no immortal officials guarding the ascension platform causing trouble, I'm afraid that ascending as an entire realm would not be difficult. What a pity. Now, it can only serve as a highland, a small boat in the tide of world destruction. With three forces comparable to nameless true immortals gathered in one place, only Li Fan can complete the plan through continuous reincarnation and information gathering. It can be said that the current pitch-black starry sea can be called the safest area in the entire primordial possibility. Even if the entire possibility is submerged by the tide of annihilation, the pitch-black starry sea can still serve as a highland, barely holding on for a period of time. And Li Fan, who regards the pitch-black starry sea as his lair, naturally feels more at ease. He has the feeling of being in a doomsday safe house under various strict defenses. Let the outside be frozen for thousands of miles, with turbulent waves soaring to the sky. I remain unmoved. While Li Fan's main body was in a happy mood, his avatar Li Bu-ren quickly broke away from this sense of satisfaction and busied himself with calculating the specific gains brought about by this starving immortal transformation into a pillar. Originally, I could unconditionally and without side effects use 1 1/3 of the A primordial bone's power. And after suppressing the starving immortal, what I obtained is not equivalent to the power of a complete nameless true immortal, but it needs to be reduced by the remnants of the previous starving immortal. Approximately equal to 2.5 pieces of primordial bone. He roughly completed the quantitative calculation. This result was not too unexpected for Li Fan. Although the primordial bone is strong, involving the initial great Tao of the beginning of all things in the world, it is, after all, only 2 remaining bones. It is not a complete body. Under this circumstance, it can still be almost equivalent to the power of the starving immortal when he first proved his name. It is enough to illustrate the horror of his heyday. Judging from the starving immortal's performance in previous battles, he still had the power to fight against the gravekeeper's phantom. Even if he just initially proved his name, he is definitely not a weakling among nameless true immortals. And I now can freely use the power equivalent to 2 nameless true immortal powerhouses. There are almost no real opponents in this starry sky. Although it is entirely borrowing the power of the gravekeeper's phantom, it does not prevent Li Fan from feeling good about it. The immortal realm is destroyed, and the immortals flee. With such strength, it almost means invincibility. It's just a pity that it is limited to the vicinity of the high wall. Moreover, I can repeat the process, attract and suppress other nameless true immortals again, and further develop the power of the gravekeeper's phantom. The upper limit is that the 5 gravekeeper phantoms are all for my use. That is the power that can resist the unknown currency copyright Tao annihilation when the immortal realm is destroyed. A trace of leisurely longing flashed in Li Fan's eyes. However, he was not confused by this unparalleled power. After all, it is only a temporary borrowing, not the strength that truly belongs to him. However, it may as well be used as my tool. This successful suppression of the nameless starving immortal has also verified from a factual level how much energy Li Fan can mobilize. At this level, it is no longer necessary to be so cautious. The pitch-black starry sea, the several blind spots in the profound yellow realm, can finally be resolved all at once. A sharp glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes. However, before taking action, Li Fan first carefully observed and compared the primordial bone and the starving immortal heavenly pillar in the starry sky. Although they were also used as pillars to support Tao annihilation, their performances were completely different. The primordial bone was originally in the wordless steel in the southern immortal heavenly pillar, and it seemed that it had already resigned itself to fate or had been tamed. It just silently endured everything, and all the light and shadows and visions were restrained. It looked like an ordinary, unremarkable, broken stone pier. However, the starving immortal heavenly pillar was only forcibly bound by Li Fan with external force. The starving immortal's self-consciousness still exists. Li Fan can not only feel the unknown currency copyright resentment surrounding the heavenly pillar, but also clearly hear the vicious curses constantly coming from the starving immortal. Li Fan seemed to have not heard it at all, and was still looking at it with a slight smile. He separated a wisp of divine thought and made contact with the starving immortal heavenly pillar. Boom! Amidst the trembling of his divine thought, the Tao of Starvationa, from top to bottom, spanning heaven and earth, stood vividly before Li Fan's eyes. It was as if all his secrets had been seen through, completely exposed before Li Fan. The starving immortal, sealed within the heavenly pillar, was stunned for a moment. Then, even more frantic curses surged. However, all she can do is this. She simply cannot stop Li Fan's prying. Although one can see the Tao, one cannot comprehend even a shred of it. The path of starvation has already been walked by someone who proved the Tao. It seems to have disappeared in this world. How can one comprehend something that belongs to others? Li Fan sighed slightly. What he regretted was not just the path of starvation before him. Rather, it was the obvious scene of the great Tao being incomplete in countless places, against the backdrop of the immortal realm's destruction and the immortal's escape. It's as if my divine sense projection only reflects a small piece of the Tao network. What remains of the original possibilities are just scraps and leftovers. The great Tao is incomplete, and the heavens and earth are not whole. Even so, the heavens and earth I see are so magnificent. It's truly hard to imagine what the true, complete great Tao heavens and earth would be like. This is a reverie that any cultivator cannot avoid, and Li Fan is no exception. He was momentarily lost in thought before the celestial pillar of hunger. After a long while, the longing in Li Fan's eyes turned into determination. One day, I will see the heavens where the Tao is complete. That day will come. In addition to glimpsing the Tao of hunger within the celestial pillar of hunger, Li Fan could also vaguely see the past life of the hunger immortal. However, because the Tao was proven to be nameless, and all past events were converged, these images and memories were all covered by the Tao of hunger. It was as if they were hiding under a layer of the great Tao's cloak. Without destroying the celestial pillar of hunger, Li Fan could not grasp everything at once. He could only gradually lift it up inch by inch to examine it. In addition to resisting the Tao of hunger, Li Fan's prying also had to contend with the hunger immortal's own struggling consciousness. Seemingly extremely resistant to Li Fan's gaze, the hunger immortal's resistance was even more intense than when facing Li Buren's battle just now. If you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Li Fan snorted coldly. Not only did he not restrain himself, but he went even further. He broke through the protection of the Tao of hunger. He glimpsed a fragment of light and shadow that once belonged to the hunger immortal. Under Li Fan's observation, it seemed to be the hunger immortal's childhood, before he had entered the realm of true immortals. The hunger immortal did not ascend from the lower realm, but lived in the immortal realm from birth, as an appendage of a certain true immortal. Although it was an appendage, an existence called an immortal servant, the hunger immortal had never seen the nominal master since the day he was born. Even though the resources of the immortal realm were unlimited, these servants did not need to pay tribute to their master. The hunger immortal heard that the master was inherently averse to excitement and only wanted to be alone. These immortal servants, although created and bestowed upon the master. But the master had never asked about them. He only placed them in his own fiefdom. Having such a master was of course a sought-after good thing for the immortal servants. The immortal servants lived extremely freely. They were also sheltered by the true immortal master above, and did not need to worry about anything. However, such carefree days did not last long. On that day, the Hunger Immortal in his childhood, witnessed the world-destroying calamity of Tao annihilation. The true immortal master's territory, her hometown, a place called Yuming Immortal Domain. In the face of this terrifying calamity, it was destroyed in an instant. If the true immortal master, who never showed his face, had not appeared at the last moment to save them, I am afraid that the Hunger Immortal would have died in that calamity back then. Inaction and carefree, HMPH. The Hunger Immortal only remembered that the master snorted coldly when he casually rescued them and looked at the annihilated immortal domain in the distance. Then his figure faded and disappeared. After that, the Hunger Immortal never saw his master again. It was only after this that the Hunger Immortal finally knew the master's name. Wu Wei. When Li Fan glimpsed these two words from the Hunger Immortal's memory, it was as if he had touched a taboo that should not have been touched. He was strongly resisted by the Hunger Immortal. Even the celestial pillar of hunger trembled slightly. Under the strong repulsion, it directly ejected Li Fan's consciousness. Anyway, there would be plenty of time to slowly concoct it in the future. Li Fan did not force it for the time being, and stopped when he saw the opportunity. Let the Hunger Immortal calm down first. Immortal Wu Wei. His expression was a little dignified as he recalled what he had seen in the Hunger Immortal's memory. Although it was not as calm and freehand as Shou Chu Gong, and the Tao annihilation tide he faced was not as vast as the one that would affect the entire immortal realm. But that was, after all, the calamity of Tao annihilation. Li Fan, who had been in contact with it not long ago, knew very well the horror of this calamity. To be able to save his servants and successfully escape under the calamity of Tao annihilation. This immortal Wu Wei's strength is not weak either. It's just that the Hunger Immortal in his childhood still has some vague memories. I don't know if he is in the Nameless realm. The reason why Li Fan had this question was because the Nameless he had seen all had a strange characteristic. They merged with the Tao and stood alone between heaven and earth. But that immortal Wu Wei did not give Li Fan that feeling. However, if he did not prove the Nameless, how could he resist the calamity of Tao annihilation? Or is it because he was in theft for his merits? Interesting. Thinking of the many similar figures in the past immortal realms, some of whom fell in the great calamity of Tao annihilation, and some of whom abandoned the realm and fled far away, Li Fan felt some inexplicable emotions in his heart. It's just a withering world. It was foreseeable that those possibilities that the immortals of the immortal realm had fled to would definitely be much more exciting than the original that Li Fan was in at the moment. Fortunately, it has been verified that people who have disappeared in the original possibility may still survive in other possibilities. It won't make me never see them again. The things and objects that he had come into contact with recently, such as Shou Chu, Yuanxi, and Wu Wei, etc., made Li Fan seem to have glimpsed the heaven beyond the heavens, and the people beyond the people. His mind became active, and a trace of excitement arose. It was as if, in his twilight years, after he had explored the great Zon heaven, he suddenly met two cultivators for no reason. It was as if he had been playing a game for a long time, and suddenly a large area of hidden maps and characters appeared. He instinctively felt a desire to explore and crave. Although I am only in the half-immortal realm now, I will definitely cross possibilities one day and go to see such wonderful things. When the sea is turbulent, the true qualities of a hero are revealed. When disaster destroys the world, the true heroes of the world are revealed. The images of the immortals in other possibilities may be more exciting than what I have glimpsed in the original. Hee. Li Fan thought silently in his heart. Then his thoughts settled and returned to the avatar Li Buren. After some calculation and adjustment, he was now able to manipulate the power of Shou Chu's phantom slightly accurately. The first one to be operated on was naturally the Heavenly Capital Grand Master, who was regarded as a thorn in Li Fan's side. In an instant, Li Buren returned from the center of the Star Sea to the Xuanwang realm, Daoyuan Prefecture. The moment he stepped into this prefecture, he felt a force retreating sharply. Sorrow and hardship, Tao is extinct. The long and drawn-out chanting from above the 9 heavens suddenly sounded. Li Buren narrowed his eyes and found that the one large and one small figure seemed to want to escape. 1492. The origin of Mo Sha. Or, to be precise, it was that small figure, attempting to escape from Li Bu Ren while still carrying the chanting Nian Dao Phantom. A thousand lines soul shift, hundredfold spirit turn, A infinite, boundless, blameless, a. With the Zan sounds echoing around him, Li Bu Ren was surprised to find that the two figures were indeed gradually fading away, about to evade his immense calamity. Li Bu Ren felt a strange sensation. Even though the two were within reach, his desire to capture them was not as strong as before. He even felt indifferent about capturing his target. Clearly, even Li Bu Ren's Dao Net body could not resist the influence of the phantom's chanting. Unfortunately, though the Zan sound had the miraculous effect of warding off misfortune, it was not an omnipotent wish-granting machine. Slightly invoking the power of the Shou-Chu phantom, Li Bu Ren instantly broke free from the encirclement of the chanting sound. It no longer seemed to come faintly from the horizon, penetrating the soul, but merely like the buzzing of mosquitoes, easily ignored. Li Bu Ren reached out and grabbed. The child phantom, the so-called Grand Dharma Master of Tiandu, was like a rooster with its neck seized, instantly silenced. To Li Bu Ren's surprise, however, the chanting phantom beside the Dharma Master was almost unaffected, only rippling like water waves, continuing as before. Influenced by the Zan sound nearby, Li Bu Ren keenly sensed that the Dharma Master he held tightly in his hand was slowly escaping through his fingers. This escape had nothing to do with strength. It represented a trend. Like a conceptual law, warding off misfortune, blamelessness. Li Bu Ren had a feeling that with the power of the two nameless true immortals he controlled, he could not ignore this conceptual trend. Perhaps even if all 5 Shou-Chu phantoms unleashed their power, he could give it a try. If Li Bu Ren had used his full power from the start, he might have really allowed the Dharma Master to slowly escape from his grasp. Fortunately, he initially perceived the Dharma Master to be only in the semi-immortal realm, so he only used a small portion of his power. When he realized he could not change the trend of his prey gradually slipping away, he slowly increased the strength of his grip. Not directly suppressing with force, but using trend to counter trend. The power Li Bu Ren could invoke had a limit. Eventually, the Dharma Master would escape with the help of the chanting phantom. But before that, he was like being bound by a body-fixing spell, stuck in place. Unable to move, Li Bu Ren slowly approached, and after shielding himself from the influence of the chanting Zan sound, he finally saw clearly the famous Grand Dharma Master of Tiandu in the history of the Zanhuang realm. He truly resembled a Taoist child under a saint, dressed plainly, with a tender face, like a young boy. But his eyes were dark and deep, as if he had seen through all the principles, rise and fall of the world. He exuded an indifferent aura, and even with Li Bu Ren approaching, he remained unchanged. He even seemed not to see Li Bu Ren at all. Li Bu Ren ignored him for the moment, first focusing on the chanting Zan sound beside the Dharma Master. Having seen Dao Nets, Shou-Chu, Yuan Shi, and so on, his vision was no longer what it once was. Observing from such close range, he could naturally see what this phantom was all about. The remnants after transcendence but these remnants were not used as pillars to support Dao annihilation, but continued their original Dao path. No wonder the Dharma Master remains indifferent to everything and refuses to leave with this phantom. A strange glint flashed in Li Bu Ren's eyes. After a nameless transcendence, the Dao it embodies should have disappeared from the world. But if any remnants remain, after many years, a new derivation of this Dao might appear in the world. Equivalent to starting to grow again from infancy, much faster than deriving it from scratch. Li Bu Ren stared intently at the phantom, trying to penetrate the chanting Zan sound and see its inner essence. Avoid misfortune if there is misfortune. Transmit scriptures to those who seek a teacher. Recalling the various rumors about the Grand Dharma Master of Tiandu in the Zanhuang realm, an idea slowly emerged in Li Bu Ren's mind. Not responding to every request, but evolving itself according to external changes. Taking advantage of circumstances, exhausting changes. This Isa of the Tao of illusory life. This was a Tao path that had already disappeared in the original possibilities, leaving only this newborn remnant within the phantom. The Tao of illusory life was clearly not below Yuan Shi, Wu Wei, and others. Li Bu Ren had already gained much from a few glances. It was also at this moment that he realized that a brand new Tao path represented far more than just a single Tao path. Instead, it could faintly reveal a series of related Tao shadows. Even if most of these Tao paths no longer existed in this world. But after all, they were all among the 3,000 great Taos. Based on his understanding of Tao, he he could brainstorm these lost Taos to a certain extent. The Dharma Master is truly lucky. Even in the immortal realm, this illusory life Tao shadow would be a treasure that all immortals would fight for. Yet he has occupied it for 10,000 years with a mere semi-immortal body. Li Bu Ren could not help but sigh. The reason why the Dharma Master had been hiding above the Tao source, refusing to leave or come out, was ultimately because he could not control the coming and going of the illusory life Tao shadow. Before he had completely refined and mastered it, he could only follow it step by step. So I was wrong before. Knowing that this chanting Zan sound was extremely mysterious, I subconsciously wasted a little more effort on it. I shouldn't have targeted the illusory life Tao shadow, I only needed to capture the Dharma Master alone. If it doesn't sense threats or disasters, it naturally won't evolve means to avoid misfortune. With a thought, Li Bu Ren adjusted the distribution of his binding power. All the locking power was transferred to the childlike Dharma Master. The Dharma Master's expression, which had always been as still as an ancient well, finally changed. After all, sitting in front of the illusory life Tao shadow for so many years is not without use. Li Bu Ren noticed that there was indeed a faint connection between the Dharma Master and the illusory life Tao shadow. The means applied to the Dharma Master inevitably affected the Tao shadow. However, the manifested power to avoid misfortune was much weaker than before. In other words, Li Bu Ren had more time to slowly deal with the Grand Dharma Master of Tiandu. However, no matter what secrets the Dharma Master held, they could not compare to this illusory life Tao shadow. Therefore, Li Bu Ren was not in a hurry to ask, and his attention was always focused on the Tao shadow. After a long time, the Tao of illusory life, in short, is to evolve the 4 words survival of the fittest to the extreme. Turning everything unfavorable into something beneficial to oneself. In theory, perhaps even the Tao annihilation tribulation can evolve a countermeasure. But it's just theory. The premise is that it has not been swallowed by Tao annihilation before it evolves its characteristics. Li Bu Ren thought this way, but suddenly thought of Mo Sha in the Zanhuang realm. There is an inextricable connection between Mo Sha and Tao annihilation. Perhaps the experimental field is an attempt to completely solve Tao annihilation. However, Tao annihilation destroys everything, and nothing related to it exists in the world. Thinking of why this illusory life Tao shadow would come to the Zanhuang realm, Li Bu Ren shifted his gaze and looked at Yuan Dao Zhou below. The successful creation of the heaven and earth spirit Mo Sha should have some injection of illusory life power. This trace of power did not disappear even with the transcendence and departure of the nameless illusory life. It still exists in the Zanhuang realm. It has become the only illusory life power besides the illusory life Tao shadow in the original possibility. It is because of this connection that the Tao shadow came here. Li Bu Ren's thoughts turned rapidly, and his Tao net divine sense swept across the land of Yuan Dao Zhou and the deep underground. Since being inexplicably swallowed by 10 years of time, Li Fan had never set foot in Yuan Dao Zhou again. Even after reaching the semi-immortal realm and mastering the worry-free dreamland, he avoided this state due to the existence of the Dharma Master. Therefore, this place was a complete blind spot for him. Now, with the blessing of the Shouchu Phantom's power, the blind spot's shadow was finally swept away. 33,000 zhang beneath Yuan Dao Zhou. A strange space that seemed independent of the Zanhuang realm. A mass of ink-like shadows, like a heart, beat constantly. Each of its beats was extremely strange. Unlike a continuous and smooth movement, it was like being frame-skipped, composed of segmented, intermittent images. The closer Li Bu Ren's divine sense got, the more familiar he felt. This came from the fact that the main body had combined Tao with the heaven and earth immortal spirit Mo Sha. Li Bu Ren was careful not to disturb it and continued to approach. He already knew what this object was. Although Mo Sha is the spirit of heaven and earth, it is not an inherent or original thing of the Zanhuang realm. It was transformed and created artificially. Unlike other heaven and earth spirits, the Mo Sha laws have not integrated into the Zanhuang realm's heaven and earth. This area beneath Yuan Dao Zhou is the separate source of Mo Sha's creation. The ink shadow seemed extremely vigilant about the approach of foreign objects. When it discovered Li Bu Ren, it became somewhat agitated. In the intermittent changing photos, the ink shadow churned. Li Biyu-ren felt that if he approached again, he might be attacked. Although he was not afraid, it might affect the subsequent process of exploring the mystery of Mo Sha's origin. Therefore, Li Biyu-ren decisively stopped. This matter requires the main body to come. Li Biyu-ren suddenly turned back and continued to confront the Dharma Master. The main body of Li Fan, however, condensed the power of the Mo Sha immortal spirit within his body and split off a figure. It plunged down and went straight into the depths of Yuan Dao Zhou. In an instant, he had already arrived at the place that Li Biyu-ren had previously explored and saw the ink shadow. Compared to its vigilance towards Li Biyu-ren, the shadow clearly regarded Li Fan as one of its own. It only thought that it was Mo Sha, the spirit of heaven and earth, carrying out the Zhan Huang heavenly Dao mission. But Li Fan still felt countless vague observation thoughts, with a hint of curiosity. They seemed to be questioning Li Fan's uniqueness. Although he had been promoted to an immortal spirit, his essence was still Mo Sha power. Li Fan finally safely mixed into this ink shadow. He observed even more closely than he had with the illusory life phantom. Li Fan was surrounded by countless inks all around. He was in an ocean of ink. His heart was without sadness or joy, and he just observed quietly. Hama, the path of destruction originating from Dao annihilation. The power of change from the illusory life Dao shadow. Besides these two, there is also a. Like sipping a good tea, Li Fan tasted it with utmost care. It was clearly another Dao path that had disappeared in the current possibilities. However, although Li Fan had never come into contact with or understood it before, because it had a strong correlation with the Dao of illusory life, Li Fan had vaguely glimpsed the traces of its Dao in the disappeared Dao shadow he had just seen. If the Dao of illusory life is to evolve change to the extreme, then this Dao is its opposite. Eternal Ordera. Li Fan stared carefully at the center of the churning ink sea. As a creation capable of destroying and devouring everything, what exactly maintains Mo Sha's own existence? In the entanglement of destructive and changing forces, it is precisely because there is an eternal and unchanging force as a connecting link that Mo Sha can exist in the world. Change and immutability. Two completely opposite and mutually opposed forces have come together. Binding the source of destruction originating from Dao annihilation. A flash of surprise appeared in Li Fan's eyes. Illusory life, eternity. These two Daos are not below Yuan Shi. They once jointly experimented Eternity is the foundation of existence, and illusory life is the support for evolution. After an unknown period of evolution in this ink shadow, today's Mo Sha came into being. If this experimental field was still in a normal state, perhaps Mo Sha could have been even more miraculous and closer to the goal that the experimental field wanted to achieve. But the experimental field had long been abandoned for unknown reasons. Moreover, due to various reasons, the Zhan Huang realm, as Mo Sha's evolutionary cradle, had been in a state of self-preservation for many years. It was simply unable to support Mo Sha in carrying out the next step of evolution. Only after Li Fan promoted the Zhan Huang ascension domain in his previous life did he bring new variables to this long-stalled experiment. After a period of observation and hesitation, the inks around Li Fan seemed to confirm Li Fan's advancement. They actually imitated spontaneously, as if boiling. They wanted to become like Li Fan. But after all, it was a change brought about by promoting a world to ascend. How could the surrounding inks imitate it so easily? Like a group of noisy children, they churned endlessly, but could never find a way. Observing this scene, Li Fan suddenly felt something. The accumulation is already sufficient. What is lacking is only energy. And Li Fan was not short of this at all. With a slight thought, a large amount of feedback power from promoting Zhan Huang to ascend in his previous life was injected into this ink mass through the Mo Sha incarnation. Although from the outside perspective, the shape and size of the ink mass remained unchanged. Only Li Fan, who was inside, could see the earth-shattering changes. It directly skipped the intermediate process required for Zhan Huang to ascend to the immortal realm. After learning about the result that Li Fan presented to them, they could directly imitate it. 1493. One path, one ladder. In the heavy shadows, Li Fan only felt countless selves being continuously replicated and generated. This shadow, deeply hidden beneath Yuandao Prefecture in the Xuanwang world, was collectively and rapidly evolving towards the realm of the ink-kill immortal soul. The blessing of the two grand paths, illusion generation and eternity, allowed them to ignore the threshold of ascension, directly crossing the boundary between the mortal and immortal realms. From mortal to immortal. Standing in the vast ocean of ink, Li Fan clearly saw the effects of these two grand paths. Illusion generation provided endless evolutionary power, infinitely expanding in quantity and scale, until it broke through the shackles of mortality and immortality. Eternity, on the other hand, transformed into an incomparably solid foundation, allowing me to stand firm regardless of internal or external changes. Even a skyscraper of thousands of feet needs to be built on my land. In the change and the unchanging, a moment was like 10,000 years. Finally, when a wisp of brand new ink broke through all difficulties and descended into the world, its changes quickly benefited the rest of the ink mass. The Xuanwang world, this mortal body, actually conceived an immortal soul in its belly. Because the energy consumed by Inkkill's ascension was entirely provided by Li Fan alone, the biological parents of Inkkill in this life were actually Li Fan. It just borrowed a layer of the Xuanwang world's belly. But after all, it was the birthplace of the immortal soul. After Inkkill ascended, the subtle connection it had cultivated with the Xuanwang world over tens of thousands of years still brought some feedback to Xuanwang. However, compared to the transformation that would occur after Xuanwang world's normal ascension, the changes brought about by Inkkill's early ascension were not so wonderful. Originally just one of the many heavenly earth souls, it now occupied an absolute dominant position. While Inkkill transformed into an immortal soul, it also forcibly imposed some of its characteristics on the Xuanwang world, refusing any rejection. Thick layers of dark clouds rose for no reason, completely covering the Xuanwang sky. On the earth, gusts of black wind blew from time to time. As if Inkkill had descended, everything swept by the wind turned into tiny black particles. The Xuanwang world, which had originally eliminated the threat of the immortal ruins and restored its vitality, suddenly turned into a dark and gloomy doomsday. Fortunately, most of the creatures were asleep in the carefree dreamland, under the protection of Li Fan's power. Inkkill still gave some face to Li Fan, its kindred, and parents. It did not directly collide with the dreamland. Li Fan could vaguely perceive the extremely angry, yet dare not speak, emotional fluctuations of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. Even the power of a world was no match for the current Inkkill immortal soul. The Xuanwang world heavenly Tao had no choice but to endure it temporarily, and slowly accumulate power from the benefits brought by Inkkill's ascension. But Inkkill didn't seem to know when to stop. Although it didn't directly attack the Xuanwang heavenly Tao, it stretched its tentacles towards the many heavenly earth souls in the Xuanwang world. Originally manifestations of countless different laws, the heavenly earth souls, with their myriad forms, gradually all showed Inkkill stripes as they were eroded by the Inkkill immortal soul. And their forms of power display in the world also carried the destructive characteristics of Inkkill. Even the heavenly earth souls that were not very aggressive, such as Crimson Flame, became somewhat terrifying. If this blackened Crimson Flame were ordered to boil the sea, I'm afraid that the canyon would be dry in a matter of days. Inkkill was not just simply eroding. As the ink gradually occupied the Xuanwang world, different, Inkkill immortal souls, with various properties were differentiated from the surrounding eerie shadows around Li Fan. Although the essence remained unchanged, they also possessed certain characteristics of other grand paths. The whole was still harmonious, while bringing a different kind of vitality. Having seen all the changes between Inkkill and Xuanwang world, Li Fan had a subtle premonition in his heart. Perhaps, this Xuanwang world, after being transformed by the Inkkill immortal soul, has a certain ability to survive under the annihilation calamity. Perhaps, the current degree of transformation is not enough. But compared to the previous primitive state, the resistance to annihilation has undoubtedly greatly increased. Is this perhaps what the experimental field initially wanted to achieve by implanting the power of Inkkill? The current Xuanwang world, although it looked a bit eerie and terrifying, seemed more suitable in the context of the entire mortal world about to perish in the annihilation tide. It's like in a wasteland of immortal cultivation, a simple stone cave hidden underground is more suitable for survival than a magnificent palace on the ground. If this Xuanwang world model is promoted to the entire mortal world. Li Fan narrowed his eyes involuntarily. Even if it still can't prevent the annihilation tide from engulfing everything, perhaps one or two islands will survive after the tide. In a sense, it is also a way to save the world. But it is on the premise of being baptized by Inkkill first. Li Fan felt the wriggling shadows around him and couldn't help but shook his head slightly. Not all immortal cultivation worlds can easily withstand the changes brought about by the ink-kill immortal soul like the Xuanwang world. Not to mention the various special features of the Xuanwang world as an experimental field for the immortal realm. Even with such a special Xuanwang world, the protection of Li Fan's power, and the bond brought about by tens of thousands of years of ink-kill being conceived in its body. If any of these were missing, the Xuanwang world would suffer heavy damage in the baptism of ink. Not to mention other normal immortal cultivation worlds in the mortal world. If this shadow is released, I'm afraid that even the Shuo Xingxi with the Dao Net's blessing cannot bear its weight. It may be able to resist for a while, but in the face of the ink-kill immortal soul with the illusion generation characteristic, it will eventually be dyed black inch by inch. Li Fan, who had once delved into the core of the Dao Net and understood the power of both the ink-kill immortal soul and the Dao Net, came to a conclusion after some deduction. Compared to me devouring and absorbing it, allowing it to evolve on its own can better exert its characteristics. Li Fan carefully looked at all the different ink-kill shadows that had evolved around him. He himself was harmonizing with the Tao through the ink-kill immortal soul, so if he simultaneously mastered these tainted laws, he could easily replicate them one by one. Looking around, Li Fan seemed to glimpse his possible next path. A major shackle in true immortal's comprehension of the Tao is that the great Taos cannot be cultivated together. Even with the help of heaven-defying techniques like the aboundless celestial pivot separation arta, one can only merge 2 or 3 Taos at most. But if I take the ink-kill immortal soul as the foundation, I will have 3,000 great Taos in my palm. Li Fan seemed to see the Tao Net hanging down from the sky, being slowly stained by the ink-kill from nowhere. He subconsciously stretched out and looked at his palm. In the countless wriggling black particles, with his understanding, different grand paths seemed to be differentiated. Although they were all ordinary grand paths that he had comprehended in his past cultivation experiences, such as the 5 elements, azure wind, blue flame, etc. But with each new appearance, Li Fan felt that he was a few points stronger in an instant. The reason why I can easily do things that countless sages and saints of the past could not do is because the Tao of ink-kill does not exist in this world. Its most fundamental core is annihilation. It is the infinite sea. It is above the great Taos of the mortal world. Therefore, it is not constrained by the mortal world's rule that the great Taos cannot be cultivated together. All Taos seen in the mortal world can be comprehended and used. Looking at his increasingly vivid ink body, a sense of enlightenment arose in Li Fan's heart. If ink-kill is like this, then, what about returning to truth? The ink churned, and Li Fan finally brought his thoughts back to his most fundamental core. Through ink-kill, taint all the Taos in the world. One Tao, one step. When all the great Taos in the mortal world are mastered, perhaps I will be one step away from the change of true and false. Li Fan's ink body burst apart and completely merged into the newborn ink-kill immortal soul of the Xuanwang world. He must first temporarily move over these Taos mastered by the newborn ink-kill immortal soul. The main body had gained a lot, and finally found a path that was most suitable for him in the doomsday background of the immortal path being severed and the great Taos withering. And after Li Buren sensed the changes in the main body, looking at the heavenly capital Grand Master who was still in the illusion generation shadow, in front of him, he already had an idea in his heart. A little bit of ink emerged from his fingertip. Then it turned into a wisp of black gas and slowly flew towards the heavenly capital Grand Master. It merged into the sound of chanting, like a drop into a vast lake, and soon disappeared without a trace. But the ink did not disappear because of this. Instead, it changed the color of this lake. The illusion generation shadow rippled, trying to remove the ink that was eroding it. But each of its undulations actually gave ink-kill an opportunity to invade. A shadow quietly occupied the forehead in the shadow body. The heavenly capital Grand Master, whose face had always been calm since he was locked on by Li Buren, finally changed. Although he still looked so calm and composed. But Li Buren still saw that he was pretending to be calm. Ink-kill is indeed more useful than my Tao Net brute force. Thinking this way, Li Buren also received a wisp of the ink-kill immortal soul's power into his body. It was as if the stars in the sky suddenly dimmed, and the heavens fell into silence. But after a few breaths, under this dim starry sky, a greater vitality was ushered in. Li Buren, who had been amplified by the ink-kill characteristic, although he could not be directly compared with the illusion generation shadow, could ignore its influence to a certain extent. Surrounded by the sound of chanting, he moved forward step by step with difficulty. Slowly but firmly, he finally came to the heavenly capital Grand Master. He tightly grabbed the other party's throat, and in the Grandmaster's gradually frightened face, he dragged him out of the protection of the illusion generation shadow. The Grandmaster wanted to say something, but the dark Dao net had already tightly wrapped him. Strands of ink poured in from the crown of his head. The Grandmaster's eyes instantly disappeared, and his pupils became pitch black. The constantly struggling movements also slowly stopped. Li Buren was using ink kill to erode the Grandmaster's cultivated Dao. Originally, Li Buren thought that the Grandmaster had been guarding the illusion generation Dao for 10,000 years without letting go. What he had painstakingly cultivated should also be the illusion generation Dao. But when Li Buren followed ink kill into the Grandmaster's inner core, he was surprised to realize that something was wrong. The Grandmaster is different from the starving immortal, who experienced distorted time because of cultivating the Dao of starvation. Although 10,000 years have passed, only a few days have actually passed. He has been comprehending the Dao with the illusion generation shadow since the era of the Zantian king. For such a long time, he has been living with the illusion generation shadow day and night. Even if he is a pig, his understanding of the illusion generation Dao will definitely not be too bad. But this Grandmaster, since encountering me, he has almost relied entirely on the shadow's protection. His own ability to avoid misfortune is almost negligible. Although Li Buren used the power of the ink kill immortal soul to enter the Grandmaster's core. But what he saw was too thin. Not only the Dao he comprehended, but also his experiences and memories. It didn't seem like the capacity that the Heavenly Capital Grandmaster, who had been sitting in the Heavenly Capital and overlooking Xuanwang for tens of thousands of years, should have. Li Buren looked around and instinctively sensed that something was wrong. Looking at the empty scenes around him, he suddenly remembered the scene of countless square star seas juxtaposed in the high-walled experimental field. Perhaps, this is just one of the Grandmaster's inner locations. Li Buren felt something. Infinite ink then erupted from his body. In a few breaths, it completely submerged this place. Then, under the pressure of terrifying force, it began to penetrate to other places. Boom, boom. As cracks appeared, the ink tide surged towards the outside of the surface displayed by the Heavenly Capital Grandmaster. It was as if he had suddenly broken into a world full of creatures. Countless figures floated in the sky. Although their faces were all the same, they were undoubtedly all Heavenly Capital Grandmasters. These people seem a little familiar. Li Buren also saw some acquaintances in these figures. They were the mortals and cultivators living in Yuandao Prefecture. Lan Yu, Du Guxi, Feng Mu, etc. At this moment, their expressions varied. Some were outraged, some were terrified, and some were indifferent. The creatures of Yuandao Prefecture are all transformed by the Heavenly Capital Grandmaster. The first thought that emerged in Li Buren's mind was this. But he quickly reacted and realized that something was wrong. Because at this moment, the creatures of Yuandao Prefecture were still living unaffected on the land of Yuandao Prefecture. There were no abnormalities due to the Grandmaster's capture. Li Buren thought of the strange phenomenon that occurred in Yuandao Prefecture, where 10 years of time would be swallowed. In an instant, he understood. It's not that 10 years of time have really disappeared, but all the creatures inside are in a state of stillness. Only the Grandmaster can still move. During these 10 years, he has made copies of all the creatures in the world of Yuandao Prefecture in his body. And the purpose? Li Buren captured the figure of Lan Yu. Although it is not the real Lan Yu. But, Li Fan still sensed the aura of comprehension of the Tao of life and death from the other party. Even more profound than the Lan Yu he had seen before. Li Buren looked at the countless different Grandmasters floating in the sky. Each one was comprehending different Taos. 1494. The Four Saints of the Fairy World. To comprehend the 3,000 great Taos with the power of one person. The great mage's thoughts are somewhat in line with my own. Looking around, Li Buren was somewhat surprised, and also a bit puzzled. The great mage's inner world is a reflection of all living beings. It is also the manifestation of countless great Taos in the world. Each and every being copied by the great mage has become a vessel for the manifestation of the great Taos. Li Buren looked at the countless faces lined up in the heavens, and for a moment, he almost had the illusion of being in the Tao network. In fact, conceptually speaking, the great mage alone is indeed comparable to the Tao network. However, whether it is the refinement of enlightenment here, or the number of Tao principles, there is still a huge gap compared to the Tao network Li Fan saw in the Shuo Star Sea. These various Tao paths are manifested because of different living beings. Buddha. Li Buren shifted his gaze away from Lan Yu, and casually looked at another mortal from Yuan Daozhou. The aura of the great Tao related to painting was condensed on his body. The intensity of the aura fluctuations was simply impossible for a mere mortal to possess. The shadow copied by the great mage has a far greater understanding of the Tao than the originala. Li Buren looked at the focal point of the gazes of all beings. In the darkness, where the shadow of illusory birth was located. Li Buren instantly understood. So that's how it is. The shadow of illusory birth is the extreme of change. It not only adapts to the opportune moment, but also produces various different reactions to the different beings it comes into contact with in the world. When the 10 immortal sects entered the heavenly capital back then, after seeing the shadow of illusory birth, different cultivation methods appeared before everyone's eyes and ears. But without exception, they all seemed to be greatly related to what they had learned before, as if they were custom-made for them. The people of the 10 immortal sects therefore believed that the great mage must have come from the immortal realm. And what was taught to them should also be the inheritance techniques of the immortal realm. Immortal realm, how could there be mortal methods? The true inheritance of the 10 immortal sects is far inferior to immortal techniques. They would never have imagined that the so-called inheritance was just the different evolutions that the shadow of illusory birth naturally produced after coming into contact with them. Like a mirror, the great mage put them in to meet the shadow of illusory birth. And the freezing of the living beings of Yuan Daozhou at irregular intervals is probably for the sake of the Tao appearances reflected in this mirror. Thinking of this, Li Buren couldn't help but look at this great mage of heavenly capital in a new light. He obtained the treasure that leads directly to the realm of namelessness, but instead of directly comprehending the Tao of the treasure like the starving immortal, he used it as a tool, trying to bring all the great Taos of the world into his grasp. And the great mage is actually just a half-immortal. Such behavior can simply be described as arrogant and overestimating one's abilities. But Li Buren knew that the great mage was able to restrain his inner greed in the face of the treasure of namelessness, guarding it for 10,000 years without changing his original intention. He would never be a fool. He must have his own reasons for doing this. Li Buren did not force an answer for the time being, but looked at the different Tao paths produced by the great mage's accumulation of 10,000 years, through the shadow of illusory birth's transformation of countless beings in the world. He actually smiled very rarely. Insufficient strength, but it's just making wedding clothes for others. I'll accept such a generous gift. Thinking like this, monstrous ink-black color burst out from Li Buren's body. Like tentacles, they successively invaded and stained the countless Tao appearances within the great mage. Just as Li Buren had deduced, within each figure was the understanding of different Tao paths. Like fruits that had been condensed for tens of thousands of years, they were extremely fragrant and tempting to cultivators. Li Buren did not show any mercy, and directly took them all for his own. As thousands of Tao appearances were swallowed by Li Buren, within Li Fan's main body, in the endless ink-black ocean of the ink-kill immortal soul, different water droplets began to gradually appear. It was exactly the same as what the ink-kill had shown when it invaded the Xuanwang heaven and earth before. The great mage's 10,000 years of enlightenment, coupled with Li Fan's own understanding in reincarnation. Countless ink droplets representing different Tao paths were separated from the ink-kill immortal soul. The myriad aspects of life emerged continuously. While bringing vitality to the ink-kill immortal soul, it also brought him a way to transform into different great Taos. Feeling the drastic changes taking place in his body, Li Fan's heart stirred, and a constantly beating, red and black-edged flame appeared in his palm. Ink-kill is the core, crimson flame is the appearance. This flammea, Li Fan flicked his finger, and the black flame instantly turned into a silk thread, flew out of the Xuanwang world, and collided with the pillar of the heavens transformed by the starving immortal in the dark star sea. Not a single ripple was produced, and the pillar of the heavens stood still. After all, it was transformed by a nameless true immortal, capable of resisting the Tao annihilation tribulation. Li Fan's main body was still only a half-immortal, and although the ink-kill was strange, it was simply not enough to harm the starving immortal's pillar of the heavens. Li Fan was not surprised, raised his eyebrows, and sensed the inconspicuous black scorch mark on the pillar of the heavens. Combining the nameless immortal body with one Tao, the strong rejection of other Tao paths cannot completely remove the ink-kill. Moreover, along with that black mark, the erosion of the ink-kill is still continuing. Although it's a bit slow, it's good that it's persistent. If time is infinitely stretched, the towering pillar of the heavens may not be pierced one day. And this is just the beginning. Li Fan had a feeling that as he eroded more and more Dao paths, the ink kill's erosion ability would become stronger. It's as if different Dao paths have some common points. The more Dao paths eroded, the more common points are mastered. Using this as a key, it will eventually be invincible. Li Fan's idea of using ink kill to erode the 3,000 great Daos had just sprouted, and it had already taken root. In addition to his own accumulation, it was more based on the great mage's accumulation over tens of thousands of years. As the monstrous ink black color completely swallowed the great mage's inner world, Li Fan also noticed some of the great mage's characteristics of enlightenment. Unlike the structure of countless nodes in the Dao network, the great mage ultimately took himself as the core. Thousands of Dao appearances guarded him in the center, like an emperor worshipped by the heavens. It's just that now, with Li Fan's intervention, this majestic emperor has become a solitary person. Li Buren confronted the real great mage. Surrounded by countless original selves, the great mage of heavenly capital, who was in a desperate situation, unexpectedly did not have emotions such as depression, fear, or anger. The naive and innocent-looking Dao child had a calm face, but kept pinching his fingers to calculate something. In the end, it seemed that there was no result. He shook his head and chose to give up. He asked faintly, "Where did you come from, Dao friend?" "Of course, I came from where I came from," Li Buren said coldly. Seeing that Li Buren was unwilling to reveal it, the great mage no longer pursued the question. Instead, he bargained, "I will offer the shadow of Tai with both hands and let me leave, is that acceptable?" Tai. Li Buren pondered for a moment. Then he said indifferently, "If I kill you, this shadow of illusory birth will also be mine." The great mage was a little lost when he heard this, but not because of Li Buren's determination to kill, but because of the different names for that illusory shadow. "So, in your eyes, it's illusory birth." "There is no difference." The great mage shook his head. Before the birth of heaven and earth, there was infinite chaos, and Tai was first derived. Then there was the mutual generation of all things. Tai is the ultimate power of change in the world. If Tai were still Tai, the world would not have become what it is today. The great Tao itself is declining. Tai has turned into illusory birth. Ahihi, I was deceived in the past. Li Buren narrowed his eyes, listening to these somewhat mysterious remarks. Even if the great Tao does not decline, and the real Tao of Tai is placed in front of you, what can you do with your half-immortal cultivation? Seeing that Li Buren did not act for a long time, the great mage was happy to live a little longer. "You don't know this, Tao friend. The Tao of Tai already has its master. It is my teacher. Although the master has left, only a remnant shadow remains in the world, but it is not something I can covet. I am just using the divine power of the master to comprehend the Tao paths of the world," the great mage said leisurely, not looking like he was on the verge of death at all. "Do you think that if you make up a non-existent master, I won't dare to refine you?" Li Buren snorted coldly. The great mage smiled disdainfully and pointed to the Taoist robe on his body. "This Taoist child's attire of mine has been around for tens of thousands of years. It is exactly the appearance I had when I served my master. It hasn't changed for a long time, so how can there be any fabrication? Whether you believe it or not, you don't need to worry. Even if you kill me, the master will not stand up for me. In the past, the master left a phantom, which should have been to support the tilting sky of the immortal realm. Unfortunately, before I could send the phantom there, the entire immortal realm was already submerged by Tao annihilation. I looked at the master's phantom and immediately had greedy thoughts. How can those who can transcend not even be able to control their own remaining phantoms?" "Your lies have become too crude," Li Buren commented. The great mage glanced at Li Buren, his tone inexplicable. "When I said that the master had left, I meant passed away. Not transcendence. Although the master has heaven-defying magical powers, since he chose to die, he would naturally not leave any spirituality behind." Li Buren was stunned and speechless when he heard this. What the great mage said was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. Combining the Tao with Tai, yet so easy to die. His words were full of disbelief. "Easy he. The great mage smiled without answering, but started talking about another topic. Indeed, if his old man wanted to continue living, then there would probably be a way to extend his life. But the master simply didn't want to. Who in the world doesn't want the master to ascend to immortality more than I do? After all, when he was around, even the immortal emperor who was in power in the immortal realm had to be respectful and courteous to me. And once he diasa, he. The smile on the great mage's face seemed a little sinister and distorted. In that case, your master is a top-notch expert in the immortal realm. How does he compare to Lord Shukyu? Li Buren ignored the other party's strange expression and directly asked. Lord Shukyu. This name pulled the great mage out of his resentful emotions, and he was a little dazed for a while. Then he slowly said, the master and Lord Shukyu never met. The master is a well-known expert in the immortal realm, while Lord Shukyu is hidden in the wilderness, rising out of nowhere and suddenly becoming famous. I once asked the master about Lord Shukyu, but he said he'd. The great mage suddenly paused, wanting to create suspense. Li Buren was able to resist asking, and just looked at the great mage coldly, waiting for his next statement. After a stalemate for a while, the great mage felt bored and said, the master only said 5 words lightly, no responsibility, naturally strong. I don't know what the specific meaning is. Anyway, he never mentioned that Lord Shukyu again until he ascended to immortality. Li Buren carefully pondered the 5 words, no responsibility, naturally strong. After a long while, he suddenly asked again, how many experts like your master were there in the immortal realm back then? The great mage's expression fell into reminiscence. There were only 3 people in the entire immortal realm who could sit down and discuss Tao with the master. Of course, this does not include Lord Shukyu. The master would sometimes take me with him, and sometimes he would travel alone. I remember that once I asked the master who was the strongest among the 4 holy sovereigns. The master did not answer, but just smiled and tapped my forehead. He said this I don't know who is the strongest. But if you ask who is the hardest, it must be the 2 holy sovereigns, Lianshan and Guihai. After the master said this, he didn't know what happy thing he thought of, and then laughed loudly. The moment he heard the 2 words Lianshan and Guihai, Li Buren's mind instinctively thought of the mountains and seas seen by Lord Shukyu. He couldn't help but ask, this Lianshan and Guihai? The great mage woke up from his memories and stared at Li Buren. He didn't know what he was thinking. After a long silence, he still answered Li Buren's question. Lianshan, the #1 immortal in the world. Guihai, opened up the infinite spring. It can be said that these 2 holy sovereigns created the ancient prosperous age of the immortal realm from scratch, the great mage said solemnly, word by word. Judging from his performance, his admiration for these 2 holy sovereigns was evident. These few short sentences, when they fell into Li Buren's ears, were also like thunder. The great mage's words were not difficult to understand. Lianshan is the first immortal in the world. Guihai is the true immortal who found the method to connect to the infinite sea, making immortal power infinite and endless from then on. Having personally witnessed the vastness of the infinite sea, and being able to transform the power of the infinite sea into one's own use, his strength must have reached an incredible level. The 2 words, Lianshan, when associated with the mountain opposite to the infinite sea, are quite thought-provoking. Perhaps the mountain is the foundation of power for the first true immortal. Li Buren was thinking rapidly in his mind. The great mage's background was far greater than he had imagined. In addition to the 3 holy sovereigns, Tai, Lianshan, and Guihai, what about the remaining 1? The great mage knew everything and answered everything, and Li Buren continued to ask him about the information of the immortal realm in the past. The remaining Onia, the great mage pondered for a long time, and was rarely hesitant. Cannot be said. After a long time, he shook his head. The master, Lianshan, and Guihai, have all ascended to immortality. Only this holy sovereign still exists in the world. If mentioned, it will definitely be perceived. 1495. Please all the great ways to disperse. When the celestial capital great wizard spoke, his tone was noticeably more respectful than when he mentioned Lianshan, Guihai, or even his own master. This showed the weight of the last, unmentionable, holy sovereign in his heart. The immortal realm is destroyed, the saint is no longer a saint. Li Buren said coldly, fearless due to his ignorance. The great wizard shook his head. Not becoming a saint because of bearing responsibility, but being able to become a saint because one is a saint. The survival or destruction of the immortal realm actually has no great relationship with the saints. If Master had understood this point earlier, perhaps he could have lived longer. If your master knew you would say such things, he should have taken you with him when he fell back then. Faced with Li Buren's sharp words, the great wizard was speechless. And seemed to be lost in distant memories because of this sentence. Your master was one of the 4 saints of the immortal realm, and you served him for tens of thousands of years. How are you still only a half-immortal? Li Biren chatted with the Great Wizard, saying whatever came to mind. While probing for information, he was also quietly using the ink-kill black qi to corrode the opponent's only remaining true body. The myriad Dao aspects that Li Biren had devoured before did not have any memories. They were purely records of the illusionary birth void shadow feedback Dao. And judging from the encroachment of the ink-kill black qi during this chat, although the Great Wizard only had the cultivation of a half-immortal, his body and soul were integrated as one, like a perfect creation that should not exist. It was impossible to find any weaknesses. It was indeed easy to kill him. But wanting to seize his body and peek into his past was beyond what Li Biren could do now. The Great Wizard seemed completely unaware of Li Biren's secret actions. Lianshan will inevitably return to Guihai in the end. Master and the other two holy sovereigns have proven this with facts, how can I repeat the same mistake? Moreover, if it weren't for my half-immortal body, how could I have escaped from the catastrophe of the immortal realm's destruction back then? This is called every drink and every peck is preordained. The Great Wizard completely dismissed Li Biren's sarcasm. If it weren't for the appearance of you, a person who should not have appeared, I would definitely have taken the step I expected. The Great Wizard's tone was a little wistful. Li Biren was about to continue mocking, so as to shake the other party's will, so that the intrusion of the ink-kill black qi would be smoother. The celestial capital Great Wizard, who had been constantly questioned, suddenly became the questioner. Friend, you are beyond the fate of heaven and earth. Could it be that you obtained that treasure? Treasure? I don't know what you're talking about. Li Fan's main body was shocked when he heard this. However, because Li Biren's own consciousness was suppressed, and he was purely a tool to execute Li Fan's orders, his answer was very natural. Stop making excuses for your failure. Zhan Tianwang, 10,000 years ago, almost captured you alive, didn't he? With just a half-immortal cultivation, what need is there for someone outside of fate to deal with you? Li Biren responded with disdain. The Great Wizard stared at Li Biren for a long time, but didn't see any flaws. Then he turned his head to look at the outside Yuan Daozhou and Xuanwang realm. Looking at the Xuanwang realm, which had long been unrecognizable, he said leisurely after a long while, it's only been a moment of closed-door cultivation, but the outside world has already undergone earth-shaking changes. But the strange thing is that all the changes do not include the area where I comprehend the Tao. Friend, you have been on guard against me for a long time. But this is clearly our first meeting. The Great Wizard slowly closed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking silently in his heart. Isn't the name of you, Celestial Capital Great Wizard, loud enough in the Xuanwang realm? Li Biren didn't explain much, but just replied faintly. You are definitely not from the Xuanwang realm. The Xuanwang realm, and even this starry sky. What has appeared in the past, what exists now, and what will be born in the future, have all been predetermined. Like chess pieces, taking turns in chess games. Even if there are a few more variables because of the destruction of the immortal realm. But chess pieces are always chess pieces. They cannot become treasures. The Great Wizard seemed to be suppressing some kind of emotion in his heart, and his words were extremely slow. And Li Biren narrowed his eyes when he heard this. The sky full of ink-kill black qi, like dark clouds, enveloped the Great Wizard's head. And the myriad Dao aspects that had been devoured all cast extremely cold gazes towards the Great Wizard. No matter what the other party guessed, Li Biren would not let this Great Wizard continue to live. Master's plan back then is actually feasible. It's a pity, it's too late. The celestial capital Great Wizard was still not afraid of the countless cold gazes around him, but suddenly opened his eyes and looked back at Li Biren. As if he had seen some rare treasure. No, now, it's not too late. If I can. The Great Wizard, who had been resigned to his fate before, suddenly became extremely excited for some reason. A sudden burst of great force ejected the ink-kill black qi that Li Biren had eroded from his body. The Taoist robe on the Great Wizard's body moved without wind, rustling. Everything can be saved. The Great Wizard stared at Li Biren and said heavily. Clearly surrounded by countless Tao aspects controlled by Li Biren, the Great Wizard seemed to have surrounded Li Biren and others instead. In an instant, he was condescending, completing the change of power. Li Biren realized that although the myriad Tao aspects around him had been controlled by his ink-kill black qi, but in front of the Great Wizard, they still couldn't stop bowing down. Just like the scene Li Biren saw when he broke into the Great Wizard's body. The Great Wizard resided among countless Tao aspects, receiving their worship. Like an emperor, like a saint, noble beyond words. Even Li Biren was faintly affected. The body constructed by the Dao net, because of the great wizard's existence, underwent an extremely unreasonable bend. It was as if the weight of the great wizard alone was greater than that of the other myriad great Daos. Knowing that he could not wait any longer, Li Biren immediately manipulated the myriad inks, surging out from the Dao aspects, attacking the celestial capital great wizard in the center. The ink killed black chi, stained with different great Daos, transformed into different distorted human figures. Various Daos and Dharmas manifested, exploding like fireworks around the great wizard. First there was Tai, then there were immortals. Wuji is still before Tai. Two faint words, like a wind-fixing bead, instantly fixed the countless great Dao fluctuations. The great wizard's figure walked out step by step from the mottled Dao shadows. Since you have seen Wuji, why not disperse? After asking lightly again, the countless great Dao fluctuations surrounding him actually dissipated like a breeze. Even if the ink-kill black chi had occupied the dominant position, it could not stop this process. In the blink of an eye, Li Biren's thugs were already empty. Only the power of the ink-kill immortal soul remained. Even Li Biren felt that illusionary birth and eternity, the two pillars of the ink-kill's existence in the world, were also somewhat resisting. Suppressing the commotion, Li Biren had to re-examine the celestial capital great wizard in front of him. Wuji is still before Tai. What big words! Although the great wizard was still in the appearance of a Taoist boy, the temperament on his body was completely different from before. High above, overlooking all living beings. It was as if the Tai Holy Sovereign had come in person, making people dare not look directly. Although the Tai Holy Sovereign is indeed my master. But the main reason why he accepted me as a disciple was because of my own extraordinary nature. Do you really think that anyone can stay safely under the Holy Sovereign's door for tens of thousands of years? The great wizard's tone was arrogant. Please disperse, master. The great wizard pointed remotely at the sky full of black chi. Then he bowed slightly. Li Biren only felt that the two foundations of the ink-kill black chi were shaken instantly, losing nearly half of it. The Tao of illusionary birth, because of the evolution over the years, was not completely equivalent to Tai's, so there was still a little power remaining. Please disperse, uncle. The great wizard bowed again. With this sentence, the other major foundation of the ink-kill black chi, the Tao of eternity. In a slight tremor, it suddenly dissipated. With just these two simple sentences, the foundation for the continuation of the ink-kill immortal soul was directly reduced. The sky full of black chi still existed, but it completely lost the possibility of being controlled. It became like the Tao annihilation tribulation, unrecognizable. While countless Tao aspects were quietly seized by the ink-kill black chi, the celestial capital great wizard also saw the details of the ink-kill immortal soul clearly. The raging black chi set off the great wizard's face as terrifying and awe-inspiring. Although he lost the help of the ink-kill immortal soul, Li Biren was not flustered. He was thinking about the reason for this sudden change. Everything in the world has a reason. Why did the great wizard's two sentences make the Tao of eternity and illusionary birth disappear out of thin air? Thinking of the scene he had seen before, where the great wizard was worshipped by myriad Tao aspects, Li Biren suddenly reacted. The great wizard's purpose is not to comprehend all these different Tao paths at the same time, but to treat them as tools, like the illusionary birth void shadow. Tools to help him cultivate. Li Biren could not hide the fluctuations in his heart, not cultivating myriad great Taos, but cultivating the Tao that makes myriad great Taos worship. Is this nobility, or is it honor? If it were ordinary beings in the mortal world, it would probably be extremely difficult to reach such an incredible Tao path. But if the great wizard said that his identity was special, and he was very likely related to Wuji before Tai, perhaps he could really do it. Cultivating this Tao path means that no Tao Dharma divine power in the world can cause harm to it. Li Biren tried it, and it was indeed so. All divine power spells disappeared out of thin air 1 jong away from the great wizard. While Li Biren was thinking about countermeasures, the great wizard strolled through the center of the out-of-control ink-kill black chi. Gradually approaching Li Biren, the Zhan Tianhuang you mentioned, who almost captured me alive. Born at the node of the immortal realm's destruction, he is indeed extremely special. Therefore, he has the possibility of jumping out of the chessboard, and his future is immeasurable. I don't want to have a conflict with him, but he has always wanted to find trouble with me. So I can only use a Tao body to fool him. But I didn't expect that his luck was really amazing. By chance, he disappeared directly from this starry sky. the great wizard said as he came to Li Biren's side. Wherever he went, all great Daos avoided him. Li Biren, constructed by the Dao net body, felt an unprecedented weakness because of it. As if he would dissipate at any time. But it's a bit unfair to judge my strength based on this Zantianwang alone. The great wizard finally stood in front of Li Biren and said word by word. Looking at Li Biren face to face. Hand over the treasure, and I can let you leave. The great wizard solemnly promised. Li Biren frowned, not because of the request made by the other party, but because the great wizard actually behaved so childish. I don't know what you're talking about. Li Biren still said the same thing as before. The great wizard was extremely sure of his guess. Seeing that Li Biren still refused to admit it, he shook his head regretfully. Then I have no choice but to take it myself. Wuji. Please let the Daos disperse. The great wizard bowed slightly towards Li Biren. Li Biren only felt that the only remaining Dao rules in his body were about to dissipate suddenly in this sentence. After the Daos dispersed, only the treasure from outside the great Dao would remain. Are you so confident? Just as the great wizard was confident, Li Biren suddenly said this. A strong and powerful hand suddenly strangled the great wizard's throat tightly. The two sides were so close that the great wizard did not have time to react to this sudden burst of power. How is that possible? The great wizard looked at Li Biren, who had suddenly become full of energy again, with a face full of disbelief. Perhaps the great Daos of heaven and earth are all subject to your constraints. But what about the mountains and the sea? Li Biren's figure was hazy, as if he was on the top of a mountain or on the edge of the sea. The great wizard was stunned for a moment, then woke up like a dream. Keeper of the mound. Li Biren shook his head slightly. It seems that you have really not seen the keeper of the mound. You are also unaware of the fact that the keeper of the mound once left behind a trick here. This is also to be expected. Who asked you to be just a half-immortal? You are right, every drink and every peck is preordained. Li Biren returned the original words. After such a change, Li Biren's desire to kill the great wizard was unstoppable. But Li Biren was a little hesitant about how to deal with this great wizard. After all, he relied on the power of the keeper of the mound to suppress him for a while. But ordinary methods are still extremely difficult to kill the great wizard. Moreover, he may be related to the so-called Wuji. Held tightly by Li Biren, the great wizard was still not flustered. The matter of the keeper of the mound is indeed a bit beyond my expectations. But my roots are outside of heaven and earth, at the beginning of the great Tao. So it doesn't matter whether I live or die. You can't really kill me. It was as if Li Biren was the one who was caught. The great wizard was still trying to persuade Li Biren to hand over the treasure. Li Biren felt a little ridiculous. You don't even know what the treasure is, what its specific effects are, and why are you so persistent? The great wizard said very seriously, you holding the treasure is at most turning things around and saving the world from danger. But if I hold it, I can correct everything that shouldn't have happened. My master, as well as the other 3 holy monarchs of the immortal realm. Their fates might also be rewritten. Li Biren shook his head, it can't be done. These so-called treasures can't accomplish all of this. It can, the great mage affirmed once more. 1496. Return to Wanjana's purpose. Could it be that you understand returning to truth better than I do? Sensing the heavenly capital Grand Mage's rather stubborn words, Li Fan couldn't help but find it amusing. But for some reason, it was accompanied by a trace of inexplicable irritability. For the current Li Fan, this was definitely an unusual matter. Li Fan was slightly taken aback. After careful consideration, even though he was somewhat unwilling, he still confirmed the source of the irritability in his heart. Could it be that the Grand Mage is not wrong? His expression became somewhat solemn. After pondering for a while, Li Fan tried to communicate with returning to truth. But all he received was silence. The upper limit of returning to truth's regression, anchored at 1 year, is when I had just transmigrated. Returning to truth is on me. No matter how it regresses, it can only start from this point in time. But what exactly determines this? After a moment of contemplation, a thought uncontrollably emerged in Li Fan's mind. It is, that is, the beginning of the existence of the host of returning to truth. If this guess is true, then, Li Fan looked remotely towards the Grand Mage in Yuandao Province's sky, who was still full of hope. The Grand Mage was born before the primordial beginning, before the mortal world was even born. If it can really revert back to that time, perhaps it can truly reverse everything. The advent of the Tao annihilation tribulation, the destruction of the immortal realm. Preventing it from the source is definitely much easier than when it has already become a unknown currency copyright a Section C towering catastrophe. Li Fan couldn't hide the shock in his heart. However, when Black Heaven Physician tried to seize returning to truth in the past, the lifespan of the mortal world also skyrocketed. From the perspective of this ending, there seemed to be no difference between handing returning to truth over to Black Heaven Physician or the Grand Mage. And Li Fan would never, ever, hand over returning to truth so easily. Not for any reason. The reason why Li Fan's mood was uneasy was because he suddenly thought of the legendary reverse journey boat. All along, I have had some regrets. Even with the ability to regress infinitely, I am still bound to the time after the anchored 1 year. If I use some method to return to before the anchored 1 year, does it mean that I can reconstruct the more ancient past? The reason why he hadn't carefully considered this question before was because Li Fan's reincarnation, from the very first time, started from the anchored 1 year. The experience over a long period of time had formed a kind of powerful inertia of thought. Subconsciously, he thought it was impossible. Until today, the Grand Mage inadvertently awakened him. What exactly is the purpose of returning to truth? Naturally, Li Fan thought of this question. He couldn't help but recall the complex and intertwined strange emotions that returning to truth had shown in the endless sea. Returning to truth undoubtedly has its own consciousness. In the past continuous reincarnations, Li Fan had already confirmed this point. Compared with the power of returning to truth, even Li Fan, who is now in the half-immortal realm, is just a slightly larger ant. Perhaps not even as good as an ant. The reason why returning to truth was willing to attach itself to Li Fan's body was naturally because of Li Fan's extremely abundant spirituality, which seemed to never be depleted by returning to truth's activation. So, what returning to truth wants is a carrier that can support him to continuously return to truth. Therefore, he must have his own purpose. Understanding this, Li Fan's mood calmed down instead. In any case, being valued by returning to truth was indeed his luck. Otherwise, he would have died of old age as a mortal in the great Zan small world of the Zanhuang realm. Li Fan didn't feel repelled by returning to truth's purposeful attachment. He even felt a faint joy. In the past, he had many times had hidden worries in his heart that returning to truth would suddenly leave him. This worry did not disappear with the increase of his strength. On the contrary, it became more and more intense. But now, only a combination of interests can make people feel more at ease. Li Fan closed his eyes and forcibly suppressed the thousands of thoughts in his mind that were surging like raging waves. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. Calm as before. Returning to truth, although it has great power, from the current interaction, his actions and intentions are, at least, logical. Therefore, it is possible to deduce and speculate from a certain aspect. Although the result of the speculation is not necessarily accurate due to the lack of most of the information. But at least it can restore the general outline of the truth. That unknown and terrifying existence that is submerged under the endless sea is an old acquaintance of returning to truth. In the past, something happened between them, the consequence of which, even returning to truth himself, cannot reverse. Therefore, he wants to borrow external force. As soon as this thought came out, Li Fan was struck by lightning. In his soul, a storm raged. Countless lights and shadows swept in, covering the sky and the earth. Every drop of rain contained hundreds of millions of years of time. Just like the magnificent miracle that Li Fan saw in the endless sea, it was enough to make anyone who saw this scene feel infinite awe. This was an amount of information that Li Fan's soul could hardly bear. Every inch of his soul seemed to be constantly crushed by the entire world, and his memory vaguely became blurred. It seemed that he was about to be lost in the rain of light and shadow. Li Fan had once created the all-living beings refining spirit formation. It was to condense the thoughts of hundreds of millions of living beings in the world into a magnificent force, used to resist, and even refine, true immortals. And what he was suffering now was the highest degree of power of the all-living beings refining spirit that only existed in theory. In that rain of light and shadow, there were not only the living beings of the world, but also the past memories of everything that exists in the world. Even though his spirituality was extraordinary, Li Fan was almost lost in this heavy rain, completely losing himself. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the storm suddenly stopped. The awe-inspiring rain of light and shadow disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had never happened. Only Li Fan's almost exhausted state showed that all this was not his illusion. After a long time, Li Fan slightly recovered with lingering fear. What was that just now? All the anomalies happened in Li Fan's body. Although he was caught off guard at that time, after looking back, Li Fan vaguely understood what had happened. He couldn't help but jump in his heart, and it was unspeakable horror. Is it my inference that finally triggered the real thoughts of returning to truth? His will is too vast. Just the aftershocks caused by the ups and downs of his thoughts are enough to tear me into countless pieces. Li Fan tried his best to calm down. But hearing about the terror of the supreme powerhouse, and truly experiencing it once, are definitely two different concepts. It seemed that his body and soul had been imprinted by the storm just now. Every time he recalled it, it was as if he was there. Hard to breathe, heart stopped, sweating profusely. All kinds of instinctive reactions happened one after another. After experiencing another baptism of wind and rain, Li Fan finally became honest. Controlling his mind, no longer thinking wildly. No wonder Huan Zhen, despite possessing consciousness, has always been so taciturn. Its few conscious fluctuations have only ever expressed simple emotions. It's not that it disdains to communicate with me. But Rathera, I simply can't bear the cost of communicating with it. One must know that Li Fan is now in the half-immortal realm. Apart from lacking the infinite nature of immortal spiritual power, his strength is even greater than that of ordinary true immortals. But even so, he doesn't even have the ability to withstand Huan Zhen's thoughts. Even Shou Chogong, who could resist the annihilation calamity, didn't make Li Fan feel this chasm-like difference. Only when facing the infinite sea did Li Fan feel this sense of powerlessness. The true power of Huan Zhen is actually Li Fan remained silent for a long time. Every time he thought he had seen Huan Zhen's limit, reality would tell him that what he had glimpsed was just an inconspicuous hilltop in a continuous mountain range. It was precisely because he was in the mountains, with his view obscured by the surrounding towering peaks, that he couldn't see the overall picture of the mountain range. Now, the mountain range emitted slight tremors, almost causing the world to turn upside down. Only then could the people in the mountains catch a glimpse of the true face of the mountains. At the very least, it shows one thing. My previous guess, being able to stir Huan Zhen's thoughts, indicates that I'm getting closer to the truth. Li Fan let out a long breath. Looking at the Archmage again, his mindset was completely different. It's not that I'm exclusively hoarding a supreme treasure. On the contrary, we are bound by mutual interests. Although you call yourself an incarnation of Wuji, wanting to interfere so easily is a bit too naive. Do you really think Huan Zhen hasn't scrutinized you? It's simply that you're not worthy of attention. In the storm of thoughts stirred up by Huan Zhen, Li Fan vaguely saw the memories that once existed in the mortal world. When truth is taken as falsehood, then falsehood becomes truth. Perhaps these memories are the reason why the transformation between truth and falsehood can be realized. The Archmage is an innate being, so he naturally fell under Huan Zhen's observation much earlier. But since Huan Zhen didn't choose him, it means that this Archmage is simply not qualified. It seems that achieving Huan Zhen's goal is by no means easy. The further back in the direction of antiquity one traces to reconstruct the past, the greater the repulsive force one might suffer. Moreover, it won't be successful in just one or two attempts. Archmage of Heavenly Capitala, Wuji existed even before Tai. You have quite a boastful tone, wanting me to hand over Huan Zhen with both hands. Then let me see first, just how much of Huan Zhen can you withstand? In the span of a few breaths, Li Fan, having fully recovered to his peak state, lightly tapped towards the Archmage of Heavenly Capital from afar. His finger was like scissors, slashing through the air. I followed my master and witnessed countless rises and falls in the immortal realm. This treasure appeared long ago in the legends of the primordial immortal realm, known to the earliest powerful beings. It's just that it was too ethereal, always just heard of, and no one had ever truly seen it. Therefore, the entire immortal realm gradually forgot about its existence. Only when my master and the two holy sovereigns, Lianshan and Guihai, were chatting idly, reminiscing about the past, would they occasionally mention it. When the annihilation calamity drew ever closer, and all the methods that could be tried had been tried, but all were useless, the immortals of the immortal realm recalled this legend from the corners of Historia. The Archmage of Heavenly Capital was still rambling on, showing off his foundation to Li Buren. As he was speaking, his figure suddenly froze, his face full of surprise and doubt. Ordinary people wouldn't even perceive the slightest weakening of their own spirituality. But the Archmage is indeed an innate being, his body and soul perfectly integrated. He immediately sensed the loss of this trace of spirituality. And for innate beings like him, the completeness of their spirituality seemed to be an extremely important matter. Fear gradually climbed onto the Archmage's face. His expression began to distort, and he began to curse at Lee Buren. He even forgot about the treasure he had been so concerned about. "Quickly return it to me," he just kept screaming. The ear-piercing sound echoed around, and Lee Buren frowned slightly. He discovered that this scream was not the Archmage's impotent rage. The power of the Sho Chogong phantom he was using was becoming somewhat a plus or minus amidst the echoes. The characteristic of dissipating all great Taos was activated to the extreme. Even if Lee Buren strangled the other party's throat, he couldn't stop him from making a sound. It seemed to be a roar from before the birth of heaven and earth, the sound growing louder and louder. Accompanying the birth of the mortal world, it echoed to this day, wanting to return this born heaven and earth to its original state. Return everything to the beginning of heaven and earth, to the time of Wuji. After all, the Sho Chogong phantom was not Sho Chogong himself. The 5 phantoms he left behind had not transcended heaven and earth either. After all, they were meant for inheriting the Tao. Amidst the Archmage's roar, which wanted to cleanse away all the great Taos of heaven and earth, it was actually becoming somewhat unsustainable. But Lee Buren still didn't panic. His connection with his main body had been re-established. He knew that his main body had taken action again. On the Xuanwang Great Earth, Li Fan slashed through the air again. It was as if he had been kicked hard, and the Archmage's voice stopped abruptly. Li Fan didn't give the Archmage a chance to breathe, and the false as true blade continued relentlessly. Each time this illusory blade struck the Archmage, it seemed as if a real entity was falling. The pain suffered by the Archmage was strangely 1,000 times, 10,000 times more intense than that of ordinary people. When Li Fan experimented on the cultivators in the Xuanwang realm before, even if their own spirituality was cut dry, they hardly had any special reactions. But on the Archmage, it was no different from cutting off his flesh. After a few breaths, the Archmage was already in a dying state. At this time, he realized it. With a weak voice, he wanted to ask someone for help. But Li Fan mercilessly slashed down with the final blade. 1497. Understand the infinite principle. After the return to truth slash, everything fell silent. The Archmage seemed to be frozen, his expression solidified. In the end, he didn't even have time to shout, "Save me," before his body seemed to be covered with a layer of gray, becoming dim. Li Buren did not let his guard down, because the Archmage's life signs had not disappeared. But after observing for a long time, he finally determined that the other party should no longer move. The Archmage, whose spirituality had been reduced to the extreme, did not die, but turned into something like a stone statue. The area around the statue was still a forbidden zone for all kinds of great Taos. The effect of great Taos retreating was not much weaker than when the Archmage was still alive. It was just that it was no longer deliberately targeting anyone, but naturally emitting its own characteristics to the surroundings. Therefore, Li Buren was able to barely maintain his body from dissipating. He stared at the stone statue, observing it carefully. After a long time, he finally tasted something. It seems that the Archmage was not lying. He is indeed greatly related to the Wuji before the innate. He may even be directly a manifestation of the great Tao, like the beast race's primordial Tao form. No. Recalling the Archmage's previous remarks, and the fact that although he had lived for tens of thousands of years, he was still very childish, Li Buren guessed that the Archmage might not have completed the manifestation purely on his own, but relied on the guidance of others. After Wuji, heaven and earth were born. The Archmage's Wuji is indeed genuine. Those who are qualified to guide such innate beings are probably only the 4 saint sovereigns of the immortal realm. Lianshan, Guihai, the 4 saint sovereigns can be traced back to the beginning of the immortal realm. Even the entire cultivation system of immortals was created by them. The Archmage, as a remnant of the Wuji Tao after the opening of heaven and earth, was discovered by them and then enlightened into a human. Li Buren pondered, already slowly restoring the Archmage's past. Wuji. He pondered the strange power surging from the stone statue in front of him. If the immortal realm saint sovereigns gave the Archmage life, then Li Fan cut away the Archmage's life with his blade, turning him back into his original state. Without his own desires and thoughts, only pure Wuji. Wuji and the world evolved from the great Tao are destined to be incompatible. The Archmage could still suppress his power when he was alive, but after he disappeared, the power of Wuji lost its restraint and began to gradually spread around. This was a trend. Just like the birth and death of Tao, the growth and decline of Tao, it belonged to the destiny of the heaven and earth's own great Tao, which was unstoppable. If it is allowed to spread, the primordial possibility will have to reopen the earth, fire, water, and wind with the Xuanwang world as the center. However, this kind of destruction is very different from the Tao annihilation tribulation. This belongs to the heaven and earth's own evolution, a unique cycle of reincarnation. Even if it returns to Wuji, after many years, there will always be a day when heaven and earth reopen. But if it is swallowed by the Tao annihilation tribulation, that is eternal silence. Li Bu Ren was not forced back by the power of Wuji, but instead mobilized more of the power of the Shukyu Duke's phantom, trying his best to suppress the speed of Wuji's dissipation. Although dealing with the Archmage was a bit troublesome, since he had already guessed that Li Fan might possess Return to Truth, there was no reason for him to continue living. What's more, at the last moment just now, the Archmage was already asking for help. If he had shouted out for that last surviving Saint Sovereign Martial Uncle, even with the protection of the Shukyu Duke's phantom, Li Fan would have been forced to return to truth in a sorry state. This change occurred entirely because I underestimated the Archmage's origin. But it's not that I was careless. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Capital Archmage, who fought back and forth with the Zan Heavenly King, would have such a big background? Not only is he involved with the immortal realm, but he is also an innate being. Li Fan's main body ordered Li Bu Ren to temporarily squat and guard the Archmage's statue. He himself observed and comprehended Wuji synchronously through Li Bu Ren's perspective, while feeling a little emotional in his heart. Even after taking down such a noble being with the most outstanding origin and background in the primordial possibility, Li Fan didn't feel any guilt in his heart. After truly recognizing the power of Return to Truth and clarifying the fact that he was useful to Return to Truth and that it should come to his rescue at critical moments, he was no longer so afraid of the four saint sovereigns of the immortal realm. The Wuji state before the birth of heaven and earth still belongs to the possibility. A thought of Return to Truth, from nothing to something, constructs possibility. It can even return to the time node before the beginning of heaven and earth. That is to say, this Wuji is also included in the power of true and false transformation. Wuji rejects the great Taos of the world, but for existences that transcend the mortal world, its repulsive characteristics are greatly reduced. Li Bu Ren could barely stand and imprison it with the help of the Shukyu Phantom. And Li Fan, with the power of Return to Truth, could comprehend it. He could even turn it into his own use. This was the conclusion that Li Fan came to after observing the Archmage's statue for a long time. Simulate Wuji with the transformation of truth and falsehood. It seemed that because he had been immersed in countless past memories in the thought storm of Return to Truth, Li Fan felt that his comprehension ability had improved a lot. Even with this Wuji, he vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. Of course, this familiarity did not refer to familiarity with the Archmage. But it was as if Li Fan had also become an innate being, and had observed Wuji from the perspective of an outsider before the birth of heaven and earth. This natural advantage allowed him to quickly grasp the use of Wuji at an unbelievably terrifying speed. Or rather, simulate. A little gray light suddenly appeared from Li Fan's fingertips. The originally stable great Taos of heaven and earth suddenly became disordered. Where the gray light was, the great Taos retreated and changed, forming an absolute hollow where only gray light existed. Lasting for only 3 breaths, Li Fan consumed the power of a Xuanwang world phantom in his body. The rapid consumption of energy caused it to be difficult to circulate for a while. In addition, Li Fan did not have the characteristic of infinity. Therefore, he only tasted it briefly and quickly dissipated the gray light from his fingertips. Accompanied by the huge consumption of energy was mental exhaustion. Even more so than the previous, false is also true, transformation of the Tao Stone Mother, Li Fan felt as if he had experienced several reincarnations in those short moments. It seems that I cannot force the simulation and application too much now. But it would be best to use it to save my life at critical moments. As long as he has not transcended to the level of mountains and seas, and is still within the great Tao system, I can largely ignore him. No matter how high his cultivation is, the result is the same. This is the suppression of the acquired by the innate. The feeling from a bystander's perspective and the actual control were completely two different experiences. Don't look at how easily Li Fan cut off the Archmage's spirituality. This boy under the Saint Sovereign seemed pitifully weak. But at this moment, after Li Fan had mastered the power of Wuji to a certain extent, he truly understood its power. An attack that almost ignores the level of cultivation. No wonder the Archmage always doesn't care about anything. Even if he has lived for tens of thousands of years, he doesn't have much scheming. With the power of Wuji protecting his body, most of the things that happen in the world can't affect him. Naturally, he doesn't need to scheme against others or think too much. Innate power is actually a kind of restraint. Perhaps, it is more suitable for him to be a boy in front of some great figure. Thinking of this, Li Fan narrowed his eyes and had an idea in his heart. But it was just a preliminary idea. The specific implementation will have to wait for the next few lives. With the help of the main body, Li Bu Ren finally managed to control the Wuji that was about to spread. But the price was that a small part of the power had to be divided. The power surplus brought by suppressing the hungry immortal was thus sharply reduced by nearly half. However, Li Fan believed that this deal was absolutely worthwhile. Not to mention the power of Wuji that he had learned, the information mentioned in the Archmage's words alone was of great value to Li Fan. The various Immortal Realm Saint Sovereigns, not to mention them. What Li Fan cared about most was that the treasure, Return to Truth, seemed to have been circulating in the Immortal Realm since its birth. The more ancient the existence, the more likely they are to know the details of Return to Truth. The various lies I have woven to cover up the existence of Return to Truth may be meaningless in front of these powerful people. They will be seen through at a glance. For the time being, Li Fan hasn't thought of any countermeasures. But since he already knew this, he wouldn't be in too passive a situation. After leaving the Archmage's body, the myriad Tao images reconnected with the heaven and earth. The dissipated parts were replenished again. Countless Tao annihilations with different faces, like sentient beings, were hidden in the vast black energy of the Ink Slaughter immortal soul. In the Shuo Star Sea, Li Fan obtained a body-refining technique called Great Tao Embodiment Art. Embodying the Great Tao, in theory, if cultivated to the extreme, a person is the mortal world. However, if a mortal body wants to bear the Great Tao, it needs to undergo unimaginable tempering. In comparison, the Ink Slaughter immortal soul is much easier to devour and accommodate different Tao rules. Perhaps, the physical body can first adapt to the characteristics of Ink Slaughter. Li Fan felt the Ink Slaughter in his body, which seemed to have a little vitality, and couldn't help but have many thoughts in his mind. Of course, he didn't rashly experiment himself. But still let Li Bu Ren take the lead. Li Bu Ren's physical body was completely destroyed, leaving only the Tao net projection body. It was just right to try out the transformed Ink Slaughter immortal soul. A drop of essence blood was flicked by Li Fan to Li Bu Ren's side. After swallowing the essence blood, flesh and blood wriggled in the silver Tao net. Li Bu Ren's physical body was created so hastily. Without adding any natural treasures, this flesh and blood body was extremely weak. But as a wisp of Ink Slaughter black energy integrated into it, the body immediately became different. If it was the pure power of the Ink Slaughter immortal soul before, even if Li Fan merged with the Tao with Ink Slaughter, he would not be able to fuse this extremely destructive power with the flesh and blood body. But now, Ink Slaughter is not just pure destruction, but integrated various Tao paths between heaven and earth. The first thing to test was the most basic 5 elements Tao. 5 similar but different black energies kept rotating and merging. Li Fan was too familiar with the process of the 5 elements flowing and integrating into himself, so he transplanted this black vortex into Li Bu Ren's body very smoothly. The weak physical body did slowly dissipate due to the destructive characteristics of Ink Slaughter. In the blink of an eye, it became riddled with holes and dilapidated. It looked very scary, but still a small part, relying on the 5 elements characteristics in Ink Slaughter, persisted. And based on this, slowly replenished the physical body. Li Bu Ren moved slightly and carried out various experiments. After half a day, he came to a conclusion. This newly created physical body was not only extremely resistant to the great Tao laws. Even Tao annihilation had considerable resistance. When Li Fan forcibly mobilized all the power of the Shukyu Duke's phantom, only the original bones and the hungry immortal heavenly pillar were struggling to support themselves. Faced with the impending monstrous Tao annihilation catastrophe, the instinctive fear that arose in Li Bu Ren's heart was not as strong as before. Although the flood is all over the sky, I at least have the ability to swim. Although it is still difficult to hide from the fate of being swallowed in the end, I can barely support it for a while. Li Fan was delighted in his heart. You must know that being able to survive the Tao Annihilation tribulation was something only transcendent powerhouses could do. But Li Fan relied on the ink slaughter immortal soul to save the country through a curve. Reached almost the same effect. More importantly, now Li Buren's body only contains the ink slaughter power with the 5 elements properties. When the time comes in the future, after integrating the myriad great Taos into himself step by step, perhaps he can face the Tao Annihilation wave directly without changing his face. But this is destined to be a long process. Li Fan temporarily handed over this hard work to Li Buren. He planned to solve all the hidden dangers of the Xuanwang world in one go. Silver light was like a raincoat, suddenly covering his whole body. As if forming a protective suit, draped over Li Fan's body. This silver light was the power of Wuji. Li Fan's destination this time was the Sea of Aa darkness located deep in the Xuanwang world. The darkness that could swallow everything, in front of the silver light representing Wuji, all retreated. As if a huge ball of light, illuminating this area that had been pitch black since ancient times. Li Fan strolled leisurely, walking among them. The various fearful emotions felt in the previous reincarnation did not exist. He wandered through the shallow layers of the Sea of Aa darkness and found nothing special. Li Fan walked towards the depths where the will to survive of the true immortal was located. The restrictions left by the former Zan Heavenly King and the Dharma transmission, Li Fan did not need to break them himself. Under the illumination of the silver light, they all dissipated one after another. Without playing any role in blocking. He saw again the vast momentum, accumulated for tens of thousands of years in the depths of the Sea of Aa darkness. In front of the energy condensation that was strange and varied, like clouds in the sky, Li Fan couldn't help but stop slightly. He was now a half-immortal, looking at these gatherings, no longer looking up. But as if he was on the top of a mountain, looking out at the distance. The reason why immortals were originally immortals. It is because of Lianshan. With mountains, there was the birth of immortals. The momentum of immortals. Li Fan looked at the mountains in front of him, as if he saw the immortals of the immortal world in the past. Immortals return. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed it gently. The Sea of Aa darkness was turbulent in an instant. The power of darkness accumulated for tens of thousands of years surged towards Li Fan's palm. 1498. The way to the outside world. Before attaining the half-immortal realm, Li Fan had utilized the power of the faceless stone statue and was very familiar with this dark energy. Now, having reached the half-immortal stage, capturing the energy accumulated within this sea of darkness for many years was a simple task. Li Fan was not the master of the power of darkness. Therefore, it showed great resistance during the capture process. But Li Fan was no longer the same as before. With overwhelming power, the resistance of the dark energy was futile. It all obediently came into Li Fan's palm. Because it was a near-immortal power, born from the remains of a true immortal, it actually possessed some properties similar to the infinite nature of immortal power. Gathering in Li Fan's palm, it seemed to be continuously compressed without end. When the entire sea of darkness was absorbed by Li Fan, and it was no longer dark, Li Fan's palm only had a small, dark, yet slightly sparkling, round bead. And when the long-accumulated darkness finally dissipated, Li Fan was able to clearly see the remains of the true immortal in this place. Or rather, the remnants of the remains. The true immortal's body had been completely drained by the spirit-gathering ascension array as nourishment. Only a few traces thinner than shadows remained. If Li Fan hadn't observed from above with the power of a true immortal, he probably wouldn't have seen the last trace left by this fallen true immortal. The immortal has departed. Li Fan stared at the remaining shadow of the remains for a long time. The traces were too fragile, and no effective information could be left behind. He gently blew a breath, sending it to completely dissipate. It wasn't that Li Fan suddenly had a kind heart and wanted to help this deceased true immortal pass on. But he wanted to use the removal of this trace as an opportunity to observe whether there were any other true immortal remnants in this sea of darkness. There were no unexpected results. Apart from the true immortal's will to survive below, which transmitted a few faint roars, the vast sea of darkness, even the entire Xuanwang world, the countless stars of the experimental field, no longer had any fluctuations in harmony with it. It seems that this true immortal is probably really dead. The original purpose of building the spirit-gathering ascension array in the Sea of Darkness was to serve as the power source for the Xuanwang world to escape the immortal ruins. And now Li Fan can pull the Xuanwang world out of the attraction of the immortal ruins with his own strength. The strength he can display, even if it partially relies on the guardian mound phantom, is far beyond the entire Sea of Darkness. The process of subduing it was uneventful, and it was also being cleaned up. Li Fan turned his gaze to the last participant here. The true immortals will to survive. Like the shadow of a dead branch, or a hunched human figure. Sensing Li Fan's existence, it showed both fear and desire. It was like a wild beast in the forest seeing a hunter entering the mountain. Observing in secret, wavering between escape and greed. Li Fan, like feeding a pet, divided a trace of his own energy and fed it to the true immortals will to survive. After circling a few times, the true immortals will to survive, fearing that the food would slip away, wrapped it up and swallowed it while chewing. Seeing this, Li Fan's mouth revealed a faint smile. It really is just a stupid thing with only the instinct to survive. The immortal soul of Mo Sha, still a version fused with the great Tao of heaven and earth. How could you easily digest it? The true immortals will to survive wanted to try to eat the food, but no matter what, it couldn't reduce the opponent by even a bit. Moreover, the food in its stomach was even trying to devour it from the inside. The true immortals will to survive let out a terrifying roar, like an ancient beast. However, no matter how it struggled, it couldn't compete with the power of Mo Sha's immortal soul. Helplessly rolling and tossing in the deepest part of the Sea of Darkness. After the dust settled, the true immortals will to survive had already transformed into one of the countless aspects of Mo Sha's immortal soul. Li Fan was still thinking about whether he could find some past memories in this trace of the true immortal's remaining will. But after a careful search, he found that all that remained were instinctive thoughts such as devouring and resurrection. What a pity, I couldn't figure out the true identity of this true immortal buried at the bottom of the Sea of Darkness. But at best, it's just an ordinary true immortal. It's not important. Having the ability to suppress the nameless realm with a wave of his hand, Li Fan now had the qualifications to say this. He looked at the empty Sea of Darkness and was thinking about how to utilize such a large space in the future. But suddenly, he felt a trace of inexplicable energy being generated from here again. The source of energy here had clearly been completely taken by him, so where did this new one come from? Li Fan was a little surprised, but not flustered. After a search with his divine sense, he discovered that this tiny energy, like countless weak points of light, actually came from all over the Xuanwang world. These points of light were even more subtle than the remnants of the true immortal's remains. If it hadn't suddenly appeared in the completely drained Sea of Darkness, Li Fan would have subconsciously ignored it. Li Fan took a point of light, and found that the moment he touched it, these points of light exploded and disappeared like bubbles. And it didn't seem to exist in Li Fan's body. He didn't know where it went. After pondering for a while, Li Fan absorbed all the points of light in his hand and condensed them into a ball of light. He observed it carefully. When the magnitude rose to a certain level, Li Fan felt a strange familiarity from it. This is spirituality. No, it doesn't involve the level of returning to truth yet, it's much lower. But it is still, to a certain extent, the gathering of cultivation talent. Putting the ball of light and the black ball formed by the Sea of Darkness together, Li Fan seemed to already know what was going on. In the original settings, the beings of Xuanwang are just chess pieces on a chessboard. From the beginning of their creation, they have been designed with various attributes. Height, appearance, talent, temperament. These balls of light are the power that the natural operation of the Xuanwang world gives to the talents of all beings. But now they are being absorbed by the Sea of Darkness, because the true immortals will to survive sensed the existence of this power and instinctively wanted to snatch it. Li Fan frowned. Although the myriad beings of Xuanwang are chess pieces, they are the chess pieces of the high-level immortals. A mere will to survive. He looked up at the existences in the Xuanwang world, wanting to imitate him and plunder the talents of all beings. But obviously, it can't be done. The true immortals will to survive has been destroyed by me, but this extraction of talent still exists. Li Fan suddenly remembered a topic he had discussed with Baihua and Chaogong and others before. During the Great Tribulation of Destruction, many cultivators in those years had personally witnessed their hometowns falling into the immortal ruins from afar, and the dreamlike scene of all things collapsing and forming a strange and distorted halo. At the same time that the cultivation world completely disappeared into the immortal ruins, a large amount of material seemed to be gushing out in the opposite direction. This kind of thing cannot be detected by the naked eye or divine sense, but it does exist. The former immortal puppet ancestor of the celestial mechanism world also became decayed in the end because of approaching the immortal ruins, which led to the continuous loss of something. Chaogong also found an excuse for his becoming stupid at that time. The hungry immortal has been suppressed by me. The immortal ruins are no longer. Li Fan flashed and came to the starry sky outside the Xuanwang world. He took out half of the points of light. Here, they did not show a flowing trend. They just floated quietly in the void. It seemed that they could not stay for a long time and soon became dim. Before they completely dissipated, Li Fan collected them again. Don't look at just such a small group of light spheres. If all of them are given to one person, the talent of the cultivator created should not be weaker than Zhang Haobo, Xiaofan and others. It seems that the Xuanwang world has been by the side of the immortal ruins for too long, and the world itself has been shaped with this characteristic. The talent and spirituality of all beings are extracted in the opposite direction of the suction of the immortal ruins. Even if the immortal ruins no longer exist, this trend cannot be completely reversed in a short time. After conducting comparative experiments in multiple locations in the Dark Star Sea, Li Fan tentatively came to a conclusion. It's good as long as there are no evildoers causing trouble. He first breathed a sigh of relief. But naturally, Li Fan felt curious about the reason why this phenomenon occurred. His understanding of the hungry word formula can be said to be the first person besides the hungry immortal in the original possibility. Naturally, he knew that when comprehending the hungry word formula, a suction force that devoured everything in the surrounding area would be generated. But he didn't notice anything that was not attracted by this suction force, but was actively repelled and left. It is not difficult to verify this matter. In the center of the Dark Star Sea, Li Fan struck a hungry word formula not far away. Although it was not as good as the re-emergence of the immortal ruins, it was like a huge vortex that suddenly appeared. The Star Sea became turbulent again. Li Fan stood still in the waves, and through a group of netherworld race people who had fallen into his eyes because of the despairing wailing due to the disappearance of the Sea of Darkness. Into the vortex one by one. Although the netherworld race people are physically strong and can fight back and forth with cultivators, how can they resist the power of the hungry word formula? They didn't even make a bit of struggle, and all turned into powder in the majestic vortex. Without any emotional fluctuations, Li Fan invested and observed them one by one. He had never paid special attention to it before, and it was normal to ignore the spiritual substance. This time, under Li Fan's careful observation, he really discovered this invisible thing. Even because the netherworld race people are all descendants of the great heavenly venerate bloodline of the first generation of Xuanwang, the spiritual substance extracted from the vortex is not small. Li Fan was like a gold prospector, collecting all the spirituality. Interesting. Why does the enlightenment of the hungry word formula produce this kind of anomaly? Perhaps, it is related to the hunger path itself. Li Fan recalled the scene when he suppressed the hungry immortal not long ago. In front of the phantom of the guardian mound, the hungry immortal did not directly accept his fate even if he was no match. Instead, he fought hard. The hungry immortal's struggle, although it didn't help, what Li Fan cared about was the ghostly, deep voice of, "Hungry, I'm so hungry." Rather than being issued by the hungry immortal, it was more like coming from a mysterious existence outside the great Tao. It seemed to devour mountains and drink seas, turning everything in the world into its own resources. Suddenly, Li Fan looked at the hungry immortal heavenly pillar again. This hungry Tao seems to have a problem. It's not a Tao originally possessed by the original possibility. But after swallowing it, it occupied the magpie's nest. Li Fan was not 100% sure. But from the current signs, it is already very close to the truth. Spiritual substances are closely related to the creation of living beings. It is vaguely related to the cornerstone of the evolution of possibilities. Although the outsider of the hungry Tao occupies the Tao in name, it has not fundamentally merged. Therefore, when devouring all things, there will be this kind of extraction anomaly. The method to prove Li Fan's guess is in the hungry immortal's memory. The hungry immortal has turned into a heavenly pillar, and Li Fan can browse through his past life at will. The distance to the final unveiling of the mystery is not too far away. Since the alien beast race can escape from other possibilities, it is not surprising that there are other outsiders. However, looking at it from the perspective of the later, you will find the ridiculousness of the matter. These outsiders are just like the group of so-called transcendent true immortals who escaped from the original possibility. After all the hardships, they thought they had found a safe place. But I didn't expect that they would still be unable to escape the fate of death in the end. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, the light and shadow in his sea of consciousness flickered, and countless possible pictures emerged. With his current deduction ability, even if he doesn't know the specific name of the person involved, he can still reverse the past to a certain extent based on the ending. These outsiders who fled here never thought that this place was the last haven at all. They just temporarily regarded it as a temporary foothold. Since they can escape the first time, they can escape the second and third time. At the very least, they should also think so. Once the tribulation of Tao annihilation comes again, then escape again. In resisting disasters, in addition to the timing of the heavens, the most important thing is the unity of the people. And if there are such natural escapists hidden among the people. Li Fan had been a teacher for decades, so he naturally knew the harm of this kind of black sheep. It would be fine if they just escaped negatively by themselves. The most terrible thing is that they would invisibly infect, change, and shake the thoughts of the people around them. It spreads like a plague. The consequences are absolutely unimaginable. This is not my speculation. At that time, there were indeed such people in the immortal world. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Li Fan. Sun Piao Miao. And the group of people who created the immortal domain chess pieces. And Qing Yin and the true immortal surnamed Ling who presided over this immortal world experimental field and then resolutely left. This is just the tip of the iceberg. It is conceivable how many similar figures there were among the immortals of the immortal world. Working with this group of people, even if the heavenly emperor Luo had thousands of ambitions, he was destined to fail. If it were me, I would first use the method of fishing to gather all these escapists in one place. Then kill them all. While proving the hearts of the people, you can also get a batch of consumables to resist Tao annihilation. Li Fan thought to himself, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. It's not that Li Fan really had the idea of becoming a savior heavenly emperor. It was just a reverie of putting himself in the situation during the deduction of the past. All the past has become a bubble. Today's original possibility is only left with ruins struggling to support it. All Li Fan can do is to live in another world like those escapists. 1499. Fishing for Xing Wuk. Judging from the phenomena discovered in the depths of this dark sea, the Xuanwang realm seems to possess extremely high plasticity. Having been near the immortal ruins for nearly 10,000 years, it has been influenced for so long that even after it has moved away from the immortal ruins, the world itself has not yet recovered from the impact of the immortal ruins. The leaching of spirituality from the Xuanwang beings is estimated to continue for another 100 years or so before it is completely reversed. This reduction in spirituality actually has little impact on those with low to mid-level talent. Because the upper limit they can reach in their cultivation is already there. Whether they lack this bit or not is irrelevant. On the contrary, the more gifted a genius is, the more they need to maintain their integrity. This principle is the same as the petrification of the Archmage after I severed all his spirituality. Li Fan arranged a formation within the now empty dark sea to collect these leached, intangible spiritual substances. Part of it was for his own research, while the other part was to cultivate the most talented individuals in the Xuanwang realm. The plan of using Tao to merge with all phenomena had a good start due to the Archmage's gift. But in the future, it will be almost impossible to find such an effortless opportunity to devour numerous Tao principles without any loss. And for Li Fan to comprehend them one by one would be too slow. Relying on the numerous geniuses of the Xuanwang realm is the best choice. Before even attaining the semi-immortal stage, Li Fan had borrowed the Tao insights of the Xuanwang geniuses. Now, he is simply returning to his old ways. It's just that the heavenly Tao of the Xuanwang realm is in a fragmented state. Not to mention comparing it to the completeness of the primordial possibility, even the Tao principles presented within the dark star sea are far inferior. Yet, it's inconvenient to leave this safe haven within the high walla. After a moment's thought, Li Fan had an idea. A figure appeared in the annihilation land outside the high wall. It was a transformation formed by Li Fan using the power of the Hill Guardian's phantom. It was also a body constructed from the projection of the Tao net. However, since this figure was intended for paving the way, it was not refined with flesh and blood, but was purely an energy form. Flying continuously towards the outside of the annihilation land, it suddenly stopped when the distance from the high wall reached a certain point. This is the maximum range that the Hill Guardian's phantom power can reach. It hasn't left the annihilation land yet, and is still within the area where the great Tao is withering. The figure sensed this and continued to fly forward slowly. Strands of silk threads flew out from the figure, resembling the strings of the Tao net. In the dim starry sky, they were woven into a Tao road. It was as if a tentacle was being created for the hill guardian's phantom within the high wall, allowing its power to extend beyond the starry sky. Of course, this was not Li Fan's main purpose. If he disregarded the Tao annihilation above the high wall and forcibly increased the invocation of the hill guardian's phantom, Li Fan could have extended the phantom's power to this point. The main thing was to use this Tao road to perfect the fragmented Great Tao within the high wall. The Great Tao road extended infinitely, finally leaving the Annihilation Land and connecting with the Shuo Star Sea. Li Fan was originally pondering how to avoid the attention of the Shuo Star Sea's Tao net. But after careful observation, he discovered that the Shuo Star Sea's Tao net had actually contracted and moved away from this frontier starfield. Looking from afar and observing, there were no signs of the Tao net suffering heavy damage. On the contrary, it was brighter and more unfathomable than before. It should be to give face to the immortal emperor of unknown origin that I am playing. Although it was a courteous gesture, it inadvertently made things easier for Li Fan. Sensing the relatively complete Great Tao of the heavens within the Shuo Star Sea, rays of light separated from the figure. It was as if a pair of extremely nimble hands were weaving rapidly. In just a few breaths, a miniature Tao net had taken shape in the starry sky. Compared to the real Tao net of the Shuo Star Sea, this miniature net appeared so sparse and dilapidated. This was because everything that supported it was the numerous ink-kill Tao aspects within Li Fan's body. Fortunately for the Archmage's accumulation of 10,000 years of silent meditation, otherwise, relying solely on Li Fan's comprehension, he might not have been able to weave this net. The miniature Tao net was just a trigger, responsible for receiving the complete Great Tao from the Shuo Star Sea and bringing it into the high wall. Turning the road into a net was to speed up the efficiency of reception. Li Fan was not greedy, and the miniature Tao net only occupied a small part of the starry sky outside the Annihilation Land before stopping its expansion. Such efficiency is enough. With a slight movement of his mind, he returned to the Xuanwang realm in an instant. Above the Xuanwang realm, he wove another Tao net. The aura of the complete Great Tao from outside the high wall gradually flowed out from the Tao net, injecting vitality into the Xuanwang realm, and even the entire Dark Star Sea. It was not simply and crudely compensating with vitality and immortal power, but repairing the riddled and tattered essence from within after suffering Tao annihilation. Although its essence was robbing Peter to pay Paul, it was tantamount to recreation for this starfield within the high wall. Threads of grateful consciousness from the heavenly Tao of the Xuanwang realm and the original true meaning of the Dark Star Sea were born spontaneously. They came to the side of the Tao net transformed by Li Fan's figure, as if they were thirstily absorbing the complete Great Tao from the outside world. At a speed perceptible to the senses, this starry sky, which had been arid for 10,000 years, began to become see. The grand setting of the primordial possibility was still the doomsday threatened by the Tao annihilation tribulation. With the total amount unchanged, wherever the Great Tao became abundant, there would inevitably be a place that began to become depleted. In order to delay the time for the outside world to discover his little tricks as much as possible, Li Fan took the initiative to close the passage after connecting for a while. Ignoring the various intentions caused by the Xuanwang realm and the Dark Star Sea, Li Fan immersed himself in the comprehension of the Great Tao outside the high wall. Being a Tao road and actively accepting the Great Tao of the heavens, what he saw, felt, and comprehended was completely different from when he was an ordinary individual. Li Fan could more easily see those holes in the Great Tao one by one. The position where the Tao should have been was vacant due to various reasons. It was incredibly shocking. Although the Great Tao within the high wall seemed vigorous compared to the Dark Star Sea, which had suffered Tao annihilation, Li Fan saw a sense of decline behind this vitality. It was like a dying old man, revealing all signs of aging and weakness. I can see this miniature Tao net so clearly. How could those people in the Shuo Star Sea not be aware of the current situation? Li Fan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He looked far away at his neighbor not far away, that huge and obscure Tao net. The progress of cooperation with the true immortals did not seem to be going too smoothly. Compared to when Li Fan spied on them before, there were only 3 or 5 more inherited Tao phantoms. It was unknown whether those remaining true immortals were unwilling, or whether the number of remaining true immortals was too small. Li Fan also did not have the time to care about them for the time being. Instead, he was fully digesting the gains from this Dark Star Sea. Slowly see the past memories of the starving immortal heavenly pillar. Li Buren used the Tao to obliterate all phenomena and construct a true physical body, drawing on the Zhanhuang sentient beings to comprehend the great Tao of the star Xia. Li Fan was about to enter a long period of accumulation and development. Fortunately, the existence of the high wall made the dark star sea a natural secret chamber, so there was no need to worry about being disturbed by the outside world. Time flowed slowly. The dark star sea was no longer dim. Glimmers of life began to emerge in every corner. And in the depression and dark river beneath the dark star sea, this change was the most prominent. At the lowest point of the dark river, the Vitality Dark River, which had been calm for a long time, once again roared and rumbled. Traces of vitality drawn from all over the star sea converged into a river, pouring towards this place. That boiling, majestic vitality attracted an existence within the dark river. It was the nameless immortal shadow formed by the fluctuations of the starving immortal's Tao proofing when he was nameless, recorded by the Depression Dark River. It bore no resemblance to the starving immortal himself, merely a ghostly black shadow. It existed in a state of ignorance and unconsciousness, standing silently ever since its birth. Only when the dark river was filled with vitality was it instinctively drawn to the place with the most abundant life force. Like a whale inhaling water, the nameless immortal shadow sucked all the splashing vitality into its mouth. The originally thin image, which seemed as if it would dissipate at any moment, gradually became stable. After standing by the Vitality Dark River for a long time, the black shadow became indistinguishable from a real person. But after completing all this, it took no further action. As if it had lost its mission, it simply stood silently beside the roaring dark river, just like before. And Li Fan's will, secretly spying on this figure, continued to wait patiently. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. As the saying goes, how can one allow others to sleep soundly beside one's bed? How could Li Fan be at ease in closed-door cultivation before completely resolving the hidden dangers within the Dark Star Sea? Now, the entire Dark Star Sea could be said to be free of hidden dangers. Apart from the fishing pond, which he didn't want to deal with for the time being, there was also the newly born nameless immortal shadow in this underground darkness. Having left a trace of divine sense to monitor it long ago, the shadow's movements naturally did not escape his control. The nameless immortal shadow, after all, was not a true life form. It could not maintain the vitality it absorbed without dissipating. Standing like a stone statue, the vitality slowly weakened with the passage of time. Seemingly unable to endure the dissipation of vitality any longer, a hidden light and shadow finally took action. A fragmented mask, as if severely eroded by time, hurtled from the depths of the underground dark river. It went straight for the nameless immortal shadow. After plunging into the shadow, it rampaged like a beast that had lost its mind, causing the shadow to sway incessantly. Amidst a series of creepy chewing sounds, the shadow's fluctuations slowly subsided. And the mask was then worn on the nameless immortal shadow. He looked at the vast vitality gathering not far away, and a burst of greed surged in his heart. He slightly opened his mouth, about to absorb it all into his body. Just Thena, a hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. Where did this thief come from? Daring to steal what belongs to this sovereign? The voice was calm, yet carried an inherent authority. The shadow instantly froze, instinctively wanting to escape, but found that it felt as if continuous mountain ranges were pressing on his shoulders. He couldn't move at all. How hateful. It's just someone else's Tao shadow. If it were my own body. He didn't have time to think, but only felt a dizzying sensation, and he had already been captured into a strange space. Two towering stone pillars stood alone in front. Looking at the stone pillars, a premonition of unease suddenly surged in the shadow's heart. That Isa. After a moment of recognition, the shadow trembled uncontrollably. Of course, he recognized what was in front of him. It was precisely because he feared becoming an immortal within the pillar in the past that he spent a great price to secretly send an avatar to the lower realm in order to seek a way to avoid disaster. He never expected that the tribulation would come so suddenly. In the face of that overwhelming Tao annihilation tribulation, even if the main body had great divine powers, it was only in vain, turning into ashes. The invasion of Tao annihilation even affected the clone. Almost completely destroyed in body and spirit, leaving only a trace of remnant thought. Unable to move, he could only stay lonely in this vitality dark river that he had dug out himself. If it weren't for completely shielding the clone's self-awareness in order to prevent it from being discovered, I wouldn't have fallen into such a miserable situation, he had often lamented to himself during the many years he lay in the dark river. However, compared to the countless true immortals who were buried in the immortal realm cataclysm and that heavenly net immortal emperor, he was fortunate to still have a remnant of consciousness, which was a blessing in disguise. Originally, he could only slowly accumulate and recover his strength, praying that the Tao annihilation tribulation would not affect him before he could move. Until not long ago, he sensed the fluctuations of the nameless true immortal proving the Tao above. He didn't expect that after so many years since the extinction of the immortal realm, a new nameless true immortal would be born. He was both surprised, afraid, and delighted. He was delighted because perhaps the immortal realm was not completely extinct. Otherwise, where did this nameless true immortal come from? He was afraid that the other party would discover him. Although he only had a few remnants left and his past memories were mottled and incomplete. He was, after all, once nameless. If the other party became greedy and swallowed and refined Hema. Hesitating and apprehensive, he ultimately chose to take a gamble. He mobilized all the power he had accumulated and activated the life form in the underground dark river he had created. He recorded the Tao shadow of the nameless immortal who had proven the Tao. I can use this Tao shadow to reverse the predicament. The thought that he would finally be able to be reborn made him feel somewhat dazed. His experiences over the past 10,000 years had been too tortuous. After making a desperate gamble and using up all the accumulated power, he fell into unprecedented weakness. He couldn't even sense the movements of the nameless true immortal above. But looking at the nameless true immortal shadow he had created from afar, he felt that everything was worth it. Countless vitality gathers here. Wait a few more days, until I can move. I'll manipulate the Tao shadow to absorb all the vitality. Escaping this damn place shouldn't be a problem. He planned very well. And it seemed that his luck had turned around. The vitality dark river, which had been calm for a long time, suddenly became turbulent. It was not just vitality. There was also the appearance of the great Tao filling it. This was even more important for him, a nameless true immortal who had fallen into despair. Although the main body of the nameless true immortal had disappeared in the Tao annihilation, his understanding of the great Tao was still there. By drawing on the vitality Tao principles, he could almost completely recover from his injuries in an instant. Not to mention returning to the nameless realm, at least reconnecting to the infinite sea and restoring his true immortal strength should not be a problem. 1500. The events of the king in the past. The opportunity to reverse the predicament was right in front of him, and after observing for a while, there seemed to be nothing unusual around the nameless shadow. That nameless immortal who had just attained Tao should have gone far away. He could no longer restrain the restlessness in his heart, and he used his remaining strength to rush towards that figure. He thought that things would turn around for the better, but he never expected. Returning to the present, he looked at the two isolated celestial pillars in front of him, and after observing them again and again, he was sure that he had not seen wrongly. His heart could not help but tremble. One of them should be the southern celestial pillar. And the other one, the one suppressed inside, is actually that nameless true immortal who has just attained Tao. This. Who exactly is it? Lonely things. Recalling what he had heard before, countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Although he had just recovered and his body was just a nameless Tao shadow, he was still very confident in his strength. To be able to capture and suppress him so easily. The opponent's strength is unfathomable. What exactly happened in the outside world during the 10,000 years that I was seriously injured and trapped? Could it be that the immortal realm has been rebuilt? Even with hundreds and thousands of thoughts, he could only hide them all deep in his heart at this moment. Terrifying force, densely covering his body, completely suppressed him. Even speaking and transmitting sound was a luxury. Just as he was uneasy, a tall and mighty figure suddenly appeared in the arena. Being suppressed, he could not see the other person's appearance clearly. However, the vast and sea-like aura on the other person's body could not help but remind him of the two immortal emperors he had seen before. The figure did not waste any words and grabbed him again. He only felt that his nameless Tao shadow body instantly became riotous. Although the Tao shadow was built with the power fluctuations of that nameless true immortal who had attained the Tao of Ahungara, it was only borrowed from its impact. The essence was still the power contained in this huge A form of living being that he had personally created. The impact of the nameless Tao attainment was like a huge hammer falling down, knocking out a mark. However, at this moment, the vitality Tao principles condensed in this mark were uncontrollably flowing towards the figure in front. After turning around in the other person's place, it returned again. While becoming calm again, it also seemed to have been sorted and restrained by someone, becoming more condensed. He also noticed that many Vitality Tao principles from the outside world were frantically pouring towards him. Barely passable. The figure in front shook his head, seemingly a little dissatisfied. But he still manipulated thousands of Vitality Tao principles, constantly filling and plugging him. This is, to use me as a celestial pillar. After all, he was knowledgeable and quickly realized the other person's idea. And what happened next seemed to confirm his guess. The vast Vitality Tao principles gathered from nowhere were still endless, and the pressure from the outside world had not diminished at all, and even gradually increased. He had no doubt that under the oppression of this kind of power, even a true immortal would probably be turned into powder in an instant. Thinking that he would be sealed in the celestial pillar in the future and would never be able to escape, the degree of his misery was probably far greater than that of the recent 10,000 years. His heart was filled with endless despair and fear. True immortals transcend the mundane. They should no longer have such mundane emotions. And he, who was once nameless, should not be so unbearable. However, when the great calamity of the past came, that nameless true immortal had actually died. What remained was just an ordinary immortal cultivator who only wanted to struggle to survive. After thinking clearly about this, he knew that he could not continue like this. Once the celestial pillar was completely formed, even if he had great supernatural powers, it would probably be useless. He gritted his teeth and made a ruthless decision. The mask on his face shattered with a bang. The surrounding binding force suddenly disappeared. He cried out in panic, "Senior, please wait. Situ Xing, the executive immortal chancellor of the barren mist star region, pays his respects here." Executive immortal chancellor. Hearing Xing Wu's words, Li Fan loosened the power of suppression. However, he did not let him go, but quietly and carefully looked at the other person. The sudden explosion of the bronze mask almost caught him off guard. He did not expect that something that seemed to be in his palm could suddenly explode with such a great force of resistance. Fortunately, he urgently mobilized the phantom of the tomb keeper and continued to increase the stakes. Only then did he not reveal any flaws. "What year is it, and you're still using the Heavenly Luo Emperor's set of rules? What, do you, the executive immortal chancellor, want to govern even my head?" After thinking for a while, Li Fan spoke sarcastically. Since his understanding of the past immortal realm was not particularly clear at the moment, he might as well not get too involved in this aspect, so as not to reveal any flaws. Li Fan simply brought the other person into the scam he had concocted with a single sentence. "Now that the immortal realm is completely destroyed, the immortals in the sky are either dead or have fled. You, the immortal chancellor of the previous dynasty, can't control me, the Mountain King. HMPH. A few short sentences were enough for the other person to roughly guess his origin. With the people from the Shuo Star Sea, he could use the so-called hidden emperor identity. But if he wanted to trick information out of this executive immortal chancellor, he had to change his identity. And as expected, after Situ Xing heard Li Fan's words, he guessed according to the direction he was guiding. Occupying the mountain as king. The tide of Tao annihilation poured down, and the lower realm could hardly survive. Only isolated islands remain, and this person suppresses the nameless immortal to become a celestial pillar. It is to strengthen the ability to resist Tao annihilation. Situ Xing's thoughts turned rapidly, but his heart gradually turned cold. He originally thought that the name of his true form could at least make the other person have some scruples. Now it seems. Don't call me senior either. Since I started cultivating, I have only been cultivating for 6,000 years, and I have never been to any immortal realm. Speaking of which, you, the executive immortal chancellor, should have lived for many years, right? I should call you senior instead." Li Fan grinned and suddenly increased the power of suppression. "You should stay in this pillar and guard the house for me. 6,000 years to reach such strength. How is that possible? But it does seem a bit strange. That person is indeed not a true immortal. Could it be that in the years I was trapped, some new cultivation system has developed in the world?" Situ Xing was instinctively surprised and disbelieving when he heard this. But he felt that the originally still sealing force around him was tightening again. He didn't have time to think carefully. In his panic, he quickly searched for possible ways to escape in his mind. Not a person from the immortal realm. My past is useless to him. What he saw around him began to become blurred. That fierce and brutal figure was also gradually obscured by the gathered Vitality Tao principles. Situ Xing knew that this was a sign that the celestial pillar was about to be completely closed. A person from the lower realm. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly flashed through Satu Xing's mind. After hesitating for a moment, he treated a dead horse as a living horse and shouted with his remaining strength, "Senior, please wait. I am still one of the 12 Dharma kings of the former Zhantian sect, Xingwuk." It was simply a desperate attempt, and he did not believe from the bottom of his heart that the name of the 12 Dharma kings would be of any use. But what Satu Xing did not expect was that when the other person heard his words, the restraining force actually became smaller. Xingwuk, one of the 12 Dharma kings. The 12 people besides Zhan Yuanong? Li Fan asked with some suspicion as he looked at him. The 3 words Zhan Yuanong seemed to have evoked some ancient memories in Satu Xing, causing him to be slightly stunned. But at this moment, when life and death were at stake, he could not allow himself to think too much, and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes." Who did Zhan Yuanong like back then, Luo Yichen, Ji Yuzhen, or Ni Daniang? Li Fan asked inexplicably, with a playful expression, suddenly asking such a question. Satu Xing, or Xingwuk, was stunned on the spot. None of them. Although they all secretly admired him, according to my observation, I'm afraid Zhan Yuanong had already had someone he loved in his heart for a long time. So he has always maintained a distance from them. Seeing that the other person seemed to be about to suppress him back into the celestial pillar at any moment, Satu Xing's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly replied. "Ha ha ha ha, you observed quite carefully. Zhan Yuanong does have a childhood sweetheart, and she is also an amazing person." Li Fan said halfway, giving the other person endless room for imagination. Then he slightly untied Satu Xing. The towering mountain hanging overhead was temporarily moved away. Satu Xing could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He tried to inquire more information. "Senior, do you know Zhan Yuanong?" "Yes. Back then, he saved my life under the Tao annihilation. But later, he disappeared without a trace. I have always wanted to find an opportunity to repay him, but it is difficult to see him again," Li Fan replied. "This is indeed something Zhan Yuanong would do," Satu Xing nodded secretly in his heart. "Speaking of which, you were at least someone who hung around with Zhan Yuanong. How did you become like this?" Hearing the other person's question, Satu Xing smiled bitterly. It's a long story." "Then tell me slowly. I haven't had a good conversation with anyone for a long time." Under the Tao annihilation calamity, living beings withered. There isn't even a fellow Taoist who can communicate. Patting Satu Xing on the shoulder, Li Fan said in a deep voice after completely removing the power of suppression. Although he had temporarily gained liberation, Satu Xing still did not dare to act rashly as he inadvertently looked at the 2 celestial pillars around him. He looked at Li Fan and weaved words in his mind to explain all this. Judging from the meaning in the other person's words, the current Zhan Yuanong seems to have extremely high cultivation. At the very least, he is definitely not below this person. But this is also to be expected. After a long while, Satu Xing finally opened his mouth. "Senior, I was not talking nonsense just now. My true form is indeed Satu Xing, the executive immortal chancellor of the barren mist star region. I suppressed a star region of the immortal realm with the nameless realm." "But," Li Fan waved his hand and interrupted him, "I know this. You are a group of people who went to the lower realm to find opportunities for the so-called treasure. This is not important, tell me the important points." Satu Xing was stunned, opened his mouth, but found that his mind was blank. "What? You are allowed to go to the lower realm, but Zhan Yuanong can't do the same. When disaster strikes, everyone shows their abilities. Don't you think that someone who can make you willingly follow and be fascinated by him is an ordinary person?" Li Fan snorted and smiled disdainfully. Satu Xing's expression changed several times. Indeed. He suddenly looked a little dazed, and kept repeating in his mouth. "Back then, most of us should have been shielded from our own spiritual sense. But after I was trapped in the form of living beings for tens of thousands of years, after gradually regaining my true form consciousness, I also vaguely guessed Zhan Yuanong's strangeness. But he really acted too much like a mortal. But how could a mere mortal have made a group of us true immortals from the lower realm willingly follow him back then?" Satu Xing's words were also full of confusion. "That's right. That's what I thought too. Back then, I forced him to ask, but he was stubborn and refused to admit it," Li Fan said with a smile. Is this also your guess, Senior?" Satu Xing was stunned and suddenly looked up at Li Fan. "What, did I guess wrong?" Li Fan's eyes were cold and he looked at Satu Xing. The eye contact only lasted for a moment before Satu Xing was awakened by the bone-chilling indifference in the other person's eyes and quickly looked away. It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Because that treasure must have spirituality. Waiting with a purpose is very likely to be in vain. Therefore, we will all choose to close our own spiritual sense. Relying purely on personal luck to wait. As the saying goes, each relies on their own ability. In this way, it also avoids a fight in the upper immortal realm, Satu Xing continued. Those who can achieve true immortality all have extraordinary talent and disposition. Even if they walk in the mortal world again, they will definitely be outstanding people. However, it seems that all of our luck is not enough. First of all, the Tao annihilation calamity came too quickly. The speed at which the immortal realm collapsed completely exceeded our imagination. So that we have not had time to return to the immortal realm. We were in different locations in the upper realm. When the ascension passage where the Xuanwang realm was located was destroyed, some people were still safe. Some had already suffered great disasters to their true forms. Some people's true form consciousness began to awaken, but we all maintained a tacit and delicate balance with each other. It's all because of the special thing about Zhan Yuanong, Satu Xing said slowly. You suspect that the treasure fell into Zhan Yuanong's hands? Li Fan suddenly smiled and interjected. Satu Xing was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Otherwise, it is really difficult to explain his sudden rise. And the brilliance overwhelms the true immortals of the lower realm in the same generation. You must know that Zhan Yuanong's aptitude is really not high. But he is just, every step, he happens to be ahead of everyone. Satu Xing's tone was a little confused. But before it is determined, everyone is not easy to directly attack. Moreover, Zhan Yuanong's true identity is also unknown, so I had to wait patiently for the opportunity. But I didn't expect. One day, he suddenly disappeared and never appeared again, Li Fan said for Satu Xing. Satu Xing continued to nod. Disappeared too quickly, too suddenly. And at the last moment, he also issued a warning to us. It's really hard to tell the truth from the false, and it's unclear whether he took the opportunity to escape or really suffered an accident. There were also disagreements among us because of this. Some chose to follow the traces and continue to track. Some thought that their luck was not enough and gave up. Li Fan shook his head slightly. No wonder the huge Zhan Tian sect back then disappeared in an instant after Zhan Tianwang was gone.